Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Becomes Secret Heartbreaker? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A doorway opened into an alley, spilling light into the darkness and making the shadows seem even darker. A boy's silhouette could be seen holding a large bag in one hand, his head turned over his shoulder. A muffled voice came from inside the building, to which the boy responded, "Yeah, Mom, I'm taking it out right now. You'd think I've never taken out the trash before." Hefting the bag, he walked over to the nearby trash bin and tossed it in before returning to the safety of the building. A short way down the alley, a shadow moved toward the bin, careful not to make too much noise as it sorted through the contents. Shifting aside a few old ragged clothes and scraps of paper, the figure spotted something that instantly sparked excitement. Someone had been cleaning out old supplies, and in the bin he found scrolls and books, just what he was looking for. After grabbing the items and stuffing them into his satchel, he did one more quick sift through before rushing off down the alley and into the night. A moment later, the same boy peeked out again from the doorway as the muffled voice called out once more. "No, Mom, there isn't anything out there. It must have been a cat or something." Across town, a figure could be seen slinking through the streets, sticking to the shadows as much as possible. When it separated from them long enough to distinguish itself as human, it merely seemed to be a standing shadow from all the dark clothes it wore. Rushing into a nearby park, it quickly jumped into some bushes as civilians walked by, unaware that he was only a few feet away, glaring as they passed. Once they were a comfortable distance away, soft sounds of movement were heard again as the figure moved toward the back of the park. In a section covered with various shrubs, he lifted a hidden doorway and slipped beneath the surface of the village. It was dark, but he knew his way by now. He had visited this place since he was very young, having found it completely by accident while running from a mob. After that, it became one of his greatest safe havens in the village. It was here that he would escape when the glares became too harsh or when certain celebrations were held that forced him to flee from crowded areas. This was also the place he kept his most precious possessions. He had discovered the area many years ago, and although he had foolishly cleaned out many items that would have been valuable to him in the coming years, he still ended up with far more than he started with. Rounding another corner, he came to a stop in front of a door. Taking a moment, he pricked his finger and swiped it over a small tile near the door. He heard a click that let him know the door was now unlocked. Upon entering, he was greeted by the familiar smell of old paper and the sight of numerous racks filled with scrolls, books, weapons, and other items he had collected over the years. For now, he quickly looked through the items he had just found and placed the ones he didn't want to examine at the moment on the shelves. After cataloging them in a thick ledger, he put them in their respective spots. Taking a glance at the clock nearby, he realized he had little time left before sunrise. Quickly grabbing a blank scroll, he sealed up his new possessions before opening a nearby closet. In a flash of dull dark and blinding orange, he transformed into his public mask. The stealthy, cool-headed Night Stalker now became the loud-mouthed, blonde-topped academy student. Grabbing a quick bite to eat, he locked the door to his secret refuge from reality and headed back toward the exit. Letting out a sigh, he climbed back up into the twilight of early morning and crept back to his apartment to start the morning ritual everyone was used to seeing from him. Soon he could drop this mask. Soon, he would show them all just what their ignorance could have cost them. Irika sighed as he walked down the hall. This would be the last day for many of his students as ninja in training. Today, they would take their test for advancement into the ninja ranks. Many of them were ready and had proven it on several occasions. One, however, worried him far more than the others, Uzumaki Naruto. He had nothing against the boy. In fact, he had often seen Naruto endure hardships in the village just to get meager scraps to repair damage to his apartment, likely caused by the same people he was buying materials from. It was humbling, and had there been any way to prove what was happening, he would have helped the boy with his plight. However, whenever anyone tried to report those guilty, the civilian council would rule any evidence as inconclusive or simply make it disappear altogether. Though Irika didn't find anything wrong with Naruto, even knowing what was held within him, he always felt a bit unsettled around him. He had often seen the boy act more mature than most of the adults who berated him, but most of the time, he was just the blonde prankster. To Irika, Naruto was an enigma, a puzzle missing far too many pieces to figure out the real picture. In class, it was glaringly obvious. He was the dead last, a student who had failed twice already and was in danger of doing so again. That didn't mean Irika would go easy on him to let him pass, but he did feel sorry for him. As he neared the door to his classroom, he was about to enter when he felt a presence behind him. Turning around quickly, he saw nothing until he looked down and noticed the blonde mop of hair belonging to the student he had just been thinking about. Naruto? You know it's the day of the exam. Don't you think you're cutting it a little close? Irika-sensei, I'm fine. Besides, I need to pass soon if I'm ever going to be Hokage, right? The boy grinned, hands locked behind his head. Irika couldn't help but snort a little. Nah, what's so funny? Naruto glared at him, apparently a bit annoyed that Irika would laugh at his announcement. Sorry. Just thinking about how often you say that. It brings back a lot of memories. Anyhow, let's get inside. We wouldn't want to make everyone wait too long, right? With a nod, he opened the door and walked into the classroom, each student heading to their respective desks, though Irika noticed the scowl Mizuki directed at Naruto. Quiet down, everyone. Today we are taking the graduation test to see if you are ready to become Genin Ninja of the village. When your name is called, you will come up to the front of the class and perform the jutsu we ask of you. After you are deemed worthy, you will receive one of these hitai to show you are now a true ninja. One by one, the class was called to demonstrate their skills. Something seemed off to Irika. Mizuki appeared distracted a few times, leading Irika to test several more students than his colleague. Looking down his list, he called out the next student as he noticed Mizuki finishing with his last one. Uchiha Sasuke. The spiky-haired brooder of the class made his way to the front, drawing the attention of nearly all the girls. Meanwhile, Mizuki glanced at his sheet, smirking at the next name before announcing, Uzumaki Naruto. The boldly dressed class clown approached the front confidently, but he instantly sensed something was amiss as he awaited instructions. He became slightly distracted by the excited squeals behind him, indicating that the Uchiha had just executed another flawless jutsu. Scowling, he barely registered Mizuki asking him to perform a bunshin. Gathering his chakra and forming the seal for the simple jutsu, he aimed to create 3 clones of himself. Instead, he ended up with one clone that looked rather deflated in an orange jumpsuit. Realization hit him hard. Mizuki had tampered with his chakra flow. Scowling at the man, he sighed, knowing what was coming. I'm sorry, Naruto, but if you can't perform the basic jutsu, we have to fail you, Mizuki said, a smug satisfaction evident in his tone. His plans were unfolding just as he had hoped. No one would believe the troublemaker over him. He glanced at Irika, who was shaking his head between Naruto and his failed clone. Laughing internally, Mizuki watched as Naruto slowly returned to his seat while Irika announced when they would gather for team assignments and gave a brief speech about what it means to be a ninja of Konoha before dismissing the students to meet their parents, who were undoubtedly waiting outside anxiously. As they made their way outside, Mizuki slipped out with them to initiate the next phase of his plan. After sneaking through the Hokage Tower and running to the designated meeting spot Mizuki had mentioned, Naruto realized he was ahead of schedule, so he decided to review what he had found. Opening the scroll, he discovered the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. This doesn't look too tough. Well, I never learned anything just sitting around. Absorbed in practicing the new jutsu, he knew this wasn't a legitimate graduation. No such thing existed in any of the rule or law books he had read, whether by choice or punishment. It was an obvious deception, but that didn't matter to him. He just wanted to get back at Mizuki for rigging his test and failing him. What better way than to beat him at his own game? Well, that's one down. There are quite a few jutsu in here. Oh well, I'll copy down as many as I can before the JRK gets here. No reason not to add a few to my personal library. With that, he pulled out a blank scroll and began transferring the jutsu to the new scroll. Had he not practiced this so often, it might have taken a while, but when you dig used scrolls out of the trash for an education, you learn to write quickly to avoid the more fragrant ones from spreading their scent too far. A few hours later, he heard crashing sounds through the forest and quickly wrapped up the scrolls before stowing his copy and swinging the larger, full version onto his back. However, what approached was not what he expected. "Naruto, what do you think you're doing taking that scroll?" An irate Iruka stood at the edge of the clearing, breathing heavily and scowling at Naruto. "Heh, I did it, Iruka-sensei. I learned a technique from the scroll, so I passed, right? But where is Mizuki-sensei? He said he was going to meet me here. Did he have something else to do and send you instead?" It was the easiest way he could warn Iruka without blowing his cover. He just hoped the light bulbs clicked on before Mizuki arrived. As if on cue, Mizuki appeared on a branch overhead, yelling that Iruka was trying to steal the scroll and run. A brief exchange later found Iruka crouched over Naruto, a large shuriken protruding from his back. It took a moment for Naruto's mind to process what he had just witnessed. He may have been more intelligent than he let on, but learning that there was a demon inside him wasn't something one easily accepted. Suddenly, the glares, the abuse, and the treatment he had received in the village all these years made sense. For a moment, he stared up at the face of the man who had just protected him, barely registering what Iruka was saying before he shuffled out from under him and bolted into the woods, with Mizuki hot on his heels. While running, he tapped some chakra into the bands around his wrists and waist to lighten his weight, allowing him to create some distance between himself and the pursuing Chunin. Once Mizuki was out of sight, Naruto dropped down and hid to give himself a moment to process what he had just learned. He was caught off guard again when Mizuki and an injured Iruka landed in the clearing nearby. He could hear their argument, with Mizuki claiming he was a demon and Iruka defending him. He could see that Iruka was in no shape to fight with the injuries he had sustained while protecting him. Mizuki clearly recognized this too and was preparing to attack Iruka as he reached for another shuriken on his back. Forget worrying about demons and villagers. Right now, he needed to focus. Someone was finally willing to defend him, both physically and mentally. He wasn't about to let him fall victim to cold-hearted cruelty. Pushing his thoughts aside, he launched himself forward and delivered a swift kick to Mizuki's temple, landing between the two Chunin. "Mizuki, if you lay a finger on Iruka-sensei, I will make you regret it." Both men were taken slightly aback by the threat before Mizuki began to laugh. "What do you think you could possibly do to me, demon brat? I am a Chunin, while you couldn't even make genin. I will defeat you, then Iruka. Prepare yourself, boy, because this is the last moment of your life." Mizuki shot forward like a bolt of lightning, intent on finishing the boy quickly. He needed to escape before Anbu figured out where they were. Unfortunately, he realized too late how wrong he was. Just as his kunai was about to pierce the boy's jacket, his target vanished. A little unsettled, he scanned the clearing before catching a glimpse of orange in the trees above him. "Mizuki, for hurting someone who acknowledged me, I will make you feel the same pain 1,000 times. Mizuki was about to retort when he saw Naruto forming an unfamiliar seal. "You wanted this scroll so badly, I will show you one of its secrets. Now you will know the horror of what you could have been." Multiple shadow clone jutsu. In a large puff of smoke, the clearing was filled with orange. The ground, trees, everywhere Mizuki looked, all he saw was orange. "Goodbye, Mizuki." With that, only distant shouts could be heard as one gray-haired Chunin faced overwhelming odds. "I think I overdid it a little," Naruto said, scratching the back of his head as he made his way over to check on Iruka. Seeing the man alive and only slightly injured, he was surprised when Iruka told him to close his eyes. After doing so, he felt a gentle pressure on his head. Again, Iruka spoke, telling him to open his eyes and congratulating him on his graduation. At that moment, Naruto could hardly care about graduation. Instead, he hugged Iruka tightly, grateful for finally being accepted. The sun was beginning to rise by the time Iruka and Naruto reached the Hokage Tower, with a few clones carrying the restrained, bruised Mizuki. As they entered the Hokage's office, they found not only the Hokage but also his two civilian council advisors, Hamura and Kohara. The moment the two advisors saw the orange-clad boy, they stiffened and glared at him, struggling to suppress their disdain. They knew all too well what would happen if they broke Sarutobi's law while he was just a few feet away. Trained to show no emotions, Naruto could see the animosity in their eyes, but it was the old man behind the desk who concerned him most. After all, it was that man he had used his jutsu on to obtain the scroll in the first place. He could only hope the Hokage wouldn't hold that against him. Well, hello Iruka-kun, Naruto-kun. I believe you have something that belongs to me, Naruto? He held out his hand, motioning for Naruto to step forward. The boy looked a bit ashamed as he placed the scroll in the Hokage's hand. First off, I would like to thank you both for your roles in apprehending the traitor Mizuki and protecting the secrets of our village. Naruto, I especially want to thank you for playing the fool to expose this threat. Naruto was taken aback for a moment before he saw the man wink at him. Secondly, I will be granting you both a B-ranked mission success with the corresponding pay. But Hokusama, the boy is not even a ninja of this village. How could he work on, let alone complete, a B-ranked mission? Sarutobi glanced at Hamura before responding. I see he has a headband on his head, signifying him as a shinobi of this village. Isn't that correct, Iruka? Yes, Hokage-sama. While Naruto did not successfully complete the test in school, it was later revealed that he had been sabotaged by Mizuki, who purposely failed him to offer this second graduation test. During our encounter with Mizuki in the forest, he demonstrated he was more than capable of succeeding in his previous test in a combat environment by defeating the Chunin-level shinobi Mizuki. As such, he is more than ready for his life as a shinobi. Iruka stood tall, and the three high-ranking officials could see the pride radiating from him. Naruto awoke well before his alarm, excited that today marked his first real day as a ninja. Finally, he would have a sensei to teach him how to further his skills. Getting out of bed, he switched off his alarm to avoid disturbing anyone. Even though no one willingly lived near him, he didn't want to risk someone claiming he was causing a disturbance. Grabbing his gear for the day, he took a quick shower before dressing in his new equipment and heading to the kitchen for a bowl of cereal. Once finished, he grabbed his ninjutsu, locked his apartment door behind him, and jogged off toward his hideaway. He hadn't planned on getting up so early, but he wasn't about to waste the extra time. Slipping into the tunnel that led to his lair, he soon stood before the familiar racks. Crossing his fingers, he created a few shadow clones and instructed them on which scrolls or books to review, or in a couple of clones' cases, which weapons to train with. After all, muscle memory was a mental task, so it made sense that he could improve his accuracy and reaction time through this method. The only things they couldn't provide him were physical enhancements and directly increasing his chakra capacity, but control, accuracy, knowledge, and reaction should all be well within his grasp. Nodding in approval, he made his way back out into the streets of the village, which were slowly filling with people. The glares he received wouldn't deter him from his destination today, though he noticed that some villagers paused in their glaring to give him other looks. If his attire was different enough to catch their attention, he could only imagine what it would do to his classmates. As he walked, he mentally went over the names of everyone in his graduating class, weighing their strengths and weaknesses. It wasn't until he was almost finished that he realized there would be an odd one out. With this realization came a worry that someone might be made to wait for an opening, and that odd one out might be him. He didn't know who decided the teams, but he couldn't shake the feeling that they might try to complicate his future. Well, there was no point in worrying about something he couldn't change, so he opted to head to the academy, even though it was still a bit early. With any luck, someone would be there to greet him or at least keep him company while they waited. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi was considering the gathered Jonin sensei, all but one, as Kakashi still hadn't shown his face, as usual. Sarutobi knew better than to wait. He knew where the man was but couldn't understand his need to mourn his fallen friends and sensei for so long. Honestly, it had been more than a few years. He should move on. He would address that once again when the man finally showed his masked face. Meanwhile, he would inform the gathered Jonin of their new assignments. Now you all know why you are here. It is time for the Genin team assignments. Some of you have had teams before, while others have not. I will leave it to you to train these genin as a show of my trust in your abilities. Try your best to make them into true Konoha ninja. A chorus of yes resounded through the room from all the jonin present. For those of you who have already looked at the graduating class, You may have made some assumptions about the teams. I will tell you now that we had a late graduate, which threw the numbers off it. But, however, my prior arrangements are mostly the same. Team 1 will be. Sarutobi continued to name off the teams as their sensei wrote down the names to familiarize themselves with who they would be teaching. Team 7, Hataki Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Inuzuka Kiba. Team 8, Yuhi Kurenai, Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, Mogami Harum. Team 9 is still full. Team 10, Sarutobi Asuma, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji. Team 11, Uzumaki Naruto. All the Jonin looked at the Hokage in shock. Excuse me, Tokige-sama, isn't Uzumaki still a genin? Kurenai asked. Yes, he is, Sarutobi replied. Then how can you make him a sensei? What makes you think I made him a sensei? Kurenai studied the man, trying to think of how he wouldn't be considered a sensei. Following the pattern for every other team, by naming Naruto first, that would declare him a sensei. Hokage-sama, I assume that since you named him first. You should know better than to assume. If we lived off assumptions, we would have all been in trouble a long time ago. In a sense, yes, he is a sensei, but not of a team. Had you allowed me to finish, you would understand. I have discussed this with the boys' teacher, Yumino Irika, and my advisors. Since our numbers are off by 1, we have decided that Naruto will be a team unto himself. Therefore, he will be both sensei and student in a one-man cell. He will be allowed missions that I deem he is capable of and can join in on missions that may need just a little extra assistance, but not a full team for backup. At first, the Jonin were shocked, but once the information sank in, they could see the benefits of such an arrangement, though opinions on what that usefulness entailed differed among those gathered. Now you know your teams, be ready to pick them up around noon today so you may get to know them, and if you have time, test them. Dismissed. The gathering soon dispersed until the door closed, signaling the final person leaving. Kakashi, you can come in now. A shadow shot through the window and landed casually in front of the desk. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt the meeting with my late arrival. Cut the chit-chat, Kakashi. I know your teammates and sensei meant a lot to you, but it's time to move on. I want you to start being on time for meetings, especially with this year's team. You have the last Uchiha, and I expect you to train him and help him if he develops his Sharingan. Do not neglect your other students, though. After all, a team is nothing without all its members. Sarutobi locked his eyes on the gray-haired man in front of him. Yes, Hokage-sama, but what about Uzumaki? Your speech doesn't seem to fit all situations. Kakashi grinned, catching the Hokage's slip, at least until the older man laughed. You misinterpreted my meaning, Kakashi. As I said, a team is nothing without its members. Since Naruto can create all the members he wants on the fly, he carries his team everywhere he goes. Had you been here on time, you would have also found out my plans on how to handle this, but since you chose to wait until the last minute and apparently only listened to part of the explanation, you'll just have to find that out yourself. You have Team 7. Be at the school at noon and don't be late. When Naruto first walked into the classroom, he was initially surprised to see that most of the class was already there. They must have been as excited as I am to be assigned to a team. Ah good, Hinata is here already. That makes things a bit easier. Plenty of time for us to get acquainted, or at least for her to recover from fainting. Walking across the room toward the girl, he was stopped halfway by a hand grabbing his wrist. Looking down, he found himself staring into the slitted eyes of an Inuzuka Kiba. What are you doing here, loser? This is only for people that graduated, not failures like you. Kiba bared his teeth in a challenging manner. Check the forehead, moron. I did graduate. Now I suggest you let go before you regret what you are starting. Naruto narrowed his eyes, releasing a hint of his determination, catching Kiba off guard. Recovering quickly, Kiba shot back. Like a loser, like you could do anything to anyone from a clan like mine. I'd tell you to go crying home to your parents, but that would only work if you had some. They probably met a tragic end, assuming they were even ninja. Kiba was about to laugh until he felt a stronger wave of Naruto's resolve wash over him. Naruto could endure many things. He dealt with beatings, verbal abuse, and the inflated prices he had to pay for nearly everything in the village. However, one thing he would not tolerate was anyone speaking ill of his parents. No one may have known who they were, but that didn't mean he would allow anyone to belittle them. He had an image of his parents and how they would have lived. For someone to try to stomp that into the ground was something he would not let slide. Grabbing Kiba's hand, he jerked it free from his wrist before twisting it, causing Kiba to wince in discomfort. Listen well, I may not know who my parents were, but neither does anyone else here. Even so, I will not let you toss around words that tarnish my image of them. If you do so again, you will be off mission duty before you can even start. With another small tug, he caused Kiba to yelp before letting go, ignoring the glare directed at him as he continued walking. He noticed a few looks from the girls, some blushing as they tried to hide their reactions to his choice of attire. On the other side of the room, a lone Uchiha was seething at the attention the blonde was garnering. Attention was being pulled away from him, and that didn't sit well with the Avenger. He was an Uchiha, the elite of the elite. How dare someone try to steal his spotlight? Standing, he made his way over to the blonde. Stop, Dobe. Naruto kept walking, now starting up the steps on the far side of the room toward his target. Not one to be ignored, Sasuke rushed up behind him and forcefully stopped him with a hand gripping his shoulder. I told you to stop, Dobe. You will listen to me when I tell you to do something. Uchiha, I would suggest you remove your hand before it finds itself in a very uncomfortable position. Sasuke, like Kiba, was taken aback for a moment by the coldness in Naruto's voice before anger flooded his thoughts. How dare you threaten me? Have you forgotten who I am? I am the rookie of the year in this class, and as an Uchiha, you should respect me as your superior. Team, the only thing you are superior to me in is your arrogance and ego. Now remove your hand, or I will do it for you. Naruto grabbed a couple of Sasuke's fingers and began to bend them back slowly to drive his point home. By the wincing of Sasuke's eyes, he could tell it was having the desired effect, until Naruto, let Sasuke alone. The dynamic duo entered the scene. The pink-haired girl and her blonde sidekick. How dare you lay your hands on him? You don't deserve to even be in his presence. Even for Sakura, that was a bit harsh. She knew Naruto would be affected by such an outburst. When he fixed his gaze on her, she was caught so off guard that she didn't even realize she was backing away along with Ino. Sakura, I would suggest you keep your voice down. Otherwise, you might make your precious Sasuke deaf along with half the village. Sasuke, you really should keep your friends in line. Otherwise, they might get hurt before you can revive your clan. The class wasn't sure whether to laugh, applaud, or be angry. Sasuke, being the Avenger he was, of course chose the latter and forcefully turned Naruto around. Reacting faster than anyone expected, Naruto drew his ninjutsu and had it placed at Sasuke's neck before the boy even realized the sword had been unsheathed. And you, team, should sit back down like a good boy and brood like you normally do. The Uchiha will not make a comeback without anyone to fill a family dossier. Sasuke was smart enough to recognize the danger he was in with a blade to his throat. Finally, he released his hold on Naruto's shoulder. Good boy. Now run along, I have better things to do than play with you. Making a shooing motion as he turned around and sheathed his blade, Naruto continued up the stairs while Sasuke returned to his seat, resuming his brooding while glaring at the blonde, or at least as much as he could with the two girls arguing over him in his ear about what he would have done to the Dobe if he hadn't been caught off guard. Naruto finally made it to his destination. To the girl whose eyes hadn't left him since he entered the room. He could see her blush after his confrontation with Kiba, and it seemed to have deepened after his most recent one with Sasuke and the girls. Taking the seat next to her, he caught Kiba eyeing him from the front of the room with a scowl on his face. Shoving that to the back of his mind, he turned his focus to the girl next to him. Hey Hinata, what's up? The girl let out a slight gasp at his question. Her crush was actually sitting next to her and talking to her. She couldn't believe her luck lately. First, graduating from the academy, and now the boy she dreamed about for so long was acknowledging her. And no, I'm fine, she finally managed to say. It sounded weak to her, but he didn't seem to mind at all. In fact, he was smiling at her in a way that felt different from how he smiled at anything else. That's good to hear. Hey, I was wondering, later tonight after our team meetings, do you want to grab something to eat? The words slipped out, and a deep crimson blush spread from her neck to her forehead. Before she could faint, he caught her just in time, propping her up in her seat. In that moment, a fist came flying toward him, and without looking, he addressed his assault. What do you want now? You stay away from Hinata. She isn't yours, the irate boy shouted. Really? Tell me how many times she's asked you out. Huh? And how many times has she agreed to go out with you? Nothing again, huh? It seems to me that she doesn't belong to you either. Not that she would even if she did agree to go out with you. Naruto added a bit of pressure to the captured fist, hearing a few bones shift slightly. Remember this well, Inuzuka, because it could be invaluable later in your life. People are not possessions. They are free and have free will. If I ever see you trying to force someone to do something, especially if that person is precious to me, you'll regret it. Do I make myself clear? A few more pops and a hint of his intent made Inuzuka nod before Naruto released him, shooing him away. Turning back to Hinata, he was pleased to see her coming around. Welcome back, Hinata. Did you have a nice dream? In her sleepy days, she answered without realizing it. Yes, I dreamed that Naruto asked me to dinner. What a wonderful dream, but it stopped before I could accept. As she opened her eyes wider, she realized what she had just said and who she had said it to. Instantly, she turned red again, dangerously close to fainting. She hoped her revelation wouldn't scare him away and prayed he would stay near, wishing he might get a little closer. Hinata, that wasn't a dream. If that's your answer, then I'll meet you at Ichiraku's around 6, okay? Hinata's head snapped around, wide-eyed, and she nodded dumbly, expecting to wake up any minute. Before she could respond, the classroom door opened, and the rest of the class walked in, along with Irika, who moved behind his desk. He looked over the gathered former students, noting Naruto's development through his clothing. He got rid of the orange. Maybe he's finally taking this seriously. Okay, everyone listen up. I'm going to call out your teams, and I'd like you to sit according to them after I'm finished. Team 1. Like the Hokage the day before, Irika went through the list, naming each group and noting the reactions. Sakura was thrilled to be on the same team as Sasuke, though slightly disgruntled that Kiba would be there too. At least she could handle him better than Naruto. Hinata, Shino, and Harem were mostly indifferent, though Hinata's head drooped a bit since Naruto wouldn't be on her team. Shikamaru was asleep, and Choji sat munching on a bag of chips while Ino ranted about being on their team. When he got to the last team, Irika wanted to ensure the decision was okay with Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, would you follow me for a moment? Naruto was a bit confused but followed the Chunin out the door, stopping only once to glare at Kiba when he heard the dog boy call out to the rest of the class. I knew he didn't really pass. Clenching his fists, he stepped outside as Irika pushed the door shut. Naruto, I'm not supposed to do this, but I think it's only fair. As you probably realized, you are the odd one out. This doesn't usually happen, but when it does, we typically hold the extra person until the next set of graduates. We cannot add you to a current team, as that would unbalance the system we use for 3-person cells. So basically, I'm going to have to wait until the next class graduates before I can go on missions, even though I graduated, Naruto said through clenched teeth. Irika sighed. He knew he had to tell the boy the Hokage's plans, but that didn't mean he liked the idea. Naruto, the Hokage decided to give you a unique chance. This has never been done before, so let me explain everything before you make a decision. Receiving a nod, he continued. The Hokage has decided to make you a team in and of itself. That means you will have no teammates, and due to the low number of active Jonin, you won't have a sensei either. Any missions you do will be approved based on what the Hokage believes you are capable of. You will also be able to join a team as backup on a difficult mission if he decides it would be beneficial. Naruto, I can't stress how unique this situation is, and it is completely untested. I'm offering you a chance to back out and wait for a full team with a sensei. He watched as emotions played across the blonde's face, making him unreadable in the situation. After a few minutes to consider his options, Naruto looked up at Irika and gave his biggest smile. Sensei, I have only one favor to ask. Announce to the class that I accept this privilege, but on one condition. I don't want an assigned sensei. If someone comes along and wants to teach me something, then so be it, but aside from that, I don't want anyone forced into that position. It would only be detrimental to the system. Irika could tell by the mischief in the boy's eyes that he would not be swayed on the matter. Resigning himself to his fate, he nodded before re-entering the room. The students looked on in confusion as Naruto made his way back to Hinata, leaning against the wall behind her since his previous seat was now occupied by one of her new teammates. Looking through the class, Irika suddenly felt nervous about what he was about to do. The Hokage was making him place a new marker in history with this simple action. Never before had there been a one-man ninja cell, especially not one without a sensei. Sighing again, he addressed the class. For those of you wondering, Naruto has indeed graduated, but this has caused a bit of a shift in our numbers. Normally, we would hold back the odd person until a full team is formed, but the Hokage has decided to offer Naruto a unique opportunity, which he has accepted. Naruto is now officially Team 11 and will not have a Jonin sensei. He paused as the information sank in. Shock, awe, humor, and anger were all present in the room. Uchiha Sasuke was the first to recover. Why does the dope get such an offer and not an Uchiha? He'll get himself killed walking out of the mission hall. Naruto simply shook his head, while Ino supported Sasuke's reasoning. Sakura, however, wanted to stay on Sasuke's team. Kiba followed Sasuke's lead, saying, he probably got put by himself because Hokage-sama knew that no one would want to team up with the loser. Some people laughed openly, but Naruto let the insults wash over him as he leaned against the wall, indifferent to their words. That is enough. Irika shouted in response to their remarks. I will not have anyone talking down to their allies. Since he may at some point be assigned to work with you, you should show some respect. He might save your life one day. The dobe couldn't save a cat from drowning in a dried-up well. Another round of laughter followed, and Irika was furious. Uchiha Sasuke, as your superior, you will listen to me when I tell you to remain silent. PFT, you are not my superior. I am the last Uchiha, and you should show me respect and listen to what I say. Before Irika could scold him, there was a brief breeze and a flash of light before Sasuke felt cold steel against his throat. Irika, having missed Naruto's previous actions, was shocked by the speed at which he moved. Oh, Sasuke-chan, Naruto said in a sing-song voice. I suggest you apologize to Irika-sensei, as you have yet to be accepted by your Jonin-sensei. He still has the right to send you back to the academy until you are picked up by Kakashi-san. Dobe, you probably aren't even holding the right edge of the blade to my neck, and yet you dare to threaten me? Just wait until I gain my Sharingan, and I will show you just how fragile you really are. But you don't have your Sharingan yet, Uchiha-chan, and there's no guarantee you ever will. For all we know, you might just be meant to pass on your genes to a new generation while the rest of us do the hard work. Leaning in closer so only Sasuke could hear, he added, besides, you wouldn't want to risk dying before you can take him down, would you? That did it for Sasuke. Swinging a kunai, he pushed the blade away from his throat and sidestepped to get around Naruto's defenses. He lunged with the kunai, aiming for Naruto's chest, causing the boy to fall backward, spinning slightly before landing face down. His classmates gasped in horror at his actions while Sasuke stood above the blonde, breathing heavily. Shaking off his shock, Irika rushed over to check Naruto's vitals while Sasuke began to smirk. I told you you were worthless. I just didn't know you were that bad. Clef, clef, clef. Everyone turned at the sound of hands meeting hands, only to be met with a blank wall. Not bad, Sasuke-chan, but not good either. A figure emerged from the wall, taking the shape of Naruto, who was staring at Sasuke with his hands still together from his last clap. Maybe next time you'll be good enough to tell if it's really me attacking you. As he said that, the Naruto on the floor burst into smoke. A bunshin. Irika looked shocked at first, then smiled, then frowned as he turned to Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, you attacked and attempted to harm a fellow Leaf Shinobi. PSH, I was only trying to scare him. How could I know that his reaction time was so slow that he couldn't dodge such a simple strike? Regardless, you attacked him. This will be brought before the council to decide a fitting punishment. Sasuke smirked, knowing the council would likely do nothing more than give him a slap on the wrist, if that. Before he could retort, Naruto cut him off. Don't worry about it, Iruka-sensei. It was only a bunshin after all, and a low-powered one at that. HN. See, the dobe knows his. Besides, it's not like Sasuke-chan can hurt me anyway. At least not with that slow movement. Now, since I don't have a sensei to wait for, I'll thank you for excusing me. With that, he walked to the door and left the classroom. Turning to glare at the Uchiha once more, despite his astonishment at how Naruto had waved off the situation, Iruka gave him one last warning. Naruto is a special case. Had you done that to anyone else here, they could have been seriously injured, and their blood would have been on your hands. This is the only warning I will give you. Do not even think of attacking a Konoha ninja again. He then sat at his desk and addressed the class. Before I leave, I would like to say that it has been a pleasure to know most of you during this class, and I wish you all a safe and productive ninja career. With that, he left them with a shunshin. In the classroom, silence reigned as everyone processed what they had seen and heard that day. This silence was broken by the first of the Jonin entering the room. Team 8. Follow me, please. Team 10. Let's go. As people started to leave with their sensei, Kiba made one last attempt at Hinata on her way out, but his hand never reached its target as a small cloud of bugs blocked its path. Looking up, he found the glasses of the ever-stoic Shino facing him. I suggest you leave her be, Kiba-san. She does not wish for your advances, and angering Naruto-san is inadvisable. Kiba could only stare in shock at the boy, having always thought Shino was mute. As Shino caught up with his team, Hinata turned to him. Thank you, Shino-san. Do not worry about it. I simply didn't want to see Kiba endanger himself while Naruto was around. Startled, Hinata took one last glance around the room, catching a glimpse of a blur outside the window. She assumed it was Naruto and silently thanked him for looking out for her. A click of the door handle was the only warning the Hokage received before Naruto burst into the office. Hey Aji-san, why did you leave me alone? You didn't even assign me a sensei. Ah, Naruto-kun, I'm glad to see you. I expected you would come by for this discussion. To answer your question, I need to ask you one in return, and I expect an honest answer. Suddenly, the man behind the desk transformed from the cheerful Hokage into the serious leader of a ninja village. Who trained you, and how powerful are you? Naruto scratched the back of his head and smiled, unfazed by Sarutobi's shift in demeanor or the intensity directed at him. Heh, I'm not sure what you mean, but I'll do my best to answer. No one trained me, and I'm stronger than I let on in the academy. I can't tell you exactly how powerful I am because I don't really have anything to measure myself against, at least not without revealing my strengths. Okay, then how about this? Why did you hide your strength in the academy? Now it was Naruto's turn to be serious. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. You know about the hardships I've faced since I was little. What do you think would have happened if they knew the demon child of Konoha had any power? Now that I understand what's inside me, I'm even prouder of my decision. People would have thought it was the demon getting stronger, and they might have tried to get rid of me long ago. But now that I'm a shinobi, they can't touch me. The old man recognized the wisdom in Naruto's words and found himself agreeing. He had thought he knew the boy, but with each revelation, more questions arose. Then where did your knowledge come from? You clearly know much more than a typical academy student should. Plus, you took down a Chunin, even if it was with a forbidden technique. I can't help but think you're holding back more than you're sharing. The skills you've shown aren't something one just picks up. Naruto chuckled, leaving the Hokage puzzled. Actually, Aji-san, that's exactly what happened. Since I was young, starting in the orphanage, I was neglected. I didn't get enough food or new clothes, so I took matters into my own hands and started rummaging through trash to find useful things. I often found discarded weapons and scrolls, which I hid around the village for safekeeping. I knew not to keep them in the orphanage as someone would just take them, claiming I stole them. Once I was thrown out, it became even more crucial to fend for myself. I sold some of the items I found to buy food, even though the prices were unfair. But at least I was alive. One night, while escaping from a group of villagers, I stumbled upon a hidden place. It was well concealed and surprisingly spacious. After clearing it out, I began storing my finds there. A year or two later, I learned to read and was given my apartment. Once I had that, I studied everything I had collected. Learning about chakra control was the hardest, but I practiced until I got it right. It was while reading one of my books, An Old History of Konoha, that I learned about the Yondaime and what he accomplished. He became my idol, and I decided to become a ninja. From that point on, I focused on my collection and continued to search for anything useful. Eventually, I started training and testing myself. I watched other ninjas train to get ideas when I got stuck, but mostly it was reading and practicing on my own. I pulled pranks around the village to see my limits. When I discovered what they were, I trained harder to surpass them. The only challenge was getting materials for my pranks, but I managed that with trips to certain training grounds and some rather ambitious villagers. I gathered forgotten weapons and scrolls from training grounds and studied how ninjas trained, taking notes to review later. Most of my prank materials came from traps. It seemed some people decided to set traps in my apartment to try and harm me. By that point, I had pranked so much that I learned how the traps worked and could dismantle them. I took notes and incorporated them into my pranks, though on a less dangerous scale. The ninjutsu I carry is from one elaborate trap and is one of my prized possessions. The rest was quite fun to gather. Ever notice how few weapons and supplies are left behind in Training Ground 44 after previous Chunin exams? That's right, nothing went to waste. A huge smile spread across his face as he finished. The Hokage was initially shocked, then angry. Are you insane? Do you know how dangerous that forest is? You could have been killed by any number of things. Oh, calm down, Gigi-san. I'm still here. Besides, I like that forest. Since no one ever goes there, it's kind of peaceful. A great place for jutsu scrolls and other supplies too. As far as danger goes, it's proven less lethal than the village. At least for me. The Sandaime couldn't believe it. Here was a freshly graduated genin telling him that the Forest of Death was peaceful while admitting that people had broken into his apartment and set traps to harm him. Yet, he seemed completely unfazed by it all. Even Itachi, the prodigious Uchiha, had never liked venturing into that forest alone when he first joined Anbu. Yet here was a boy, without a team or sensei, claiming he went there to see what he could find after the Chunin hopefuls had passed through. Speaking of which, he asked, Naruto, if you collected items after the Chunin exams, have you come across bodies in there as well? Well, sure I have. It would be kind of hard to get weapons off of living people. Didn't it bother you at all? I've seen many such exams, and some of them can get rather chaotic. Sure, I was bothered by it at first, but then my survival instincts kicked in. I figured, hey, they're gone, so it would be a waste to let perfectly good stuff just rot out there. Itachi couldn't believe the simplicity of Naruto's thought process, yet he could see the immense intelligence behind it. He had never heard of any ninja attempting to train themselves without assistance. He wondered, with a hint of regret, just how far Naruto could have progressed with proper guidance. He was pulled from his thoughts as he registered Naruto speaking again. Sorry, what was that, Naruto? I said, when am I starting missions? Since I don't have a sensei, I can't really wait to be ordered to do something, right? Right. Well, since it is team selection day and missions won't be assigned to most teams until after they are tested, which means about 2 days. I will leave that up to you. Tested? Tested for what? We're already genin. That is true, but that was only to see if you were mentally capable of being genin. The real test will be held tomorrow morning and will focus on the true aspects of what it means to be in a ninja cell. You mean like teamwork and safety, right? Sarutobi smiled, delighted that Naruto had figured out the secret behind the test without even needing a description. Yes, Naruto, and you have just proven that you are indeed capable of becoming a genin. There are those who believe they are better than others or that they don't need help to achieve their goals. They won't work well in a cell, and since we operate, with one exception, in cells, they would struggle in this environment and be sent back to the academy repeatedly until they realize that. I see. It makes sense. If you don't watch your teammates' backs, why should they watch yours, right? At that point, everyone is just fighting for themselves, and a battle would quickly become a disaster if the opposing side works together. With every word he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen grew prouder of the boy in front of him. If only all the students had his outlook, but he knew that was a wishful thought. Very good, Naruto. You are proving yourself to be better than many of your peers already. So, getting back to your question, I believe you can start missions as soon as you're ready. Well then, I'll start now if you'll let me. If that is what you want, you can head down to the mission hall and hand them this scroll. They will know what to give you after they've read it. Thank you, Aji-san. I'll make you proud. Bowing, Naruto left the old man to his work. You already have, Naruto-kun. You already have. Sighing, he returned to his paperwork, his thoughts occasionally drifting back to the boy who had come and the man who had left. Already, he was well on his way to his dream. If that was still his dream. He could no longer be sure of anything about the boy except one thing. He would be great. Down in the mission room, Naruto walked in to see a bored Chunin sitting behind a table laden with scrolls and documents, all official missions for Konoha, separated by rank. Approaching the table, he handed the scroll to the Chunin, who, without looking up, grabbed it and read it. Almost mechanically, he picked a mission scroll from the D-rank pile and tossed it to the boy in front of him. Naruto caught the scroll and headed out the door. There had been no conversation between the two, but it didn't matter to Naruto. He had his first official mission now, and it was to find Tora, the fire daimyo's wife's cat. It had escaped and was last seen in the woods near Training Ground 3. Well, no time to lose. Mission scroll in hand, he headed off to Training Ground 3. When he arrived, he saw it was just an average training ground with 3 posts and a memorial stone. The only unique thing he noticed was a masked man standing in front of the memorial stone, staring at it. He cautiously approached, making sure to make a bit of noise so he wouldn't startle the man. Scaring a ninja is never a good idea if you value your life. Oi, did you know some of them? Without turning, the man replied, yes. My teammates and my sensei. That was years ago. I really shouldn't still beat myself up over it, but I just can't seem to let go. I see. I'm sorry for your losses, but you should really think about what they would have wanted. I'm sure there are more productive ways to spend your time than staring at a stone all day. It's clear you're a ninja, so I would suggest training more, so you can protect those still alive. That way, you won't have to stare at more names than you already are. The man's eyes widened at the simple revelation, and he turned around to see who had given him such advice, only to find no one there. Turning back, he glanced at the names again. Is that your way of letting me know it's okay? Fine, I will make you all proud. Obito-rin. Sensei. With a swift movement, the man was gone, leaving one unnoticed genin shuffling through the brush, tracking a cat. Naruto quickly closed in on his target and soon spotted it playing with a flower in a small clearing. Creating some shadow clones, he set them up in a perimeter before he himself moved in to confront the feline. Hey there, duh. I read that you're a ferocious beast, but you don't look that mean to me. What do you say we get you back so you can see your owner again? You must miss her. Tora, the fierce feline, darted into the brush, only to let out a yowl moments later as a clone emerged, gently cradling the now purring Tora while petting her. He handed her over to the real Naruto, who continued the affectionate gesture as he made his way back to the mission hall. Tora dozed off halfway there, enjoying the attention, but was abruptly awakened upon arrival at the mission hall when the daimyo's wife scooped her up in a tight embrace. Naruto couldn't help but feel sympathy for the cat as he approached the Chunin to submit the mission scroll. Without looking up, the Chunin took the scroll and reviewed the report. His eyes widened in astonishment when he finally recognized Naruto. You beat the old record. No, you shattered it. How? What are you talking about? Once he confirmed the woman had left, he turned back to Naruto. That cat is the bane of Konoha's genin teams. It runs off so often that it has become somewhat of a competition among them. I guess you can't really blame the cat, considering how it's treated. Anyway, you took less than half an hour to successfully retrieve it, beating the old record by over 2 hours. Not to mention you did it solo. Teams have spent days on this mission before. This one is definitely going in the books. Well, you're dismissed. Excellent job. What? That's it? One mission and I'm off duty? Isn't that a bit light? Naruto asked, feeling a bit confused. It wasn't anywhere near a time that would leave him with nothing to do, especially with his dinner plans with Hinata, assuming she remembered. Well, I suppose you could take another mission. We don't normally have people complete them so quickly, and most genin aren't that eager to do D ranks. I don't think I qualify as most genin. I believe in making the most of what I'm given. Right now, I have time on my hands, so I might as well do some more missions, right? Sure, I guess. Well, I have fence painting, weeding a garden, cleaning out gutters, helping with a house move, picking apples. He was cut off by Naruto. Just give me 10 or so, and I'll be on my way. Slightly confused, the Chunin selected 10 various missions and handed them to Naruto. I guess I'll see you in a few days. Naruto smirked before walking out the door, leaving the Chunin feeling a bit unsettled. Once outside the mission building, Naruto formed his familiar cross and, in a cloud of smoke, summoned a small battalion of clones. Alright, guys, form up in 10 lines. As he waited for the clones to follow his orders, he reviewed the scrolls he had been given. They were all menial tasks, but he knew he couldn't expect much as a fresh genin. Stealing his resolve, he handed a scroll to the first clone in each line. Okay guys, you have your missions, now go get them done. A resounding yash echoed back before a blur of blonde, black, and green shot off to their designated tasks around the village. As the clones dispersed, Naruto took a seat on a nearby bench and pulled out a scroll he had stored earlier. There was no point in wasting time just sitting there. Over the next few hours, clones reported back and dispersed, allowing him to write mission reports based on their memories. In between reports, he had plenty of time to study his current scroll on basic kenjutsu forms. He already knew the basics, but there was no harm in going more in-depth. With the Kage Bunshin technique at his disposal, he could study while the clones completed the missions. This way, he could earn money to support himself and improve his skills simultaneously. By mid-afternoon, after a quick lunch between clone reports, he decided to pack up his belongings and submit his reports. Entering the mission hall again, he found the same Chunin sitting there, looking just as bored as before, if not more so. Clearing his throat to alert the man of his presence, Naruto laid the mission scrolls on the table. The Chunin lifted his head. All finished. You can verify if you like, but if you don't mind, I have things to do this afternoon, so I'll take my leave. Bowing slightly, Naruto walked out of the room toward his next destination. Back in the exam room, the Chunin could only stare at the boy's back as he left. Realizing what he had just witnessed, his eyes widened as he picked up the first scroll. Opening it, he checked the report, scanning the usual lackluster information typical of a D-rank report. When he reached the end, he found the required signature proving the mission was completed successfully. Not only that, but he discovered a note praising the genin's performance. Quickly sifting through the rest of the missions, he saw that each one was similar, with many containing notes admiring the boy's eagerness to do the best job he could. He honestly didn't think someone could receive such high praise for painting a fence or walking dogs, but there it was. What puzzled him was how a lone genin could accomplish so much in a week, let alone half a day. Naruto had completed all the missions in half the time it would take a lone jonin. He had seen genin teams with overly eager jonin sensei take longer. There was something unusual here, and he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He would bring it up with the Hokage as soon as his replacement arrived. Speaking of which, the door opened, and another Chunin walked in, looking a little sheepish. Sorry, I had a little trouble at home, so it took me longer than I thought to get here. Don't worry about it. Because you were late, I got to see something extraordinary, so we'll call it even. If you'll excuse me, I need to go see the Hokage about a certain matter from today's missions. With that, he walked out and headed to the Hokage Tower. After signing in at the secretary's desk and receiving permission to enter, he found himself in front of the leader of the village. Hokage-sama, I have some information that I believe you would be interested in. It concerns a certain whiskered individual. Waiting for the sign to continue, he took in the man sitting behind the desk. The god of shinobi in his prime felt a twinge of embarrassment that such a legendary figure was now bogged down with paperwork. His thoughts were interrupted when Sarutobi turned to face the new arrival, directing his attention to the Chunin. "Sir, one Uzumaki Naruto came in for missions today. I was unaware that we had a one-man cell, so I was a bit skeptical but assigned him a D-rank mission anyway. He caught Tora in about 24 minutes. The old record was 2 hours and 47 minutes. He completely shattered it." Sarutobi was taken aback. Normally, catching a stray pet wouldn't elicit such a reaction, but this was Tora, the cat many claimed was possessed by a demon. Furthermore, he asked for more missions. There was nothing to indicate he couldn't take on more than the required amount, but when he requested multiple at once, I reluctantly granted them and sent him on his way. I don't have times for each mission since he did them back to back, I assume. Regardless, he once again defied expectations and completed them all just before I arrived here. Normally, I would be pleased that a team would be willing to take on multiple missions, but to do 11 solo in half a day? Sir, I don't know how to proceed with this. We've never encountered a situation like this before. Issue? I don't see any issue here. If anything, it's a blessing. D-rank and low C-rank missions have been piling up lately. It seems some people are getting a bit too comfortable, but there's not much we can do about that. To have anyone willing to take on multiple missions in that range of difficulty is not something we should dismiss. Please inform the other mission distributors. Uzumaki is to be assigned as many D-rank and any low C-rank missions that keep him within the village. If any issues arise, you may contact me to sort them out. Otherwise, just continue as normal. With any luck, he'll do enough to reduce the backlog of repeat requests that end up on my desk every day. Dismissed. The Chunin hesitated but bowed and left the office, stopping by the mission hall to relay the Sandame's orders to the new man behind the desk, who was equally astonished. This news would spread throughout the mission hall, first by word of mouth and later through a posted memo. Though the note didn't mention a name, everyone would know it was Naruto, the only one to ask for multiple missions at a time. Heading to his apartment, Naruto reflected on his day's events. He had asked Hinata out to dinner, been assigned as a one-man team, and would get to do missions alone unless another team needed assistance. He had encountered a couple of individuals trying to persuade him to their views, one even going so far as to think they had defeated him. He spoke with Hokage Jiji and explained his actions. Then he took on 11 D-rank missions while all the other genin wouldn't be starting their first mission for at least another day. After a quick shower and change at his apartment, he made a brief stop before heading to Ichiraku's to meet Hinata. So far, it had been a very productive and fulfilling day. As he turned the last corner, he spotted a scene that put him on high alert. There in front of Ichiraku's was Hinata, her back against a lamp post, hands pushed against her chest by someone making unwanted advances. Picking up his pace, he got close enough to intervene just as the boy made one last push on the frightened Hinata, who was clearly struggling. Instead of the boy's lips meeting hers, they connected with Naruto's fist. Usually, a fist meeting a face wouldn't be such a big deal, but when that fist was moving at high speed, it made for a rather painful experience. The boy was sent flying back a few yards, clutching his now bleeding jaw. "I suggest you don't try that again," Naruto warned. "I told you this morning not to force yourself on anyone, yet you still think it's acceptable to try kissing my date while she was waiting for me. Now, get lost before I really make you regret it." This would have been effective if Naruto were known for his strength, but he had a reputation as the village fool, despite his recent accomplishments. Kiba, knowing he had bested Naruto in numerous academy spars, dismissed the incident as luck. Now, however, he no longer had the element of surprise. You may have gotten a lucky shot, but if I beat you down now, Hinata will have to recognize me as the alpha while you run home. So why don't you just give up and let me have Hinata like you should? I can't let you have Hinata-chan. So you're foolish enough to fight me head-on out in the open? You're even dumber than I thought. By now, a small crowd had gathered, egging Kiba on as they encouraged him to teach the demon a lesson. "No, you fool. I can't let you have her because she is not mine to give. She is no one's to give. Like I told you this morning, people are not possessions. That clearly didn't register the first time, so I can only hope your limited brain can grasp it now. Hinata is free to choose who she wants to be with. Whether that is me, you, or anyone else is entirely up to her. The whole alpha male thing may work within your clan, but this is the real world. Out here, there are different rules, and if you don't follow them, there will be consequences. One such rule is not making unwanted advances on the opposite section. No means no, and from what I saw earlier, you went far beyond that. Naruto could see the anger in Kiba's eyes, mirrored by the tension in his own clenched fists. Instinctively, he positioned himself between Kiba and Hinata, ready to defend her if necessary. Crouching low, Kiba let out a low growl. Akamaru was at home resting off his recent cold, but that didn't matter. He wouldn't need help to finish this quickly, and it seemed the onlookers agreed. Every few seconds he could hear them saying, "Looks like we get to see the demon bleed again," or, "Hey, maybe he'll actually cry this time." Kiba's confidence soared as his keen ears picked up each remark, though they puzzled him at the same time. Then, without warning, he was off, closing the distance between himself and his target in mere seconds. One of the advantages of being part of his clan was that running was second nature to him. He had to sprint around his clan's compound multiple times before even leaving for the academy in the morning. Not that he minded, it was just Akamaru's morning walk. He was now far too fast for any ordinary academy graduate to follow, let alone react to. Naruto, however, was no ordinary fresh academy graduate. Before Kiba was even a foot from his starting point, the blonde had already drawn his ninjutsu for the third time that day. Kiba, with too much momentum, could only widen his eyes as he saw the blade drawn from its sheath. The crowd gasped at the flash of metal. There was no time for them to react as Naruto shifted into a crouch, and the hand holding the sword moved with lightning speed. Time seemed to slow as Naruto stood up and walked back toward Hinata. He could see the shock in her eyes and knew what she was thinking. "Don't worry, Hinata. I only hit him with the pommel. He just had the wind knocked out of him. He should be able to move again soon enough. Now, let's get going or we're going to be late." Hinata glanced back at Kiba. She could see the slight shuddering in his shoulders, indicating he was still alive and by the looks of it, trying to catch his breath as his mouth hung open. She was pulled from her observations when Naruto motioned for her to follow him. Still a little stunned by the day's events, she found herself in a daze as she fell into step with him, unaware they were heading away from their meeting point. As they turned a corner, Kiba finally managed to catch his breath. Glancing around, he found no trace of the dobe or his desired companion, but he did see the shocked and slightly disheartened expressions of the villagers who had gathered. Why were they downcast? He was the one who had been humiliated. It then hit him. He had just been soundly defeated by the lowest-ranked student in the middle of the street. Grinding his teeth, he stomped off toward his clan's compound. He would demand his mom to increase his training. No one at the bottom of the class was going to beat him. As Naruto walked down the hall to his little retreat, he found himself recalling the events of the afternoon. Aside from the incident with Kiba outside of Ichiraku's, the day had gone great. Hinata was slightly surprised that Naruto had taken her to an actual restaurant, and though they were a bit underdressed for the place, it didn't really matter. After all, this was a ninja village, so while it was rare to see people dressed as ninjas in such a restaurant, it wasn't unheard of. Thankfully, it had been a newer place that had little to no knowledge of his reputation. They got a booth that was out of sight of most of the floor, and Naruto chose the seat that was least visible. It wasn't that he was embarrassed to be seen on a date, quite the opposite, but he didn't want to subject Hinata to the discrimination he was so used to facing. The meal was perfect, and they ate in comfortable silence. Hinata displayed her well-practiced manners while eating with grace. Naruto surprised Hinata by showing he was capable of above-average table etiquette, making her think of the possibility of him dining with her family. After dinner, which he paid for after letting her know he had taken on some missions and had a little money to spend, they walked through the darkening streets of Konoha. He kept an eye out for unfavorable reactions so he could avoid confrontations if possible. His caution proved unnecessary, as he only noticed some glares but no hostile actions. For now, at least. Most likely, they would wait until he didn't have a member of such a prestigious clan with him. That was fine. He was an official ninja now, and there were more laws in place since his graduation. Specifically, laws that prevented villagers from attacking shinobi. This meant he could retaliate, and while it wouldn't allow him to harm them, he was permitted to detain them and turn them in. It might not mean much immediately, but eventually they would realize there were consequences. He wasn't naive enough to expect more than a night in custody at most, but anything was better than the nod of approval they received from the civilian council in the past. Opening the door to his personal vault, he saw his clones still hard at work. He was pleased to notice that the ones he had given reading material to were now looking through more scrolls than he had provided. One nearby was just finishing a scroll on one-handed seals. Before it could get up to grab another scroll, Naruto dispelled it. The effect was not immediate as he had believed it would be, but the knowledge did come. Not only that, but it seemed to spread to the other clones as he noticed some practicing jutsu were incorporating the one-handed seals into their training. Smiling at the progress, he began dispelling clones as they finished their current projects, getting a slight headache when he dispelled multiple clones at once. After absorbing their knowledge, he practiced a few jutsu himself using both one- and two-handed seals. He soon found that two-handed seals provided a bit more power to any jutsu he chose, but he could easily see where one-handed seals could be useful if one of his hands were injured or occupied, say by his sword. Oddly enough, the scroll that contained the one-handed seals was the only one he had found, and it was still in its packaging. He wasn't sure why someone would discard something so useful, but he wasn't about to complain. He conducted a few more tests to see how many of his theories on clone usage worked. Knowledge was an obvious gain as he steadily absorbed the experiences of his clones. He learned this earlier as they dispelled after completing their missions. A few kunai tosses didn't yield much, but that wasn't all his clones had practiced throwing. Setting the kunai aside, he pulled out one of his less proficient weapons, a hand axe. It wasn't really a ninja weapon, especially since this one had once been a wood-chopping hatchet. He had made a new handle for it, and it was at least passable for its former job. Now, though, he was using it for throwing practice. Drawing his arm back, he threw the axe at one of his targets, hitting it a bit low and to the right. Not enough to be considered accurate, but after a few more throws, he found he was consistent, definitely more so than he had been on previous attempts, as the gouges in the floor and wall could attest. Next, he did a quick lap around the ceiling to check his control. Again, like the kunai practice, there wasn't much to see, but he would keep it up regardless, as it couldn't hurt and might show results over time. After all, his chakra control wasn't horrid, and there was only so far one could improve before it was no longer in leaps and bounds. His last remaining test was reaction time. He already had a fast reaction time, born from many years of trying to avoid being beaten and stabbed. It was a necessary trait, as many times it was drunks who assaulted him. With their impaired senses, their aim was often very poor. As such, he had to maneuver himself to make their weapons hit non-vital areas. However, it never hurt to improve even one's best skills, so he made a clone and had it start throwing rubber ball at him, which he tried his best to avoid. He had never really had anyone to practice this with, and had he suddenly started dodging things the villagers threw at him before he had extra backing, it would have made things worse for him over time. Now, though, he would use this dodging practice as a starting point and judge over the next few weeks whether his reflexes were improving. After half an hour of dodging ball thrown at random speeds in inconsistent patterns, he had a general idea of his abilities. While far from superhuman, they were at least good enough that he could make several clones and have them practice with more dangerous objects. Dismissing the clone, he set out some new materials for when he set up his clones tomorrow before heading to his apartment for a full night of rest. Yes, only rest. Another trait he had acquired over the years. After numerous break-ins at his apartment, he was able to enter a sleep-like state while keeping his senses alert. This allowed him to hear when something was happening nearby and take appropriate action. If a gas bomb was thrown through his window, he could hold his breath and turn on the fan in his room to disperse the gas before it could do any harm. If someone broke in through his door, he could hide or leave before they reached his bedroom. Sure, they would tear apart his place and set up traps, but that just gave him more supplies to work with. In most cases, he would sell the trap parts and use the money to replace anything that had been destroyed beyond repair. Since he didn't keep much in his apartment, he never really had to replace much, though it would still cost him quite a lot. Taking up a meditative position in the center of his bed, he slowly drifted off into semi-consciousness as he waited for a new day to come. Across the village, in a compound far too large for one person, sat a lone boy in a quiet house on a vacant street. Uchiha Sasuke was fuming at what the dead last had done to him that morning in the classroom. Not only had he taken his rightful attention away and ignored him, but the boy also had the nerve to think he could outwit and defeat an Uchiha. Punishment would be too kind for someone with such audacity. No, he would ensure that something much worse was brought upon the insignificant worm that had humiliated him today. No one humiliates an Uchiha and gets away with it, no one. Finishing his meal, he went out to his training area and threw himself at the posts once again. It was the only thing he had to do around here, but that night he seemed to have a renewed vigor. He wasn't going to chance having a weak moment ever again. No, the dobe would not catch him off guard when next they met. He would make sure of that. The only desire he had was to awaken his Sharingan. Having that would ensure his victory over the blonde. Now all he had to do was pass some test tomorrow. He hoped it would be a skills test so he wouldn't need to worry about his teammates. Why did he even have a team anyway? The dobe didn't have one, yet he, an Uchiha, was given a team and a sensei. At least he could agree with his sensei, the famed Hatake Kakashi, the copy ninja, a man said to know over 1,000 jutsu. Yes, this man could help him go far. Dreaming of unleashing high-rank jutsu against his helpless brother was more than satisfying. Sure, it was all in his head, but it made him feel a little better at the time, watching his imaginary battle with his brother while his brother begged for mercy, which he would not grant. It was these dreams that allowed him to fall asleep with a smirk on his face. In another section of Konoha, another boy was seething. Inuzuka Kiba sat at his family's diner table, frustration evident in his eyes. Not only did the dead last have the nerve to hurt him in front of the whole class, but he also took a girl who should only belong to the alpha male, something he had proven over the years at the academy that Naruto was definitely not. Then, as if that wasn't enough, the blonde attacked him right when he was about to make his claim on Hinata. Right in front of a crowd of villagers, he had been humiliated yet again, unable to retaliate as the air left his lungs. Naruto felt and smelled much better after a nice hot shower. Now dressed in a fresh set of clothes, he grabbed the stack of scrolls his clones had left on the kitchen table, along with the scroll containing his findings from his surprise mission, before heading out the door. He sped off toward the Hokage Tower, unaware that another group of his more tumultuous classmates was heading the same way through the streets as he jumped from rooftop to rooftop overhead. He arrived at the tower in no time and walked in, completely ignoring the secretary as she called after him to wait. Pushing open the door, he strode in with a huge smile on his face. "Hey, Ajiji-san." He looked at the older man just in time to see a flash of orange drop out of his line of sight behind the desk. "Ah, Naruto-kun. I didn't expect you here so soon," the Hokage said with a mild blush. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the old man's unease. "Clearly. So, I trust everything went well on your mission?" "As well as a mission can go when you're in a dark tunnel surrounded by unsettling experiments," he replied, tossing the mission scroll and the storage scroll to the Hokage, who caught both easily. Knowing what the mission scroll contained, the Hokage opened it just enough to write his signature before storing it in a safe behind him. Turning back to his desk, he addressed the storage scroll and began to examine the map Naruto had drawn on its surface, scowling slightly. "Naruto, I'm glad that you drew such a detailed map, but it doesn't really help us much." Naruto sighed at once again being underestimated. "Aji-san, please don't make me explain it." Seeing the confused look on the Hokage's face, he sighed before walking up to the desk and channeling chakra into one of the seals, allowing a scroll to pop out. Sarutobi scratched the back of his head and let out an embarrassed laugh while Naruto rolled his eyes and returned to his earlier position, waiting patiently while Sarutobi read through a few of the scrolls. The Hokage's eyebrows raised almost as often as scowls crossed his face as more information was revealed to him. When he was nearing the end of the third scroll, Naruto decided to explain the other items he had sealed. "Aji-san, Before you get too far and I fall asleep, I just want to point out 2 important things I sealed in there. Pointing to the seals off to the side, he explained each one. This one holds a scroll that contains the lair's armory, and this one contains the library. I figured you would want to look through them. There could be important information in the library, and the weapons could restock our own armory a bit. Channeling chakra into the 2 seals, he revealed scrolls labeled Armory and Library. Opening the Armory scroll first, he was surprised to see how organized it was. Weapons were arranged by type and size, with descriptions and quantities clearly written. Now curious, he set the Armory scroll aside and opened the Library scroll. Inside, it began with an alphabetical listing of books followed by categories of jutsu scrolls, all arranged by type, rank, and name. Rolling up the 2 scrolls, he set them aside and looked at Naruto with a gleaming smile. Taking out a sheet of paper, he wrote a few things down before signing and handing it over to Naruto, who looked down and read to himself. S-Rank Mission Completion Form. This paper certifies the completion of an S-Rank mission by Uzumaki Naruto, as certified by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage. There was also a small note at the bottom. Bonus for going above and beyond the expectations of the mission. Naruto raised an eyebrow before looking back at the Hokage, who continued reading the next section. Naruto, the next time I need something cataloged, I am definitely sending for you. Organization, detail, and accuracy. You did it all perfectly. Not to mention taking the time to seal up the most valuable items and ensuring they go where they need to be for the sake of the village. For that, I thank you and offer you anything you want from this mission, as long as it is nothing too dangerous. Thanks, Gigi-san, but there is nothing there that I can see myself needing at the moment. I have plenty of weapons and am still going through all the jutsu scrolls I've acquired over the years. I'll stick with what I have for now. Being able to complete such a high-ranking mission while only being a genin is more than enough of a reward for me. Now, if I could be excused, I still have to hand in my other missions that I've completed today. Receiving a nod, Naruto bowed and left the room. Naruto, you are going to go far. I just pray that you keep your loyal attitude and don't let success go to your head. Shaking his head slightly to dispel such thoughts, he took the 2 sealing scrolls and stashed them in his safe. He would deal with them later. For now, he turned back to examining the scrolls hidden amongst the map. Perhaps the information here, along with whatever Anko and Ibiki could find out, would shed some light on his former students' goals. It seemed his alternate reading material would have to be set aside for a while. Down in the mission hall, Iruka was bored out of his mind. The new teams were all taking their tests today, and all the old teams were out on longer missions. This would be a slow day for sure, but he managed to let his mind wander every once in a while to his former student, who was apparently already achieving more than his peers. He was successfully completing more missions in a day than most shinobi completed in a week. Granted, they were all D ranks so far, but even so, it was still an impressive number. Not to mention he had completely shattered the old record for catching Tora. No, shattered would be putting it nicely. Naruto had obliterated the old record and wouldn't likely be matched for some time. He was brought out of his thoughts when the door opened and the object of those thoughts walked in. Ah, Naruto, so you've completed a mission today then? Which one is it? Iruka was already flipping through his clipboard as he looked for the listing of missions the boy had taken that morning. Finding them, he looked up just as Naruto dumped all 12 scrolls in front of him. But which is it? He scowled a little when the boy started laughing. As he waited for the boy to settle down, the Chunin glared at him. Ha. Sorry, Iruka-sensei. They are all done. I told you this morning they would be, didn't I? He stifled more laughter as he observed his former teacher. If the man was surprised by that, he couldn't wait to see his reaction when he handed him his other successful mission. He waited until Iruka finished filling in the necessary information and then redirected his attention to the waiting preteen. I have one more mission that I acquired while I was doing those, so you'll need to add this one to your list. With a small flourish, he set the paper from the Sandaime in front of his skeptical former teacher. As soon as Iruka glanced at it, Naruto could swear he saw his eyes widen in disbelief. Iruka looked from the paper to Naruto and back again, trying to find his voice. How? Where? Easily a couple of hours ago, and that's confidential. Is this real? Was all Iruka could think, but he recognized the Hokage's signature by heart, and the seal was also there. There was no denying the page in front of him. In a daze, he wrote in the information. No doubt whoever totaled up today's missions to hand out the pay would need to confirm this one with the Hokage, even if they already had a signed paper. A genin doing an S-rank mission solo was unheard of. If you're finished, I have 2 questions for you. Getting a reluctant nod, Naruto continued. First, where can I get a bingo book? You would have to get one from the ANBU headquarters. They handle all of that information and the bounties. Fair enough. Next, what are my missions for this afternoon? It took all of Iruka's willpower not to yell at the boy for making them all look bad with his overachieving, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel proud of how quickly his student was completing missions, seemingly undeterred by their monotony. Resigning himself to fate, he waved casually to the restocked pile of D-rank missions and watched as Naruto picked through them. Iruka-sensei. Genin are allowed to do low C-rank missions, right? Iruka knew he wasn't going to like where this was going, but he felt obliged to answer. Yes, genin teams are allowed to go on low-risk C-rank missions after completing a specified number of D-ranked missions. They usually involve bandits or escorts, though sometimes there can be external influences or misinformation that raises the rank during the mission. Most of those low-end missions are done with countries bordering Fire Country to minimize the risk of encountering unfamiliar ninja. If something does go wrong, though, they have a Jonin sensei there to help them out. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. I'll keep that in mind for later. For now, I'll take these scrolls. A small mountain of scrolls rolled out in front of the Chunin, who hesitantly began to mark them down. He was beyond worrying about numbers now. Naruto had already proven himself capable of completing multiple missions quickly. Again, he noted there were 1 or 2 physically demanding missions among numerous random ones. Time it was wood-cutting and a small one for someone moving into a new house. Finishing the last notation, he set the final scroll back in front of him as he noticed Naruto writing out another scroll. If he didn't know any better, he'd swear it was a sealing scroll. His suspicions were confirmed as Naruto stacked the mission scrolls on the newly made sealing scroll and sealed them inside before rolling up the scroll and shoving it back in his pocket, thanking the man and leaving again. Iruka could only shake his head as he learned more about his former student, and with each new piece of information, he began to think he had taught the boy far less than he had actually learned. Outside the mission hall, Naruto once again formed his army, which quickly ran off after obtaining their new missions. Leading the remnants away, he made a quick stop at the ANBU headquarters while his clones waited patiently outside. Walking up to the counter and ringing the bell brought forward an elderly woman who seemed to have a permanent frown and wore glasses that could probably double as paperweights. Hello, I would like to know how I can acquire a bingo book. Are you a ninja? Yes. Are you any good? I like to think so, yes. NaruXHarem. Well, bingo books cost 500 ryu. If you're a ninja, you're welcome to purchase one. Though from the sounds of it, you seem pretty young. I don't think you will get much out of it. Regardless, she grabbed one of the booklets from the shelf behind her. Naruto felt slightly put out but was not deterred. He grabbed his money pouch and pulled out the necessary amount before handing it over to the woman. Even the strongest ninja can be taken down if he doesn't know what he's getting into. Having knowledge of what I can handle is something that could save my life someday. The woman took the offered money and handed him the thick booklet. True enough, boy. If half the ninja here were smart enough to know their limitations, our memorial stone wouldn't be half as big as it is. Good luck out there, and don't get yourself killed off too soon. Heh, thanks, Obasan. Maybe someday I'll live long enough for my picture to show up in one of these. Waving, he made his way out of the building as the old woman smiled approvingly at his back. Yes, if half our shinobi were that smart going into this mess, we wouldn't have much to worry about. Isn't that right, Nico-chan? The woman adjusted her glasses as she turned away from the counter. Yes, Captain. Impromptu high-ranking mission aside, the rest of Naruto's week was pretty much the same each day. Wake up, do a dozen or so missions, eat lunch, do another dozen or so missions, train, then bed. The only exception was that when he found out Hinata wasn't busy on certain afternoons, he would take her out to lunch or dinner. They even made plans for Sunday to have a small picnic. That would be tomorrow, so today being Saturday and the mission hall being closed on weekends, Naruto decided he'd spend what time he had free training. He had been setting up clones in his hideaway all week, training what he thought they could transfer to him. Jutsu, chakra control, Kinjutsu, and Taijutsu were the most noticeable skills he had acquired, but they still needed to be tested to see if he could remember them. He had slept in a little since he was in no hurry. As such, he arrived at the entrance to his hideaway just as the sun began to rise, casting a warm glow over the taller buildings. He quickly vanished as merchants started making their way to their stores to set up their wares. By the time the first of them reached their shops, he was already creating his clones. As they opened up, he was discovering what he had hoped for. By the time they got their first customers, he was testing the combat prowess of his newly learned skills. While his old classmates began their training, he took a well-deserved break with a visit to Ichiraku's. He was on his third bowl of ramen when some new company arrived. "Greetings, Naruto." With a mouthful, Naruto could only nod in response. "The Hokage wishes to speak with you at your convenience." He swallowed hard before replying, "Thank you. I'll be there right after I finish this bowl." Aimbu nodded and vanished in a swirl of leaves. "Old man, looks like I gotta go. I'll see you later." Naruto laid his money on the counter and headed to the Hokage Tower. Deciding to follow protocol for once, he addressed the secretary. It was Saturday, so there was a chance the Hokage wasn't in the tower at all, and he didn't want to barge in unannounced. "Excuse me, I was told the Hokage wanted to see me. Is he here?" The secretary seemed not to hear him as she continued writing on some paperwork. After standing patiently for a couple of minutes, he decided to try again. Did you hear me?" He was met with a glare he was all too familiar with. Sighing, he continued, "Look, I'm not really fond of this situation, and it's clear you don't like me either, but I was summoned by the Hokage. If you don't tell me when and where I can find him, two things will happen. First, I will barge into that room and try to find him myself. Second, I will let him know about your refusal to help me, which could lead to some serious consequences for you." The woman's scowl deepened, but she finally relented and waved him off towards the door, muttering something under her breath. Shaking his head, Naruto entered the office and slumped down into a chair. "So what's this about?" It took a moment for Hiruzen to finish the paper he was working on before stamping "declined" on it. Sighing as he set the sheet aside, he turned to his guest. "Naruto, due to an influx of missions lately and a shortage of personnel, we are a bit short-handed at the moment. However, the documents you found could be of great value to us. I would like you to take them back to your safe house and go through them. This needs to be done immediately and as quickly as possible while still maintaining quality. I trust you know how to handle this given your mission completion count and the comments they contained. As much as I would like to assign this to other departments, this information could be very dangerous in the wrong hands. You are to tell no one except me what you find out, and you are to keep the location of your research confidential. This will be classified as a high A rank and possibly S rank depending on the contents of the library and how beneficial the information is. Do you have any questions?" "Only one. What do you consider important?" "Plans, village secrets, experiment details, and anything that could potentially cripple Konoha or strengthen one of our enemies. Good luck, Naruto." Tossing the library storage scroll at him, Hiruzen waved him off before grabbing another sheet from his pile of papers. Naruto was already halfway to his hideaway when he found himself suddenly surrounded by Anbu. "Danzo requests your audience," one of them said with obvious disdain. Naruto tried to recall who this Danzo was. He remembered hearing the name before. Yes, the Hokage had cursed that name on several occasions. "I'm sorry, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. Please give Danzo my..." "It seems you misunderstood me. When Danzo requests an audience, you give him an audience." The man pulled his weapon slightly to emphasize his point. Now Naruto was on edge. Someone demanding his presence with such force was not someone he wanted to see while carrying sensitive documents. Putting his hands in his pockets, he glared at the ANBU who seemed to be the leader. Then, without blinking, he let a huge grin cross his face, confusing the ANBU just before he let a small ball fall from his pocket. When the four ninjas saw the ball drop, they reacted, but it was already too late. With a small pop, the area was covered in smoke. By the time the smoke cleared, all that was left were four very annoyed ninjas and one tied-up log. Running down an alleyway, Naruto let out a small chuckle as he made his way towards his destination. He took an indirect route this time to confuse any potential trackers. Though it would give the men more time to find him, it would also keep him away from main viewing areas and obscure his path. There were 2 points during his journey where he had to hide as he saw different groups of ANBU moving across town. He couldn't tell if they were looking for him, but he wasn't going to take that chance. After another half-hour of navigating through alleys and shadows, he finally reached the entrance to his underground domain. Slipping inside, he sighed in relief as he made his way down the tunnel. Today had been the closest he had come to being followed, and he wasn't pleased about it. He would have to start ensuring he wasn't being tailed now that it seemed someone wanted to see him very badly, and that someone was a person the Hokage didn't like. Anyone that the old man was wary of was definitely someone Naruto wanted to avoid. Back in the safety of his second home, he dispelled his current clones before creating a new set. If this information was as important as Aji-san believed, he didn't want to risk mixing it up with his training. Channeling chakra through the scroll, he began handing out various scrolls and books to the clones around him. Since they would be stationary for most of this, he had created more than usual. As they received a scroll and took a blank scroll with writing materials from a nearby rack, they found places to sit on the floor, walls, or ceiling and got to work. It didn't take long for Naruto to realize just how serious this information was. Having already categorized the books and scrolls, it wasn't difficult to bypass the jutsu scrolls and go straight for the core material. Journals, notes, and various informative literature were laid out around the room, each being studied by a clone. When they extracted all the information they could from one text, they brought it back to Naruto, providing a brief summary before taking another item to study. Meanwhile, Naruto was labeling sheets of paper and tacking them to one of the walls. Whenever two sources seemed related, he tied a string to a sunbon and stuck them into the wall near the corresponding pieces. Halfway through the scroll, he was quickly becoming frustrated. Everything seemed interconnected, judging by the number of strings crisscrossing the wall. There was information covering everything from anatomy to theology. Almost every subject related to humans was included. It looked like someone was conducting an in-depth study of humanity, but why? The question nagged at him with every new piece of information he received. Excluding the unethical experiments, it almost resembled a course for advanced medical training. However, those experiments twisted everything. It felt like something crucial was missing, but what? He sighed, turning away from the wall again. He glanced over as a clone approached with a freshly finished book, summarizing its contents. Another anatomy piece. Sighing again, Naruto reached for another item from the storage scroll when he found himself holding a jutsu scroll. Without realizing it, he had moved past the literature portion of the library. Still, he hadn't found anything to solidify the connection. Leaning against the wall, he examined the scroll in his hands. It appeared to be some kind of psychic projection jutsu. If only I could do that, I'd transfer myself into the mind of the person behind all this and discover their plans straight from the source. He tossed the scroll to the clone with such force that it nearly dispelled from the impact, then looked at his written classifications of the jutsu contained in the storage scroll. Running between it and his mosaic on the wall, he began writing out new slips of paper, shooting them out at a frenzied pace. Needles and strings seemed to materialize around them almost as quickly as they were put up. It took another half-hour before he finished, but when he did, the connection was glaringly obvious. In the center of it all were 2 points where the majority of the strings converged. Taking out 2 blank sheets of paper, he wrote down every connecting point for those 2 concentrations before speeding out of the room, stopping only briefly to lock it behind him. Inside, the clones just shrugged and continued their reading. Bursting through the doors to the Hokage Tower, Naruto flew right past a protesting secretary yet again and through the doors to the office open before slamming them shut. He quickly scanned the room and instantly noticed something he really didn't want to deal with right now. There, before the Hokage, was a genin team. Not just any genin team, but Team 7, otherwise known as Team Kakashi. Yes, here stood the people he wanted to avoid the most, and all of them were glaring at him. Well, all but the man behind the desk, who looked a bit shocked to see the boy so soon. Hey, Dobe, if you don't mind, we're discussing a mission with the Hokage. Useless trash like you should wait outside while we real ninjas take care of business, Sasuke said, his nose stuck higher in the air than usual. Yeah, what Sasuke-kun said. Now get out of here before I knock you back through the door you came in, Sakura added, already rolling up her sleeve, ready for a confrontation. Heh, barging into the Hokage's office when he could be in a meeting discussing village secrets. I wouldn't be surprised if you ended up in a cell by the end of the day. In fact, I hope that's the case because then Hinata will realize just how much of a loser you are, Kiba said, grinning as he reveled in his own words. You shouldn't say such things to a comrade. He may end up on a mission with you all soon. Having bad feelings between you wouldn't be very good for teamwork, now would it? Finally, someone who wasn't completely rude to him. Now, if you don't mind waiting outside, Naruto, I'm sure your stories about ramen can wait a few more minutes, the Hokage interjected. Sasuke turned back to the Hokage, completely ignoring the barely contained tension radiating from Naruto. So, Sarutobi-san, how about that C-rank mission? I'm more than ready for something other than these waste-of-time drinks. Chasing a cat around for 3 hours is not exactly my idea of ninja training. Yeah, Sasuke-kun needs harder missions to show off his real strength, Sakura chimed in. At this point, Sarutobi just wanted them all out of his sight. He knew Naruto's reason for being there must be important. Fine, you get your C-rank. He pressed a call button under his desk and instructed his secretary to bring the client in. After a brief moment of waiting, a drunk, haggard-looking old man with a bottle of sake entered. This is Tazuna, a bridge builder from the Land of Waves. Your mission is to escort him home and guard him until he finishes his latest project. So these are the ones that will be taking me, huh? I ask for a C-rank mission and all I get is a bunch of kids, the man slurred. I assure you, Tazuna-san, my team is more than capable of protecting you, Kakashi tried to reassure the man, but Naruto could still see doubt in his eyes. With a voice dripping with sarcasm, Naruto retorted, Yes, Tazuna-san. You have the famed Hatake Kakashi escorting you, but if he fails, never fear, the mighty Uchiha will save the day. Most likely by literally throwing the bubblegum princess at anyone who tries to overshadow his glory. Even if you do somehow get defeated, I'm sure that dog over there will dig you a nice grave before he runs off. He received glares from Kiba and Sakura, an amused smile from Sarutobi, Tazuna, and Kakashi, while the mighty Uchiha seemed oblivious to the jest, looking more arrogant than ever, as if he truly believed that was exactly what would happen. Well, at least with the blonde one around, I won't get bored, Tazuna remarked with a half-drunk smile. Sorry, but I won't be joining you on your little excursion. I'm just here to report to Aji-san about what I've discovered regarding certain recent findings and what they mean for our village's future. Tazuna looked visibly saddened by the news but reluctantly left the room with the others when Kakashi instructed them to meet at the gate in an hour. Once the door was shut, Kakashi turned and adopted a serious expression, indicating he was ready to discuss important matters. Hatake-san, I suggest you prepare for your mission as well. Escorting a bridge builder shouldn't be taken lightly. Kakashi turned to the boy before speaking. If it involves defending the village, then I believe I should stay in case my input is needed. As one of the senior shinobi and an ex-Sanbyu, I have expertise in many matters. Having me here would probably be best depending on what the information is, Naruto. He gave Naruto a smile, pleased to return the earlier jab the boy made. I'm sorry, Kakashi, but Naruto is correct in what he implies. This is a mission I assigned to Naruto, requiring the utmost secrecy. The people who are allowed to know the details are very few, and I don't intend to expand the group just yet. Should we find something that requires your assistance, you will be notified. Now, if you please, Naruto and I have business to discuss. Hiruzen spoke with authority to ensure Kakashi understood that the information to be exchanged was not for his ears. With a slight frown, the copy ninja got up and walked out the door, casting one last glance at the genin and the kage before closing it behind him. Naruto walked over and locked the door, activating the security seals before approaching the desk. Hokage-sama, I have some interesting findings from the literature and jutsu I discovered in the lair. It seems it was a testing area for 2 experimental subjects. The first. He placed one of the 2 pages on the desk before continuing. That appears to be some sort of seal that enhances the bearer's strengths but also subjects them to the will of the one who gives them the seal, provided that person invests a portion of their own essence into it. As you can see on this list, there was extensive testing using poisons that would weaken the subject's will, along with enhancement seals and soul-splitting jutsu. He noticed a small tick in the Hokage's eyebrow and grew instantly suspicious. You've seen this before, or the effects? Sarutobi sighed. The boy already knew far more than he would have liked a genin to know, but he could sense the boy's loyalty to the village. It was almost palpable. Maybe not loyal to the villagers, but he would definitely never betray the village like certain others who strove only for power. Yes, Naruto. I have seen a portion of its effects. We have one of the affected in this village. Many don't trust her because of her involvement with a traitor, but she is one of our most loyal ninja regardless of what others think. I believe she was given an early version of this, as while she does show signs of pain every once in a while, she has mostly kept it at bay. I see. If you would allow it, and if she permits it, I would like to study her condition a bit. With all the makings of it here, we may be able to reverse engineer it and find a way to subdue it, if not remove it altogether. He could see the shock in the old man's eyes. Apparently, he was still getting used to Naruto's newfound intellect. Shaking off his surprise, Sarutobi turned his attention back to the paper, reading it over before looking back at the blonde. You said there were 2? Ah, yes, I almost forgot the second. He placed the last sheet on the desk. It seems to be akin to the Yamanaka mind transfer jutsu, though much more potent. It's almost as if the person was trying to permanently take over someone's body. I don't know why, but that's the best explanation I could come up with. Sorry, Aji-san. Naruto felt a bit ashamed that this was the best he could surmise, but he grew confused when he saw how pale the old man had become. Aji-san. Naruto, what I am about to tell you cannot leave this room. Understood? A nod was his sign to continue. You no doubt know of the traitor Orochimaru? Another nod. He was an overambitious student of mine who ended up being chased out of the village because of inhumane experiments he had been conducting on kidnapped villagers and ninja. The first item you brought up was his cursed seal. I know that this must have been an earlier version, and I will admit I have no idea of most of its capabilities, but what we have found is that the later versions make a person an unwilling SLV once completely activated. What it takes to activate it, though, we never found out. Sarutobi sighed as he looked at the next sheet. The second piece of information is an affront to humanity and should never have been conceived. You are correct in your analysis of its main goal, to take over a body completely by consuming the previous soul, thus allowing one to jump from one body to the next as often as one wants, but in doing so, destroying the souls of those whose bodies have been taken. A cold shiver went down Naruto's spine at the thought of someone using such a technique. Sure, it had the benefit of becoming basically whoever you wanted to be and never having to worry about old age, but at what cost? It was clear to him that this Orochimaru had to be stopped, but how could you identify someone when the man could be anyone? He set that thought aside, though, as he was more worried about matters closer to home. As disturbing as this all is, I would still like to meet the person with the seal on them. While you work on getting that set up, I'm going to see if I can make sense of what I found based on what you've told me. I'll leave a clone here. If you need me, just let it know, and it will make sure I get the message. Now, if I may be excused. Before he could leave, he watched the Hokage begin to fill out another sheet similar to the one completed after his first S-rank mission. Holding it out for Naruto to take, he answered the unspoken question. Your tasks for this mission are far from over, as this will be an ongoing investigation until you've uncovered everything you can from what you've examined, or a more qualified person arrives to relieve you of your task. You will be compensated for the mission as part of this ongoing investigation. Meaning when you find more information, and if it is deemed worthy of a reward, I will fill out another sheet, and the notes will be added to this mission's file. Again, I remind you that everything involving this mission is top secret unless I give you permission to speak of it. Understood, Hokage-sama. I'll see you later, Aji-san. Hiruzen watched the boy retreat out the door before allowing himself a small, sad smile. He hated placing such a heavy burden on such an innocent child, but there really was no one else, and he was unfortunately not as innocent as he seemed. Anko and Ibiki were still investigating the remains from the lair along with their own interrogation duties, and all other qualified shinobi were either out on missions or hadn't returned to the village in years. Suna, Jiraiya, I could really use your help right now. He gazed out the window, noticing a small speck on the horizon. Looks like more work is on the way. Well, I guess I didn't accept this position for the long vacations. Sighing, he locked up the 2 sheets that held the detailed information Naruto had given him before turning back to his paperwork to keep busy until the new message arrived. A small feeling of dread seemed to accompany it. Naruto sat in his room, meditating, as memories of the information he discovered ran through his mind. He was linking what he'd read from the scrolls and books with what he saw in the lair. It would be a slow process, but by taking what his clones had learned after dispelling them, he allowed himself to make connections he hadn't seen initially. From the detailed explanations of the experiments to the twisted results they showed, he was systematically reconstructing parts of the life of a madman in his head. His hope was that when he finished, he could discover exactly how the seal worked and find a way to contain its effects if he couldn't abolish them altogether. The experiments themselves were rather ruthless and unsettling, but he had seen and experienced worse in many cases, so it didn't affect him too much. He still appeared paler than normal to anyone who knew him well. By the time he finished analyzing the 10th experiment, he was more than ready for a break. Conveniently, it was only a moment later that he felt information from the clone in the Hokage's office come to him. It seemed they really were short-handed, as a notice had just come in from the recently departed Team 7. Their mission had been raised to a B rank, possibly low A rank, after they had been attacked by the infamous Demon Brothers. His mind processed the information as he sat there. The 2 were listed in the bingo book as Chunin rank missing nin from Kirigakure. Gozu and Meizu easily qualified to raise the mission difficulty. Wasting no more time, Naruto gathered his belongings before heading to his hideaway to collect the tools he would need. With his ninja strapped to his back and his shin and forearm guards in place, he was out the door and off to the tower once again. So the great Uchiha needs more company to bask in his glory, I hear, he remarked as he walked into the office. Hiruzen couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, Naruto. It would seem that way. I assume you have everything you need. The Hokage quickly assessed the boy, noting the sword and guards, as well as the absence of a backpack. You do realize that you will be there until the bridge is finished, correct? Yes, I am all prepared. He pulled out a few scrolls to show them off before pocketing them again. All I need is a mission scroll, and I'll be on my way to worship the ground the Uchiha walks upon. Okay, Naruto. I know they aren't the most pleasant people to work with, but please remember that they are your comrades, and try not to clash with them. Naruto laughed lightly as he nodded, catching the scroll thrown his way. And I will try to have it. Meeting set up for you and the previously discussed person upon your return. Sounds good, Ajisen. I'll see you when I get back. Make sure the village stays in one piece so we can roll out the red carpet when the victorious bobblehead quartet returns. With that last jab, he was off and bounding toward the gates. Had he been a normal genin or still in his school mask, he would have been excited about leaving the village. As he was now, though, he merely waved the mission scroll at the gate guards as he stepped out, his nose buried in the bingo book he had purchased recently. The Demon Brothers were missing nin, after all, so the chances of encountering others on this little tour would be very high. He focused on the Kirigakure nins specifically, as they would likely want to work with others they were familiar with or at least share some background with. Momochi Zabuza, Demon of the Bloody Mist. Rank Jonin, Tamatsu Yusuji, Herald of the Squall. Rank Chunin, Kafa Oba, Blood Red Tide. Rank Jonin. All these guys have nicknames. Now that I think about it, the Konoha Jonin seem to have nicknames too. Maybe I should start thinking of one for myself, or are they normally given to you by someone? Oh well, looks like I'm going to have company before I need to worry about that. With one last push of a branch, he spun around in the air, blocking the numerous projectiles coming his way with a kunai in each hand. His assailant appeared on the branch he had just left and stood facing him. Ah, Kafu-san. I was just reading about you, Naruto addressed the man while waving his bingo book in the air. You're pretty famous. I'll admit I'm slightly impressed, kid, but you are far from being a hunter nin. I'll let you go with a warning this time. This route is off limits for now. Turn back home, and I'll let you off the hook just this once. Ah, but I really wanted to see my friends. Maybe you saw them. One was probably scratching away at fleas and carries a little dog with him, while the other boy probably had a storm cloud permanently raining on his parade. You wouldn't have missed the bright pink hair of the girl, nor her squealing, I bet. They would have been traveling with a one-eyed rooster and an old drunk. You sure have a funny way of talking about your friends, kid, but it is rather amusing. They did pass by here not too long ago. My employer instructed me to let them through since he wanted to know they died with a glimmer of hope for their destination. For some reason, he seems to have a fascination with crushing people's hopes, Kafu chuckled. Well, if you're not going to let me pass and I can't go back to the village without completing my mission, I guess there's only one thing left to do. Naruto held his hand out, 2 fingers extended toward Kafu. Kafu braced himself. The kid hadn't done any seals, so it could be a bloodline technique. His senses heightened as he prepared to warn the boy to move away from danger at a moment's notice. Do you really think you can take on the blood-red tide of Kiri, little Genin? Not think. Did. Kafu's eyes narrowed at the implied promise of defeat, but before he could call the bluff, he heard another word. Bang. His eyes widened as pain surged through him. An explosion erupted from right beneath him without warning. He couldn't tell if it was a trap, a jutsu, or something else, nor did he care at that moment. All he cared about was the pain. As he hit the forest floor, the impact jolted through him, and he realized his left arm and leg were no longer attached. Clamping his right hand over the stump of his other arm, he tried to staunch the bleeding in a desperate attempt to survive. He looked up as footsteps approached and tried to push himself farther away with his one good leg. You see, Kafu, the mistake you made was underestimating me. You may be a jonin and I may be a genin, but just because you outrank me doesn't mean I have no skills. The same voice came from the opposite direction. Some of us genin and newly graduated have pushed ourselves beyond what was needed to pass. Some of us know what the real world is like and what it takes to survive. Another voice joined in, and he turned his head again to see the same blonde once more. Some of us have been playing the survival game all our lives. Goodbye, Kafu-san. With a swift motion, Kafu's world faded to darkness. Sorry, Kafu-san, but I didn't have time to play with you right now. Naruto rifled through the man's belongings, taking anything he deemed valuable, including money, weapons, jutsu scrolls, and some scrolls related to the man's mission. The last item he took was what had to be the man's main weapon, a black-bladed katana almost as tall as Naruto. Its sheath was a deep red that resembled fresh spilled blood. With his ninjutsu secured at his lower back, Naruto strapped the katana crosswise over his right shoulder. He now had a blade at his disposal from either hand should one be occupied, though the katana would be a bit more awkward to draw in combat. Standing up, he used a quick-fire technique to destroy the body before sealing away the head and belongings. Saying a quick prayer, he took to the trees again, picking up his pace to catch up with his friends, knowing there would be more Jonin-level trouble ahead if they were unlucky. Kakashi was not having fun. He was currently watching as his genin team attempted to fend off Zabuza's water clones. He had sent for backup, but with missions picking up lately, there was little hope of it arriving today, let alone right this minute. He could only reflect on what had happened and hope his students would have the sense to run away. That was looking highly unlikely, though. First, Zabuza appeared, and after a brief skirmish, he brought in the mist. That was when everything started to go wrong. Up until the point of his capture, Kakashi had been barely keeping up with the missing nin. He knew there were a couple of close calls, but as soon as he landed in the water, it was over. Water was Zabuza's main element, giving him the home field advantage. As soon as Kakashi's head broke the surface, it was already too late. The water prison was forming, and before he could devise a counter, he was trapped. He had told his team to make a run for it. Sakura and Kiba were clearly shaken. Tazuna was nearly paralyzed with fear, but to his dismay, it was the Uchiha who turned out to be the most reckless. He boldly stepped to the front of the line and demanded Zabuza let his sensei go. Kakashi wasn't foolish, he knew the boy. Wanted him free because of his Sharingan. No doubt he would complain about it the entire trip. That is, if the trip didn't end with them all facing dire consequences. Kakashi was further horrified when Zabuza created more clones and began to toy with the trio of genin. Even though they were only clones, they were still far stronger than any mere genin. All they ended up accomplishing was earning new scars, sealing their fates as Sasuke taunted the amused demon. It seemed this would be the end. He could almost hear the sad tune of the afterlife playing for them already. But no, he really could hear someone playing pipes. He did his best to turn his head toward the water, noticing as Zabuza did the same. The clones, distracted in the same manner, were easily dispatched by the three genin. However, when Sasuke attempted to charge toward the main body of the Kirinin, he discovered that the water was much deeper than he had anticipated, despite the enemy ninja standing on its surface. Frustrated and soaked, he waded back to shore, trying to devise a plan to confront the man. Meanwhile, the two elder ninjas ignored Sasuke's irritation as a shadow began to form from the dissipating mist. As the figure approached, Kakashi discerned small details. It was clear that this person was a ninja. They walked confidently on the water's surface toward the group, appearing to be about the same height as his students. What surprised him most was that the figure was alone. Surely Hokage-sama would have sent more than one person as backup? As the mist cleared, Kakashi's heart sank. There stood Uzumaki Naruto, with his trademark blonde hair, blue eyes, and whiskered cheeks, calmly playing a tune on a set of panpipes. Now there would be 5 bodies for Konoha to retrieve, and there was nothing Kakashi could do about it. Zabuza, however, was not simply pondering the blonde. He was scanning the area for any additional chakra signatures. He had noticed what was strapped to the boy's back and wanted to avoid being surprised by any group capable of taking out Kafu. Although he wasn't one of the 7 swordsmen like Zabuza, he was still a formidable ninja, albeit a bit overconfident. As he searched, Naruto drew closer, and Zabuza felt unnerved by the boy's calm demeanor. Either he was foolish like that raven-haired brat or he had an unusual amount of trust in his companions. Zabuza's instincts told him to be cautious of the blonde, and he wasn't about to ignore that feeling. Creating several more water clones, he had them surround Naruto before he got too close. "What is your business here, kid?" one of the clones asked Naruto, who simply stopped playing his music and calmly stowed his pipes away. Leaning to look around the clones, he spotted Kakashi in the bubble of water. "Ah, so I finally caught up. No offense, but with Tazuna-san in tow, I didn't think you would make it this far so quickly." "You idiot, get out of here. You're no match for Zabuza. Get whatever backup you came with and report to the Hokage," Kakashi urged, resigned to his fate. But Kakashi-san, I wanted to play a little. Let me have some fun before you send me off." Without any visible movement from Naruto, all of the clones suddenly dissolved into water and splashed away. Both Jonin stared wide-eyed. Here was a genin who had just taken out clones of one of the 7 swordsmen. While they may not have been full-powered, they were still formidable. Naruto walked slowly toward the pair, stopping about 10 feet away to look at Zabuza. "Won't you let him go, please? I really don't want to have to do anything drastic." "Get lost, kid, before I decide you really are a threat." "Ah, so you were considering it already. Well, that's a start, I guess, but you make it sound like you won't give in. I suppose that means I will just have to improvise." Naruto was no fool. He understood that the 7 swordsmen of the mist were extremely deadly, and the chances of him surviving a fight with one were slim. But he didn't intend to fight at all. Making a few hand seals, he took a deep breath. Wind release, gale palm. A concentrated blast of air shot straight for Zabuza's arm, which was maintaining the water prison. With no time to counter, Zabuza had 2 choices: Release the jutsu and deal with this intriguing boy and Hatake Kakashi, or let the jutsu hit his arm, likely injuring it and releasing the jutsu, then facing both Naruto and Kakashi anyway. It was an obvious decision. He jumped back, allowing the compressed air to sail harmlessly by him. However, before he could regain his footing, another blast of air struck him from the direction of his former prisoner. Wind release, great breakthrough. The force sent him crashing into a tree on the shore, momentarily dazing him, but that was all Kakashi needed. Kunai flew out, disabling Zabuza's arms and legs. Slumping to the ground, he watched as the two approached him. So I guess this is the end of the fun, huh? Just find peace in death, Zabuza-san. Kakashi raised a kunai, ready to end the man's life, but suddenly dove out of the way as a couple of sunban struck Zabuza's neck. The missing nin's eyes widened before he slumped lifelessly to the ground. A small figure wearing an ANBU-style mask jumped down beside the corpse and bowed to Kakashi. I thank you for your assistance in the death of Momochi Zabuza and apologize for my late arrival. He seems to have caused you quite a bit of trouble. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Heh, don't worry about it, Hunter-san. It all worked out in the end, right? Indeed. They both glanced over to where the blonde was examining the corpse. Well, he definitely seems dead. I congratulate you on your skills. Hunter-san. The Hunter nin's eyes widened, even though none of those present could see it. Naruto approached the ninja. Tell me, Hunter-san, how long have you been after this one? Before Kakashi or Naruto could react, the Hunter nin vanished in a burst of speed, grabbing Zabuza's body and disappearing. That one does have some skills after all. The other genin and Tazuna arrived just in time to see Naruto's expression before he had a chance to mask his anger. They halted, feeling a sudden unease. However, that changed when he smiled again and turned to them. Well, now that that is over with, what do you say we head to Tazuna's place so we can continue with this mission? HN. What are you doing here, Dobe? We were doing fine without you, Sasuke remarked, ever arrogant. And his personal cheerleader chimed in right on. Yeah, didn't you see how Sasuke-kun took out all those guys? He was so cool. Surprisingly, Kiba had nothing to say, nor did Kakashi, who suddenly collapsed forward, landing face-first in the dirt. Looks like I overused my eye a bit. You're going to have to carry me with you. Sorry, the Jonin admitted sheepishly. Easy enough. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A few clones appeared and soon had Kakashi slung between them. As they passed him, Naruto, as an afterthought, pulled Kakashi's forehead protector back over his eye, much to the Jonin's relief. As they made their way to Tazuna's village, Naruto glanced at his comrades. The different emotions were easily readable on everyone's faces. Kakashi was the most reserved, but looking closely, Naruto could see his eyeball moving under his closed eyelid. He may have been resting, but his mind was still working feverishly. The Uchiha walked with his nose in the air, despite how worn out he was from the fight with Zabuza's clones, and of course, the Banshee was right beside him, stroking his ego, seemingly unaware that she had almost perished just moments ago. Meanwhile, Kiba was animatedly discussing with Akamaru how he had decimated those clones. Lastly, Tazuna looked around, clearly frightened. Naruto sighed. Out of everyone here, only Kakashi, himself, and surprisingly Tazuna were doing anything remotely sensible. The other three genin were too caught up in their own bravado after their first day of real fighting. Naruto, Kakashi whispered with his eyes still closed. Naruto addressed the masked Jonin without turning his head. Yes. I need to talk to you when we get to Tazuna's house. Alone. Understood. Unfortunately, his ears weren't the only ones to hear that statement. Why should the Dobe get a private lesson when it could go to someone more worthy? Like myself. The ever-arrogant Uchiha piped up. Sasuke, the only thing you are worthy of right now is being a stepping stone. Drop your ego and take a look around for once. Maybe, just maybe, you'll actually see an attack coming before it hits you. Naruto was in no mood to hear the boy's self-important talk. Don't you talk to Sasuke-kun like that. He is more deserving of a private lesson than you'll ever be, Naruto. With an attitude like that, it's no wonder your parents left you. Sakura had no idea how close she was to crossing a line at that moment. Upon hearing her statement, Kakashi's eye widened as he shot out his arm and caught Naruto just as he was about to rush at her. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger at Sakura, but thankfully Kakashi had caught him before he made a rash move. Taking calming breaths to avoid a mistake, he leveled his glare at Sakura, who had enough sense to back away a little. Sakura, do not presume to know even a second of my life or that of my parents. I may not know who they are, but you certainly don't either. So until anyone has a definite answer about who they are and what they are like, don't you dare belittle them. With a hint of intimidation in his voice, Sakura soon found herself hiding behind Tazuna. Naruto scoffed at her actions and motioned for Tazuna to continue. After another hour of walking, they finally arrived at Tazuna's house on the edge of a dilapidated village. They were greeted by Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, who wore an obviously strained smile. Though she was genuinely relieved that her father had arrived safely, the stress was evident on her face. She led them to their rooms, assigning Kakashi and Sakura their own while Kiba, Sasuke, and Naruto would share one of the larger rooms. The two boys from Team 7 looked less than pleased at the arrangement, while Naruto seemed indifferent about where he slept. While Team 7 was getting settled, Naruto decided to meet with Kakashi as promised. Upon entering the Jonin's room, he found the man resting in the same position as when they laid him down. While his face was calm and his body still, Naruto could almost see the gears in his head turning. He closed the door and slipped a seal over the joint to ensure they wouldn't be interrupted. As he knelt next to Kakashi, the man opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. Naruto. Yes. Where did you get that katana? From a ninja I defeated on the way to you, the boy stated easily. Do you really expect me to believe that you took on a Jonin-level missing mean in the time it took you to catch up to us? And that you walked away without a scratch? No, I don't expect you to believe it. He was simply unprepared and underestimated who he was fighting. Plant a seed in the side of a mountain, and the mountain will stay standing. Give that seed what it needs to grow, and soon you will see its roots dig into the rock face, and over time, the mountain will begin to crack. So you're saying you only beat him because he gave you a chance? That still doesn't sound very believable, the Jonin scoffed. Kakashi, when you look at me, what do you see? I see a genin with decent skills and timing. Since our fight with Zabuza was only a few seconds long, at least during the portion where you showed off any skills, I really don't have much to go on. So then what level of threat do you see me as to you? Kakashi chuckled a bit. At the moment, you might as well be a Kage for the amount of movement I can make. A quick glare from the genin told him this was no time for jokes. Sighing, he took a moment to think over what he knew from the boys' academy results and what little he had seen of him. At full potential, I would see you as an above-average genin with a decent head on your shoulders. Then you would also fall to me. Kakashi was taken aback by the boy's seriousness. Then he scowled, thinking the genin had the nerve to underestimate him. Then just how strong do you think you are? He spat out with more venom than he intended. Naruto simply got up and walked toward the door. He turned back when he was within touching distance. Stronger than you think I am, he said nonchalantly before removing his seal and leaving the room. Kakashi was still a bit angry at the blow to his pride, but something about the boy disturbed him. Not once did he show any emotion. He never raised his voice in anger or displayed any sign of fear. As he reflected on their conversation and recent events, he realized that Naruto was right. If he had fought against the blonde, he could have saved energy by lowering his level slightly. That could have easily led to his downfall, just as it had for many ninjas in the past, and would likely be a critical mistake in the future as well. It became clear to him what Naruto had been doing all these years. Deception was, after all, a ninja's greatest tool. By dinner that night, Kakashi was able to use his own hands to eat, though he had to be carried to the table. The meal was modest, but given what they had seen of the village, it was probably typical for the area. The only disruption during the meal came from a small boy who had arrived shortly before they sat down. Inari, Tsunami's son, seemed quiet and almost matched Mr. Moody with his brooding demeanor. It wasn't until halfway through dinner that the boy slammed his hands on the table and glared at the ninjas. Without a word, he stood up and left the room. Is he mute? Kiba asked, breaking the silence. His comment caused Tsunami to sob softly, while Tazuna glared at the table in front of him. Kiba, clearly finesse isn't your strong suit, so you might want to tone it down while you're here. Tazuna-san, Tsunami-san, if you don't mind, could you explain the situation? Talking about it may help more than bottling it up. The adults exchanged glances, wondering where Kiba was coming from, while he gritted his teeth. Tazuna was the first to break the silence, recounting the boy's past and how Gato had killed his father figure in front of the entire village. He spoke about how Gato was driving their economy into the ground while he profited from their struggles and his own illegal dealings. Tazuna explained that the bridge he was building was possibly their last hope of escaping the tyrant's grip. Throughout the explanation, Naruto gripped the edge of the table tighter and tighter until his knuckles turned white. By the end of Tazuna's story, Tsunami was crying softly into her hands, while Tazuna had clenched his fists in anger. If there were a way to get rid of Gato, our lives wouldn't have to be this way. I'm starting to believe that even if we finish this bridge, he'll just find another way to take money from us. All we can do is hope for the best and push forward. Achin, you should just recognize when you have your betters around you and do as they say. Sasuke began, but he didn't get to finish as an irate Naruto punched him into the wall. Team, if I ever hear you say something like that again, I swear you won't live to see another sunrise. Sasuke glared at Naruto, but the effect was diminished as he held his swelling jaw in pain. Kakashi-sensei, did you hear that? Naruto just threatened Sasuke-kun. That's against the laws of Konoha. Sakura immediately jumped to Sasuke's defense. Yes, it is, Sakura. I will be sure to address it with his Jonin-sensei when we return, so don't worry, Naruto will face the consequences. Kakashi smiled at her, and she turned to Naruto, smirking. To her surprise, Naruto smirked back. Go ahead, Kakashi. I deserve it. I'll accept any punishment my Jonin-sensei deems appropriate. With a small chuckle, he walked out of the house. It wasn't until a few minutes after the door closed that Sakura realized the implication. But Kakashi-sensei, Naruto doesn't have a Jonin-sensei. Did you say something, Sakura? Sakura's jaw dropped. Her own sensei wasn't going to defend her true love. She sat in stunned silence, trying to process what that meant. Technically, Kakashi had agreed to follow the proper steps for discipline according to Konoha's laws, but those laws had never accounted for a genin without a sensei in the ranks. This meant the man trusted with their care had knowingly exploited a loophole, essentially allowing Naruto to get away with hitting his own teammate without punishment. Looking over at Sasuke, she could see the realization dawn in his eyes as he glared at Kakashi. Well, I think we should turn in for the night. We'll be getting up early tomorrow, and you all need as much rest as you can get. In the morning, I will share a little secret I know, and we'll begin some training exercises. With Tazuna's help, Kakashi made his way to his room, while his stunned and angry team split up into theirs, completely forgetting that they were down one member. It wasn't the first time Naruto had ever gotten angry, but something about the way Sasuke had insulted his parents' names had struck a nerve. Then the emo team had to add fuel to the fire. The fact that their sensei at least didn't seem to care that the arrogant prick had been knocked down was a small plus for the man, but Naruto was still frustrated. As he left the house, he had no destination in mind and soon found himself in a clearing far from the village. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to test his new sword. He planned out a few exercises in batches of 1,000. The first exercise was drawing the blade. In the heat of battle, this simple action could save a life. If you weren't accustomed to how quickly you could draw your own blade, you would have no idea how far ahead you needed to plan to block an attack. Creating about 20 clones, each began the first exercise as a group. The sound of blades sliding from their sheaths echoed through the dark surroundings as he practiced. By the time he finished, he realized that drawing the katana was almost twice as slow as the ninja he was used to, due to the positioning of the scabbard and the length of the sword. Despite this, his speed with the katana was still impressive. Next on his list was practicing swings. He practiced various movements, shifting his shoulders to his waist to his shoulders, and alternating between head and stomach. By the time he finished, he was quite sweaty. He settled into a meditative position before dispelling his clones, feeling the influx of their experiences as they merged back into him. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he had learned that absorbing information was more efficient when he limited the sensory input. Tonight, he focused solely on his hearing, wanting to be alert for any potential intruders. He was relieved that none of his so-called comrades decided to disturb him. He wasn't sure how he would have reacted if they had. As the influx of information subsided, he emerged from his trance and made his way back to the house. He felt only slightly fatigued but decided he had accomplished enough for the day. Upon entering, he quickly used the dining room table to stow away his gear, slipping it into his pocket. He wanted to keep his belongings close during this mission, especially with his companions around. Quietly entering his assigned room, he found his sleeping bag and futon tossed into a corner, looking as if they had been through a whirlwind. Sighing, he turned and left. It seemed his teammates didn't know when to stop. It was nothing new, so he headed outside and found a sturdy tree branch to relax on. At least it wasn't raining, and the gentle breeze felt refreshing. Overall, it was a better place to sleep than next to two potentially unfriendly people. He nestled into a comfortable nook in an old tree and drifted off to sleep, gazing at the moon through the branches. The next morning, the residents of the house were surprised to find that no one knew where Naruto had gone. Only 3 people seemed genuinely concerned: Kakashi, as Naruto was technically under his supervision, Tazuna and Tsunami, who felt a connection to the boy. It wasn't until halfway through breakfast that the door opened, revealing a slightly disheveled Naruto, causing Sasuke and Kiba to smirk. "Where were you, Naruto?" Kakashi asked, a hint of irritation in his voice at the boy's absence. "Training," was Naruto's simple reply as he joined them at the table and grabbed some food. "Did you sleep well, Dope?" Sasuke chuckled, imagining Naruto's discomfort from not sleeping in a proper bed like the rest of them. "Yes, it was very relaxing," Naruto replied sincerely, wiping the smirk off Sasuke's face. "Sleeping anywhere but in a nice futon like the rest of us must have been uncomfortable at least," Sasuke retorted. "And what makes you think I didn't sleep in the bed I prepared when we got here?" Naruto shot back with a smirk, making Kakashi raise an eyebrow in suspicion. Kiba was about to respond, but Sasuke elbowed him gently to keep quiet. "I think I'd like to know why as well," Kakashi said, glancing at the 2 boys, along with Tazuna and Tsunami, who were less intimidating. "Don't worry about it, Hatake. I'm used to such things," Naruto said, turning to leave, but Kakashi called him back. "Wait a moment, please. I've made plans for all of us to start a training schedule. You will all be required to practice until I say otherwise or the mission is complete. Unfortunately, our unexpected guests from yesterday are still alive." "But Kakashi-sensei, I thought that Hunter Nin killed him," one of them interjected. "Typical. Thinking everything you see is exactly as it appears," Naruto said, ignoring the glare from Sakura. "Naruto is on the right track. You must always look beneath the surface. I suspect he knows more about this too," Kakashi added. Before Naruto could respond, Sasuke chimed in. "So now we have to face that Hunter Nin, and there's a chance Zabuza isn't dead." "Wow, so there is a brain under all that ego," Naruto replied with mock surprise, then shifted to a serious expression. "From what I said, and Kakashi's affirmation, anyone with half a brain would come to that conclusion. I bet even Kiba could figure it out eventually," he said, noticing Kiba was too busy munching on bacon to pay attention. "But yes, Zabuza is still alive, although he'll need time to recover. The Hunter Nin used Sunban for a reason. Once mastered, it's primarily a weapon to disable rather than kill. While it can be lethal, it can also put someone into a death-like state. When we spoke to the Hunter Nin, it was implied that Zabuza was not dead and that the hunter was not who he seemed. His reaction was to retreat quickly." "Okay, but why are we training? Only Kakashi-sensei was able to take on Zabuza, and the Hunter Nin looked and sounded about our age. If that's true, we should be fine as we are, right?" Naruto regretted accepting this mission. It was frustrating how little they understood about the world beyond the academy, let alone outside the village. "Sakura, if you had an 80% chance to win a fight today, or an 81% chance tomorrow, Which would you choose if losing meant death? Well, tomorrow obviously. I don't know what a dead last like you aims for, but I don't plan on dying anytime soon, she replied. Okay, we didn't need the last part, but the first part proves my point. If training every day until those two decide to attack gives us even 0.5% better chance of winning, wouldn't you say it's worth it? At her acknowledging nod, he felt a small sense of accomplishment. This is an AD or C rank mission that the Hokage gave you anymore. Once the Demon Brothers entered the fray, the mission escalated to a high C, low B rank. With Zabuza involved, it became a high B to mid A rank. Adding the Hunter Nin, whose abilities were unknown, and the increasing number of ninja appearing, we found ourselves in a mid to high A rank mission with no backup available. We needed every bit of help we could get, and if that meant I had to personally put 200-pound weights on all of you, I would do it. He narrowed his eyes at them, daring them to disagree. Sakura and Kiba both swallowed hard, while Sasuke glared at the suggestion that Naruto would ever force him to do anything. Now that that's settled, excellent explanation by the way, Naruto. Kakashi acknowledged with a nod of thanks from the boy. If you'll all follow me, we'll get to the training. He stood up, using a crutch for support, and made his way outside, followed by a small group of curious genin. Before they disappeared into the forest, Naruto, who was reluctant to join, created a few shadow clones to keep an eye on the house. Better safe than sorry, good thinking, Naruto. Kakashi found himself gaining more respect for the blonde with each action and word. This was nothing like the reports he had seen from the boys' school days. They soon arrived at a small clearing surrounded by large trees. Stopping in the center, Kakashi turned to his students. Today, we are going to climb trees. Naruto chuckled as Kiba rushed to climb the nearest tree, clearly struggling with its massive trunk. No, Kiba, we are going to climb trees without using our hands. A loud crash echoed as a surprised Kiba fell backward off the tree. It couldn't have hurt much since he was only a couple of feet up, but he still landed awkwardly. Sensei, how are we supposed to climb without using our hands? Once again, the brain sees it at face value. He thought he had said it quietly, but it was still heard by the bubblegum princess, who turned, ready to retort. Once again, Naruto is correct. You will climb by channeling chakra through your feet. This exercise will help you with chakra control and capacity. Making a ram seal, Kakashi demonstrated by walking up a nearby tree. Reaching the first branch, he tossed kunai in front of each of them before heading back down. So that's it. Use the kunai to mark your progress and try to beat your previous attempts each time. You may want to get a running start at first to build up momentum. Sasuke and Kiba wasted no time rushing toward the trees. Sakura, however, followed her sensei's instructions closely, approaching the tree before placing a foot on it. A thud was heard as Kiba found himself on his back once again. Shortly afterward, Sasuke attempted a backflip off the tree after putting too much chakra into a step. Both boys glared at their targets before trying again. Meanwhile, Sakura was already at the first branch, taking a moment to rest. She called out to Sasuke to show off her skill, but only earned a glare in return when he noticed she had outperformed him. Good job, Sakura. Since you've got this down already, I guess that means you're on guard duty for today. Kakashi felt proud that at least one of them succeeded, but that pride was short-lived. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. She should keep practicing. Kakashi turned to the blonde he had momentarily forgotten, raising an eyebrow. And why do you suggest that, Naruto? As you said, this exercise builds both control and capacity. She managed to control her chakra well enough to reach the first branch on her first try, but she needed a break afterward. That indicates a lack of capacity. She should keep climbing to build her reserves. Kakashi had to admit he was right. Sakura, never mind. Continue the tree climbing exercise. If you start feeling weak, take a break. Sakura nodded and returned to the tree while Kakashi turned back to Naruto. Now tell me, why aren't you climbing a tree as well? Is your memory that poor, Hatake? The look on the Jonin's face spoke volumes. Yeah. What was I doing when I first showed up? The realization hit him. I was water walking. Get any of those three to try it, and they'll sink like rocks. Now think about how wide that waterway is and how long I stood on it. I don't need this exercise for control or capacity. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a bridge to guard. Just one more thing. How did you defeat Kafu? The question had been nagging at Kakashi. He understood that Naruto had surprised the Jonin, but how a genin could surprise a missing nin of Jonin level puzzled him. When he got close enough, I placed an explosive note on a branch while crouched to jump to the next one. When I landed, I turned around. Like a moth to a flame, the overconfident man stopped on my trapped branch to scold me, and like an overconfident man, he didn't realize what was happening until it was too late. I intended to weaken him a little to make it a more even fight, but I guess he was so caught off guard that he slipped off the branch and fell to the forest floor, likely breaking a few bones. After that, it was just a matter of delivering the final blow. It was mostly luck, but still, this kid was smart enough not to panic and instead create a situation that increased his chances. You know Kafu is a missing nin with a bounty. If you had see you, it's sealed in a scroll in my left pants pocket. Not only had Naruto defeated someone, but he had also done his research. You've seen the bingo book? Sealed in a scroll in my right pants pocket. I figured if I'm leaving the village, I'd better know who else is out here and what they're capable of. If I find myself facing one, I will know whether to fight or flee then. Kakashi couldn't help but admire the kid's potential. This boy was exceptionally talented, far beyond what one would expect from a genin. Kakashi began to wonder if the Hokage had already recognized Naruto's strength when assigning the teams. Naruto seemed to be the complete package, easily surpassing his entire squad. While he had Sakura for her intelligence, Sasuke for his strength, and Kiba for tracking, Naruto appeared to be a step above them all. Kakashi knew Chunin who wouldn't take the risks Naruto did, and he started to worry they might have another Uchiha Itachi on their hands. Unfortunately, he wouldn't find out today. As much as I would like to sit and chat, I think we have a client eager to get to work. I'll speak to you later if we have time. With that, Naruto jumped off toward the house before Kakashi could respond. Looks like the training is too tough for the dobe. I knew he couldn't cut it as a ninja. Kakashi sighed and shook his head as the comments about Naruto began to circulate. He wouldn't intervene, not out of disdain for Naruto, but because, having learned some of what the boy could do, he regretted taking on the Uchiha. His 3 students were more of a headache than he could handle. If only he had 3 genin of Naruto's caliber, they would be tackling C ranks and low B ranks, allowing him to do more than just babysit. So much for the once mighty NBU captain. Naruto met up with Tazuna just as he was about to head out. The man seemed relieved when Naruto shared what had happened at the clearing. Apparently, Sakura had not made a good first impression on him. During their walk to the bridge, they enjoyed some light-hearted banter at the expense of the other genins. Naruto learned even more about the fight with the Demon Brothers, discovering that Kiba and Sakura had been quite frightened, while Sasuke had been showboating, forcing Kakashi to rejoin the battle to save everyone. Not one to receive without giving, Naruto recounted his academy days, describing how the Uchiha was treated like royalty everywhere he went, with Sakura faithfully trailing behind him. Kiba, he joked, was nothing more than an overgrown dog who thought every girl was his for the taking. Tazuna laughed at Naruto's retelling of an encounter in front of Ichiraku's, though he felt a bit uncomfortable when Naruto mentioned how he had looked at his daughter. When Tazuna expressed his concern, he felt relieved when Naruto assured him he would keep everything respectful. Upon arriving at the bridge, Tazuna was approached by one of his workers, who expressed that he no longer wanted to risk his life for their project. He was dismissed, and Tazuna seemed to age a little more with each passing moment. It's getting harder and harder, Naruto. It seems like 1 or 2 people quit every day. Soon there may be no one left. As much as I want to finish this bridge and provide a better life for my family, progress slows down little by little. Even if everyone quits, it won't matter to me. I will finish this bridge with my own 2 hands if I have to. Well, I don't know much about building bridges, but I'm pretty handy with those. Plus, I can do the work of many people. Just tell me what needs to be done, and I'll make sure it happens. Tazuna studied the boy for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. I don't know how you're going to cover for multiple workers, but if you're willing, who am I to turn you away? Show me what you can do, and I'll assign you tasks until you can't handle any more. Before he could finish speaking, the end of the bridge was suddenly filled with clones of Naruto, all asking in unison, "Where do you want us?" Shaking off his surprise, Tazuna reminded himself that these were ninja, and anything was possible. Okay then, we'll start here. It took Tazuna over half an hour to find jobs for all the clones, but he kept his promise. By the time he reached the last one, the bridge was bustling with copies of the same ninja, with more clones running errands in town. Tazuna got creative, having Naruto check for faults in places normal workers couldn't even consider. Each clone wandered off happily with spackle in a bucket, ready to patch any flaws they might find on the sides and underneath the bridge. Turning to the last clone, Tazuna was about to think of another task when the boy spoke up. "Don't worry about finding me something, I already have a job. Since I'm the original, I will be guarding you." Tazuna nodded in acceptance and began his rounds to check on his workers. The men seemed more at ease with so many bodies around. The fact that they were all the same person didn't seem to matter. A large group of ninja, regardless of rank, would deter any potential attack. It turned out to be one of the most productive days Tazuna had ever experienced. He even contemplated hiring ninjas for future bridge projects, knowing they could check the structural integrity of the entire bridge without needing pulleys or barges. Little did Tazuna know, the boy beside him was still training, not just with the clones under the bridge. Naruto had significantly increased his resistance seals. Just because he was ahead of his peers didn't mean he would relax. Years spent on the streets taught him that surviving one beating often led to worse ones tomorrow, and he had endured enough to want no more. Even walking beside Tazuna was a form of training. It may seem odd to those watching him that he walked at a steady pace and was working up a sweat, or that he moved his arms more than necessary, but it was essential to get the full effect of the workout. Even after Tazuna finished his rounds, the boy didn't stop moving. While Tazuna oversaw his workers from a point near the current construction area, Naruto stood nearby, practicing with his katana and ninjutsu. Every now and then, he noticed the old man glance over, admiring the quality of the blade. Tazuna may have been a bridge builder, but no one in this area lived as long as he did without seeing at least a few blades. He wasn't going to ask the boy about it now, though. There was work to be done, and he was in charge. The day was going smoothly, and he had more workers than ever. He was determined to make the most of it. Around lunchtime, Tazuna called everyone in to eat. Naruto informed him that the clones that would continue working since they didn't need food. Naruto himself brought out a fishing line and caught his own meal, much to the interest of the workers. They had lived here all their lives and had never seen anyone catch fish with such ease. Within a couple of minutes, Naruto hooked a fish before dropping the line again. Once he stopped at 4, the workers felt a bit disappointed, but they returned to their own lunches, knowing they had a long afternoon of work ahead of them. With the sudden ambition their boss showed, they knew he would push them every second of it. The afternoon went much like the morning, save for Naruto having to dispel some of his clones as jobs were completed and their help was no longer needed. The newest part of the bridge needed to be finished before any spot checks could be made underneath, and there were no more errands for the day. Naruto was still training with his blades when Tazuna called it a day. The workers all went home while Tazuna, with a huge smile on his face, waited with Naruto until the last of his clones had found a place to stop. They soon found themselves back at the house, looking at an exhausted Sakura with her head down on the table, and Kakashi reading his little orange book while Tsunami was working in the kitchen. "Where are the king and the court jester?" Sakura would have exclaimed if she had the energy, but she settled for glaring at him, which looked more like she was about to fall asleep than anything to worry about for the two new arrivals. They decided to keep at it. They were both about 20 feet off the ground by the time we left. Sakura pushed herself a little too hard and got a slight case of chakra exhaustion. "I see. Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to borrow your bath, Tazuna. I think I smell pretty ripe from all the training I did." Tazuna just nodded while Kakashi raised an eyebrow as Naruto disappeared into the bathroom. "What training did he do?" Kakashi asked Tazuna as the man sat down heavily at the table. "What didn't he do? Those clones of his are amazing. Versatile too. He covered every job I'd lost a worker for, And I actually had to create some others just so all the clones he made wouldn't go to waste. Clones don't affect the main body physically, though. What did the real Naruto do? He walked around with me, and when I wasn't walking, he was practicing with those 2 blades of his. I must say, that katana looks to be a very nice piece of work. I wonder where he got it. He got it from a ninja he defeated. Kakashi threw a side glance at Sakura to let Tazuna know that he didn't want to say much more about it in front of her. Receiving a nod of understanding from the man, he continued. All I know is that the sword is very powerful in its own right if handled properly. If he's already training with it, then he has a high probability of being able to use at least some of its potential. Sakura, finally regaining some strength, turned towards her sensei. He should give it to Sasuke then. If it's so powerful, only Sasuke is worthy of having it if it's going to be used by anyone. Kakashi couldn't help but feel ashamed at his student but didn't have time to reprimand her as the door swung open and the 2 other teammates stumbled in, looking like they had just been through a battle. Training went well then. Assume? Chen. The 2 boys slumped at the table, taking up the same position as Sakura, hoping to see food in front of them before too long. At about the same time, Tsunami, Naruto, and Inari all entered the room. The latter 2 took their seats while Tsunami set out the food. Dad, we're going to need more groceries for tomorrow night. Could you stop in town and pick some up? Tazuna sighed before nodding. Sure. We'll send Sakura with you just in case. Kakashi really just wanted to be away from the girl for a while. After she had collapsed during tree climbing from exhaustion, which he had warned her not to push herself into, he had to carry her back to the house and listen to her grumbling about not being able to see her Sasuke. It was grating on his nerves how much she idolized the boy. For now, though, they would eat. They only made it a few minutes into dinner before Inari decided that people weren't pitying him enough and started his little outburst. Why do you try so hard? You'll just end up like all the rest. Gato is too strong. Hey Chin, don't lump me in with your loser villagers. I am an Uchiha. I don't die. I will take down anyone who stands against me. Yeah. Sasuke can take on anyone. This Gato guy doesn't stand a chance with him around. Me and Akamaru will plow down anyone to complete our mission. Isn't that right, boy? Arf. Kakashi and Naruto just sat there and continued to eat. At least they did until they were dragged into the conversation. See, even your sensei and teammate know better than to come up with hopeless ideas. They're the only smart ones here. Naruto just shook his head. The kid just didn't know when to stop talking. While I'll agree with you that I am smart, I have to say you don't know anything about us. Sasuke, while he can be arrogant, does have a few decent moves. Kiba, using his clan jutsu, was more than capable of handling a few thugs. Sakura had good chakra control, though her fighting abilities were still a mystery. Perhaps she just hadn't discovered her strengths yet. Sure, they had Zabuza and that masked ninja to contend with, but Kakashi was here, renowned for his ninja skills. He would face Zabuza while the rest of them dealt with the masked ninja. 4 against 1 seemed like favorable odds. Afterward, they just needed to find Gato and clean up the situation. You're too soft. You praise your comrades and walk around smiling, but you've probably never faced a real challenge in your life. Kakashi visibly flinched at Inari's words, while Naruto glared at the boy. If you want sympathy for your so-called hard life, don't come to me. You have no idea what you're talking about. Inari backed away from Naruto's intense gaze, but the words only fueled his anger. I don't know a hard life. I've watched our villagers get beaten or worse. I've seen people forced to steal just to survive. I've gone hungry many nights because the shops don't have enough food for everyone. I think I know a hard life. Inari shouted, tears welling in his eyes. No, kid, you've had tough days, but you're far from knowing a hard life. You have family, people who care for you. You have a roof over your head and a bed to sleep in. Sure, you've seen violence, but you don't look like you've ever been in danger yourself. Have you ever scavenged for food? Have you ever slept in an alley in the rain? The villagers you see, do they treat you like you're a burden? I thought not. You don't understand what a hard life truly is. The group watched as Inari ran out of the room, tears streaming down his face. Naruto grunted and returned to his meal. Naruto, was that really necessary? He's just a kid, you didn't have to say those things. What kind of person would live like that? Stop making up stories to scare children. Sakura, now the target of Naruto's glare, shrank back. Haruno, don't think for a second that you know me or my life. With his appetite gone, Naruto stood and walked across the room. At the door, he turned to Kakashi, one of the few reasonable people still present. Hataki, I'm going to train. I'll see you in the morning. Understood. Kakashi watched as the door closed behind him. Ichin, who does he think he is, acting so tough? He doesn't know half of what he's talking about. I've never seen him show any sadness during the academy. He thinks too highly of himself. Sasuke reflected on his own lonely life. Even after his clan was gone, he had been pampered, so the only thing he truly lacked was his family. Where did he even come up with all that? Kiba couldn't fathom living through any of the hardships Naruto described. He had always had his clan around, a bed to sleep in and food on the table. Being the son of the clan head had its perks, money was never an issue. Because that was his life. Kakashi anticipated a long night of dodging questions, not wanting to breach Naruto's privacy without his consent. After a few hours of unanswered inquiries, Team 7 finally went to bed. However, the implications of Naruto's life quickly faded from their minds. In a clearing north of Tazuna's house, Naruto was busy reshaping the landscape. Stupid little brats. I'd like to see any of them survive a day in my shoes without breaking down. Trees fell as his frustration unleashed its fury on the forest. Splintered logs lay scattered as a gleaming black blade sliced through the wood. He wasn't one for needless destruction, but tonight, it served as a way to manage his anger. If he had stayed in that house, there would have been 3 very bruised genin by the time he was done. After the 50th tree fell, he paused, breathing heavily. That should be enough for now. No. He took a deep breath and swung his sword again. The next day, Team 7 gathered around the dining room table, acting as if the previous night had never happened. Kakashi had spoken to Inari about Naruto's past, trusting the boy with more information than he shared with his own students. It was sad that he could confide in someone he had just met more than in his own village, but he knew they would only use that information to further hurt Naruto, and he wouldn't allow that. Though he was a bit worried that Naruto hadn't returned the night before, he reminded himself that among the genin, Naruto was the most capable, so he pushed the concern aside. Since today is a day off from building, Sakura will help Tazuna get groceries while Kiba and Sasuke continue training. The 3 nodded and finished their breakfast before heading out. Tazuna and Sakura went to town while Kiba and Sasuke headed east toward their training ground. Kakashi stayed behind, opting for some indoor training in his room. Still a bit weak from overusing his Sharingan, he focused on basic exercises like sit-ups and push-ups. In the freshly cut clearing Naruto had created the night before, a young girl was foraging for plants. She hadn't noticed him lying in the middle of the clearing or the pile of freshly cut wood nearby until she was almost upon him. The sound of movement drew her attention, and she gasped upon recognizing him. An internal debate began to swirl in her mind. She could leave now and not worry about anything, or she could eliminate him and spare her group some trouble later on. Cursing herself for not bringing any weapons and then cursing the boy for sleeping on top of his, she slowly reached out a hand, ready to incapacitate him before she stopped. This wasn't a good situation, and she could tell. She was unarmed, and he was heavily equipped, yet all of it was out of her reach. If she tried to grab a weapon, he would probably wake up, and if she attempted to restrain him, he would definitely wake, leaving her at a disadvantage. Her thoughts were interrupted when someone spoke. I would suggest going for a quick strike to the throat. Even if it doesn't incapacitate them immediately, it would leave them vulnerable for further attacks. She jumped back as the boy slowly opened his eyes, turning them toward her without moving his body. It was almost as if he didn't consider her a threat. The defensive posture she took indicated her training, but he still didn't seem to recognize her. At least she hoped not. She watched in fascination as he rose to his feet, brushing himself off. So, can I ask what you are doing here? Picking herbs for a friend that he's very ill, you see. She bent down to make it look like she was picking up another plant from the ground, hoping he would dismiss her stance as merely preparing to gather more herbs. But, well, I would advise against that one. It's poisonous. She looked down at what she was about to pick and realized she was indeed about to grab one of the more toxic plants in the area. Despite herself, she felt a flush of embarrassment. You seem to have some knowledge of plants. Are you a woodcutter? She raised an eyebrow at the pile of wood behind him. No, I'm no woodcutter by trade. I have split a few logs recently, as you can see. Oh, then what do you do? I'm a ninja. And this is where I was training. A ninja? Isn't that dangerous? Aren't you afraid you'll get hurt? I might, but that comes with the territory. If I die, it just means it was my time, so I won't run away from it. If I was meant to die so soon, I would have been taken out many times already. I see. And why is it that you are here, Ninja-san? I am here to stop a tyrant from oppressing this village. Why are you here, Nurse-san? To protect my precious person. Do you have a precious person, Ninja-san? Yes, I have a few people precious to me. That is why I won't die here at Hunter-san. The girl froze. He knows. Oh, Cammy, he knows, and I don't have any weapons. I'm finished. She turned to run but was stopped as she found herself encircled by his arms, feeling his warm breath near her ear. Now, Hunter-san. It would be rude to leave without at least introducing yourself. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and you are? Haku, Momochi Haku. What was he thinking? Was he going to harm her? If that was his goal, she had no way to stop him. That's a nice name. Now, Haku, I noticed something when we got close like this, and I want you to tell me about it. Why do you have a seal on you? What is he talking about? Zabuza-sama never said anything about a seal on me, and I haven't put any on. She was lost in confusion as Naruto took the opportunity to examine the seal on the back of her neck. Let me go. I need to get back to Zabuza-sama. She struggled hard, fighting his grasp until he finally released her. She ran to the edge of the clearing before his words made her stop. By the time this is over, you will remember what you lost, Haku-chan. She saw him smile, but she was too distraught to think about it, so she ran. She ran away from his confusing aura and back to her home. Back to the man who had picked her up from the brink of death and given her a life. Back in the clearing, Naruto closed his eyes, mentally reviewing the seal he had seen. He recognized it from a scroll on basic sealing techniques and was trying to recall its details. It was a memory modification seal, designed to hide a section of someone's past from themselves. It was clear to him that someone out there didn't want the girl to remember a key part of her life, and he was determined to find out why. Gathering the rest of his belongings that he had stashed nearby, he made his way back into town. He had plans too, after all, and now they just became a little more complicated. Sakura had never seen a village in such a dire situation. Of course, that wasn't saying much since the only village she had seen was Konoha, one of the largest ninja villages. She knew they were wealthy in comparison to most, but witnessing a village torn apart by someone's greed was an eye-opener for someone as sheltered as her. Tazuna led her down the dusty streets as she peered into alleyways crowded with those who could no longer afford to pay the living taxes imposed by Gato's regime. It was clear that the man had to be stopped, but figuring out how to do that was the difficult part. From what she gathered, he was not one to confront people openly, preferring to stay behind closed doors and let his thugs and mercenaries do the dirty work. By the time they reached the grocer, Sakura already felt a knot in her stomach while Tazuna kept his eyes on the ground. Upon entering the building, she soon realized just why everyone here was so thin. The shelves barely had anything on them, and the food items that were there looked like they had to fight for survival just as hard as the villagers. Shriveled vegetables, half-dried fish, and crumpled boxes filled the space. The only good thing she noticed was that there were no mice scampering around, but that was probably due to the lack of food as well. The rodents would rather choose to live in the wild and scavenge than stay in a poorly stocked building. They quickly gathered what they could from their list, checking off only 5 of the items as available. Paying the outrageous prices without a word from Tazuna, they headed back to the house. Couldn't bear to see people living in such despair, so she followed Tazuna's lead, keeping her eyes on the ground. As she passed someone, she barely registered a familiar voice, trying to block out the grim sights around her. It feels almost like home. When she turned her head to see who had spoken, she was met with the closing door of a building. At this point, she no longer cared what anyone said. The atmosphere was too heavy, so she pushed her thoughts aside and fell back into step behind Tazuna. The old man beside her, accustomed to the village's ways, was far more aware. He knew that an unguarded purse here meant no food, and no food meant no life. People learned the hard way that even when you seemed oblivious, you had to remain vigilant. So, it surprised him when a boy passing by spoke up. They had learned that he had faced hardships, but to hear someone express a preference for living in such a place was unexpected. He decided to let the boy be, knowing that Naruto was up to something in the building he had entered, but he had too much on his mind to dwell on it. Inside a small store, Naruto surveyed the available supplies. Oddly, this store was well-stocked compared to the rest of the village. Seed packets and tools lined the shelves while an elderly man behind the counter looked at him with a puzzled expression. As Naruto rummaged through the items, the man cautiously approached him. Sir, if you're here for money, I'm afraid I don't have enough for the payment this week. Please let me off just this once. My business isn't doing well with all of Gato's restrictions and… Naruto had been mostly ignoring the man until he heard Gato's name. So Gato is restricting farming here too. No wonder this place is so stocked. Realizing Naruto was not with Gato, the man's hopes soared. So you're here to buy something then? First, I'd like you to tell me more about the restrictions that Gato has imposed and why you can't sell anything. Naruto narrowed his eyes, signaling the man to be thorough. Of course, Gato doesn't allow anyone to have their own farms or gardens anymore. If we try to start one, he sends his thugs to destroy it and punish us. Continue, Naruto urged, observing the man's body language closely. It was clear he was hesitant to share, as it could jeopardize a potential sale. With no one able to garden or farm, my stock just sits here, and my family goes hungry. I once tried to start a small garden in secret, but they found out and took my wife. Now I have only my daughter and one son. I fear they've either harmed her or forced her into servitude, but I hope to see her again, even if just to give her a proper farewell. The old man lowered his head, overcome with sadness. I understand. I'm going to need supplies. Please gather what's on this list while I find the rest I need. Naruto tore his list in half, handing one piece to the man as he began searching the store. The owner, familiar with his own stock, soon joined him, and within 20 minutes, they had everything piled on the counter. Tears welled in the man's eyes as Naruto paid for the items. It was overpriced, but he understood the man's plight. He had a family to feed. Naruto took out one of his blank scrolls, sealing everything away just as two more figures entered the store. Both wore ragged clothes but had the demeanor of seasoned fighters. Hey old man. We're here for your payment. What's this? A customer? Hey kid, there are consequences for what you're planning, you know. Really, gentlemen? I'll deal with those when they come. Naruto brushed past them. Hey punk, just who do you think you are? One of the men swung at Naruto, but he vanished in an instant. The pair looked around and spotted him walking down the street. Come on, Bunjiro, let's get that brat. If he can afford to shop here, he must be an outsider, and that means he has money. The one who spoke dashed out the door, while Bunjiro glanced back at the store owner. Don't worry, old man. Once we're done with the brat, we'll be back for your payment. The owner could only cower and hope the boy would keep himself safe. No one who valued their life treated Gato's men with such defiance and got away unscathed. Naruto sprinted into the forest, leading the two mercenaries away from the town. He slowed his pace slightly to keep them in sight, not wanting them to give up. He had plans for them. He had traversed these woods a few times and knew exactly where he was headed. Up ahead was a small outcropping overlooking the ocean, a perfect spot for a little accident. Come on, Bunjiro, we're catching him. He's boxing himself in, we'll have easy pickings this time. Shut up, Masao, I'm keeping up. Let's just finish this before I add you to the list of casualties. The two glared at each other before focusing back on their target. So they don't like each other. Even better. It would have been troublesome if they were friends. Naruto cleared the line of trees and ran right up to the ledge, with both men hot on his heels. He slowly turned as they landed behind him. So, giving up? Just hand over your cash, and we won't hurt you much. How about I tell you a story instead? Shut it, kid. We don't care what you have to say. Oh, but this story involves you. Don't be hasty now. It all begins with a scared little boy running through the forest as fast as his little legs can carry him, with two angry monsters behind him. They ran and ran, but no matter where he tried to escape, they followed. Soon enough, he found himself with his back against a cliff as the monsters closed in on him. Naruto tried his best to act out the emotions in his little play. Yeah, and then they get him and toss him over the side. Whatever, kid. If you're not going to give up willingly. Masao began to pull his dagger from its sheath. But then we'll have to do this the hard way. Oh, but there's a moral to this story. You see, the boy was not really a scared little boy. He was a young warrior who made his living by defeating monsters. He tricked the monsters that were chasing him into fighting each other to the end. That way, the monsters' den would think they just fought each other and fell over the cliff to their demise. The moral is, never judge someone by their looks, even if they seem like a scared little boy. See, your partner gets it. He pointed over to Bunjiro, but instead of staying in one spot, his finger lowered and began moving toward Masao's feet. Masao's eyes widened as he saw Bunjiro's head roll into his line of sight, then noticed the sword he hadn't even seen the kid draw. Why, you coward? He moved his dagger, only to hit nothing but air. He twisted around to find his target, only to turn right into the pointed tip of a katana. The blade found its mark, and a look of shock froze on his face. Naruto slid his blade out and wiped it off on the ragged cloth before Masao's body went limp and dropped to the ground. It's a good thing they were just regular mercenaries and not ninjas. If they had any training at all, that could have been a lot messier. He searched their pockets quickly, sealing away anything of value before pushing the corpses off the cliff. Taking a few minutes, he created one shadow clone and sparred with it slowly, ensuring to include the blood splatters in the path of their fighting. Then, taking out his pipes again, he began playing a soft tune as he made his way back to his clearing, ignoring the few drops of blood that were now drying on his arm. At dinner that night, Naruto was the last to arrive at the table. He was dirty and sweating but had at least washed his hands. Nothing spectacular happened during the meal until Sakura noticed a couple of odd patches of color on his arm. Naruto, what is that on your arm? He looked down and noticed the long dried droplets before turning back to his plate. It's nothing, he said casually. Huh, did you cut yourself training? What a moron. Kiba laughed while trying to stay upright in his seat, and Sakura joined in, even Sasuke giving a chuckle. Naruto fixed Sasuke with a bored gaze. Who said it was my blood? All laughter stopped. Kakashi sighed. Who was it this time, Naruto? The boy chose to finish what was in his mouth before answering. 2 mercenaries. They annoyed me when they tried to push a store owner for payment. I led them away from town. Then dealt with them in a way that would look like an accident. He never stopped eating as he explained his day. Meanwhile, everyone at the table except Kakashi and Sasuke looked at him in horror. Kakashi appeared to be thinking, while Sasuke looked a bit irritated. You didn't leave any evidence, did you? What do you take me for? I slashed their clothes with each other's weapons, making sure to cut in such a way that I could take their belongings, and if anyone finds them, they will chalk it up as a loss in a fight. Their weapons? If anyone wants to go diving at the base of a cliff in the choppy ocean to search for them, then they deserve whatever conclusions they come to. Kakashi nodded. It was a well-thought-out plan. Had Naruto been his student, he would have been proud. Looking at his students, he could only hope they grew up quickly. Sakura was shaking, Kiba looked like he was going to be sick, and Sasuke looked like Naruto had just stolen his life savings. Well, Team 7 will continue our tree climbing exercise tomorrow while you guard Tazuna again. Tazuna looked relieved at the news. If the boy could handle himself, he had the best chance of protecting the bridge aside from Kakashi himself. When are we going to protect the bridge, Kakashi? That is our mission too, and we were the ones originally assigned to it. Why let the dobe take all the glory? Sasuke spat. Because you are still in training and I am your sensei. Until you complete the tree climbing, you will continue with that exercise. Now eat. You need to rest before tomorrow. It's going to be a long day. Kakashi had no idea just how right he was. That night, Naruto was up much later than everyone else, going over the seal he saw on Haku. He had sheets of paper spread out in front of him with numerous seals drawn on each. Half the pages held the seal he had seen, while the other half showed possible counter-seals. While it was true that each one could remove the seal, each also came with drawbacks. One would severely weaken the person, while another would render them completely immobile, though for a shorter amount of time. Each counter he had came with its own downside, and he was having difficulty deciding which would be best. Sighing to himself, he packed up his supplies and headed out into the night. It had become routine for him to sleep outside. He didn't mind. The air was crisp and clean, and the breeze was relaxing. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky, and it was nice to watch the stars as he fell asleep. Climbing into a nearby tree, he soon dozed off, thinking about seals and techniques. The next day, as Team 7 headed into the forest to once again tackle their greatest foes, the trees, Naruto and Tazuna made their way to the bridge. Despite the uneasy feeling in his stomach, Tazuna wanted to know more about what the blonde had been doing in that store yesterday. No one in this town was foolish enough to go there. Though if anyone had the ability to do that, it was his companion for the day. Naruto, what were you doing in a farming supplies store yesterday? The same thing anyone who goes to such a store does. I was buying supplies. But why? You don't really strike me as the gardening type, Tazuna remarked. I don't think you see me as the killing type either, yet I've done so on numerous occasions, Naruto replied. That's true, but I feel I should warn you that growing anything won't go without consequence around here. Gato won't stand for it. Anyone who has tried to grow anything has faced punishment. I could say the same about building bridges, Tazuna-san. Tazuna laughed heartily and scratched his head. That is true, isn't it? You will understand why soon enough. Until then, I ask that you keep my business a secret from my peers. This is just one of many things in my life that I prefer to keep private. I understand. I won't tell a soul, and Naruto. Thank you. Hi. The two arrived at the bridge to find all the workers from 2 days ago already at their stations. Without being told, Naruto created his Kage Bunshin army to fill in the gaps. The day progressed much like the previous one, with Tazuna leading his men and Naruto doing what exercises he could. It wasn't until late afternoon that they called it a day. Thanks to their new progress and Naruto's help, they were moving much faster than before, and the timetable for completion was shortening more rapidly than any of them had hoped. Everyone left in high spirits that day, and for the first time in months, their families would see them come home with smiles on their faces. Dinner at Tazuna's was a bit more of a spectacle. It seemed that the two other boys had finally managed to reach the top of the tree, and Sakura had made it without taking a break. Sticking to his word, Kakashi promised they would be on guard duty the following day, making them all a little happier. Well, at least Team 7's genin were happier. The rest were resigning themselves to dealing with the three all day. As they were cleaning their plates, there was a knock at the door. Naruto went to open it with his hand on his ninjutsu, but was caught off guard when a spear was moved through the door and struck him. Tsunami and Sakura screamed as Naruto fell backward onto the floor, clutching his injury. Kakashi was on his feet the moment he heard the commotion, rushing to the door and taking a defensive position in front of his downed comrade. Kiba and Sasuke shook off their shock and took up guard positions in front of the family, both trying but failing to hide their smiles. The door burst open, revealing a man in his early 20s with a long spear held out in front of him. When he saw Kakashi, his eyes widened, and he dashed into the night. Kakashi yelled over his shoulder as he pursued, "Sakura! Tend to Naruto. The rest of you stay on guard." The three genin just stood there, staring after their sensei. Seeing no one moving, Tsunami pushed past the boys and rushed to Naruto's side to check his injury. She was no doctor, but they had no choice since none of the boys seemed to care about him. Out in the forest, Kakashi had already caught up to the man and swiftly dealt with him. It was just a random mercenary that Gato had sent to try and eliminate the old man. The orders were written in a letter in the man's back pocket. Grabbing the letter, Kakashi made his way back to the house, only to be filled with rage at the sight before him. Naruto was still on the floor being tended to by Tsunami, while Sakura stood off to the side, glaring down at him. Her two teammates were trying to pull Tsunami away from Naruto but were being held back by Tazuna and an upset Inari. What is going on here? Kakashi's booming voice stopped all action in the room. Sakura, why aren't you helping Naruto instead of Tsunami? I froze up. I was scared. I'm sorry. Though she said the words, she didn't look the part at all. And why are you two keeping the client away from his daughter? He leveled his glare on Sasuke and Kiba, who flinched slightly. You told us to protect them. We were trying to keep them out of harm's way. And you didn't think it would be easier to protect them if they were all together? Our mission is to keep Tazuna and his family safe. That includes his daughter. You should have brought them over to her and guarded them here. All three of you get out of my sight. I don't want to see you again until tomorrow. You make me sick. The three genin rushed out of the room, relieved to be away from their sensei's harsh glare. Meanwhile, Kakashi rushed to Naruto's side to assist Tsunami. He gently urged her hand away to get a better look at the injury. His eyes widened when he saw it. It's healing itself from the inside out. This must be the demon's doing. It's not going to let its host die if it can help it. For once, I thank its existence. He pulled out his medical kit and began to bandage the wound before taking Naruto to his own room. He wasn't about to risk leaving him with the other two boys. None of those in the house had noticed that throughout the entire ordeal, Naruto had never made a sound. No cries of pain, hardly any twitching muscles. Barely a sign that anything was wrong at all. The next morning, Kakashi was in a very bad mood. He hadn't gotten much sleep as he had been watching over Naruto. It was only when Tazuna came in and offered to take guard duty that he allowed himself to close his eyes. The enemies he was worried about were no longer just outside the house. He was also concerned about those inside. Should they show any sign of foul play, Tazuna would be able to wake him up, if not deter them himself from entering. When he awoke the next morning, Tazuna confirmed his suspicions that something was amiss when he told Kakashi that the other genin had tried to see how Naruto was doing, but they were easily turned away with a terse, "He's fine," from Tazuna and a promise to wake their sensei if they didn't return to their rooms. Currently, he was sitting across from the genin, glaring at them throughout the meal. Once breakfast was over, he told them to meet out front in 10 minutes. As much as he would have loved to make them train all day, he didn't trust to leave them alone. Naruto was currently unable to assist, which meant someone had to guard Tazuna. Kakashi decided to accompany his team, knowing that leaving any of them behind could lead to uncertain situations. He followed closely as they made their way to their rooms, noticing how often they glanced between him and the room where Naruto was resting. He slipped into that room while they prepared and didn't emerge until he spotted them waiting outside from his window. After checking their rooms, he grabbed Sasuke's weapon pouch, which he had likely forgotten, and stepped outside. As he arrived, Sasuke was about to speak but had to quickly catch the pouch that was thrown at him. Looking down at the bundle, he realized what it was and shot a glare at his sensei before turning to head towards the bridge. Kiba and Sakura seemed to be in on the plan as well, scowling slightly before following suit. Tazuna trailed behind Kakashi, having witnessed the exchange and feeling a bit puzzled. "What was that all about, Kakashi?" he whispered so the kids wouldn't overhear. "They're planning something concerning Naruto. I'm not sure what, but I have my suspicions. Naruto has often been seen as an outcast in the village. It was only recently that he started showing signs of his potential. I think the boys feel threatened by him, and Sakura is so infatuated with Sasuke that she would follow his lead without question. Would they really harm their own friend?" Kakashi chuckled softly, almost laughing, which caused the genin to look back at them in confusion. Kakashi waved them off, and they turned their attention forward again. They aren't true friends. Sasuke was the rookie of the year, Sakura was the top kunoichi, and Kiba is a potential clan heir. Naruto, on the other hand, was always at the bottom, which explains their disrespect towards him. Now that he's revealing his true abilities, they can't handle it and would rather see him gone, claiming it was an accident. So it's jealousy then? I thought that kind of behavior was discouraged among ninjas. From a young age. Usually, yes, but anything related to Naruto is far from typical. He's been disliked by most of the village, so it's only natural that the older generation's disdain has trickled down to the younger ones. It's a shame. I would prefer to have 3 Narutos over the current group I have. I see that it's a good thing you're in charge of them then. Oh. If it's as serious as you say, another team leader might have allowed them to proceed with their plan. True that I hadn't considered it that way. By this time, they had reached the bridge, where workers were scattered about, some injured and barely conscious. Tazuna rushed to one who seemed to still be alive. Fujio, what happened? Tazuna, demon. The group heard sinister laughter as a thick fog rolled in over the bridge. I guess our little surprise last night didn't do much damage. Oh well, at least he took care of the worst of the pests. Zabuza and Haku emerged from the mist. And it seems they're still trembling. That rooster head over there is shaking in his boots. Sasuke scowled at the man. I'm not shaking, I'm just excited. Oh really? Suddenly, clones of Zabuza appeared all around them. Sasuke, go for it. Sasuke didn't hesitate, darting forward as each clone splashed into water. Oh, it seems you have a rival in speed, Haku. It would appear so, Zabuza-sama. Kakashi pulled up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Feel honored, Zabuza. No one has seen this eye twice and lived to tell the tale. In truth, Kakashi felt a bit disappointed that the clones hadn't at least injured Sasuke, but perhaps there was still hope for that. He needed something to humble the boy, maybe to distract him from their blonde ally. He didn't have time to dwell on it as the mist thickened, and he found Zabuza closing in on him. Forced away from the group, he called out, Sasuke, Kiba, go after the other one. I'll handle Zabuza, Sakura, protect Tazuna. Sasuke smirked as he charged at Haku, not waiting for Kiba. Haku, however, was unfazed as she easily blocked his punch and subsequent kick. She observed Sasuke growing increasingly frustrated with each blocked attempt, wondering how someone who could lose their temper so easily ever became a ninja. Noticing Kiba rushing over, she swiftly caught the kunai aimed at her and performed one-handed seals. Water needle technique. A dome of water needles formed around them, halting Kiba in his tracks as he could no longer approach without risking injury. Just before the attack could strike, Sasuke disengaged and executed a quick substitution with the nearest object. The only sounds heard were Kiba's startled exclamation and Akamaru's surprised bark as he rushed to his fallen owner. Haku felt disgusted that the raven-haired boy would use his teammate like that. The dog boy was fortunate she hadn't aimed for any vital areas. He would live, but he was out of the fight, leaving her to deal solely with Sasuke. She intended to make him pay for neglecting someone he should have been protecting. You're despicable. Using a comrade to save yourself. I'm the last Uchiha. He should be honored to sacrifice himself for me. That's just how it works when you're the last of your bloodline. Really? So what happens when 2 of the last of their bloodlines meet and fight? That's simple. The strongest bloodline prevails, and there are none stronger than the Sharingan. The Sharingan, huh? I've heard of it, but I don't see it in you. Haku smirked behind her mask while Sasuke bristled at the jab. It just hasn't activated yet. It takes a life-or-death situation for that to happen. Which means I haven't met an opponent strong enough to even be my equal, let alone push me enough to be a challenge. Oh, you have met one. He was even eating under the same roof as you. The blonde one, Naruto. How dare you even compare such a weakling to me? A dead last like him could never be a challenge to someone like me. Perhaps, but now you face another who will be your challenge. Now we will see who has the stronger bloodline. You, an Uchiha with no claim to the true nature of your name, or I, the last of the Hayatan users, fully capable of using my bloodline. I will show you my greatest achievement. Try not to be defeated too quickly, mighty Uchiha. Makio Hyosho. Sasuke could only stand there as ice mirrors formed all around him. When he tried to escape through an opening that hadn't formed yet, one immediately appeared to block his path. Smirking, he gathered his chakra and performed his favorite jutsu. Keton, Gokakyu no Jutsu. The fire blazed against the ice, with Sasuke pouring as much chakra as he could into it. Smirking, he ran through the smoke to hide his escape, but was stopped when he ran face first into the ice mirror he thought he had melted. As Haku stepped into one of the mirrors, she laughed at him. "Your fire won't work against me, dear Uchiha. This ice is imbued with my chakra. It would take a flame hotter than your little body can produce to even make them steam. Now learn your place in this world." As the last of her body melded with the mirror, Haku's reflection was duplicated on every mirror in the dome. Sasuke looked on in horror for the first time in his life as each reflection drew a set of Senbon. "Feel the pain of betrayal, Acha." With that, the Senbon flew through the air toward the lone target. Back at the house, Naruto was just beginning to wake up. He felt a little sore in his chest, but after rubbing it he found the wound had already healed over. This would have surprised most people, but for him, this was life as usual. It didn't matter how bad the beating or how many times he was stabbed, most wounds he got were healed by the next day. After getting dressed and doing some morning stretches, he was making his way downstairs when he heard a scream. He landed at the bottom with one jump, just in time to see a screaming Inari run out the front door. "Let go of my mom." Realizing what was happening, Naruto followed the boy out and caught up just in time to perform a quick kawarimi with Inari, drawing his own blades to block the two swords that were meant to harm the child. Now, gentlemen. There are nicer ways to ask a woman out, you know. His ninja held firm as the sword it blocked was easily kept at bay. On the katana side, however, his arm was shaking a bit from the pressure. This one is either a bit stronger or, more likely, I'm not used to a katana yet. It might be a few years too early for such a blade. If Zabuza's reaction was anything to go by, though, it may not hurt to keep it around for intimidation purposes. The two Ronin drew back their swords and got into a ready stance. "Shut it, kid. Gato wants this little woman to get back at that bridge builder, and Gato gets what Gato wants. Isn't that right, Tamatsu?" Naruto had just enough time to register the sound of a blade cutting through the air before he was struck down the back. In a cloud of smoke, he was gone, and so were Inari and Tsunami. The three mercenaries looked around frantically for their lost targets. "Damn it. This is why I don't like dealing with ninja, they're always so sneaky. No offense, Tamatsu." "None taken. I don't like dealing with my own kind all that much either," the new man replied. The sound of metal cutting through the air was heard again as the two samurai turned just in time to block a couple of shuriken thrown their way while Tamatsu jumped out of the way. He was a distance fighter, and shuriken usually came before a close combat rush. To all of their surprise, they heard another poof as the shuriken turned into clones. Before they could react, the two samurai were out cold, while the ninja easily took out the one charging at him with a shuriken of his own. He stood there in the middle of the street outside Tazuna's house, waiting for the attack to come. "You're not bad, kid, I'll give you that." He hoped to taunt the boy into giving away his position. He soon found out it wasn't necessary. Naruto calmly walked around the corner of the house and stared at the ninja. Tamatsu Yusuji, also known as the Herald of the Squall, missing Nin of Kirigakure no Sato, last known rank, Chunin. "It seems you have me at a disadvantage. You are well informed for a kid. I would ask your name, but when you're dead it doesn't matter." Uzumaki Naruto, no known aliases, genin of Kanahigakure no Sato. Naruto did a small bow while smirking at his opponent. "I'm glad I picked up that bingo book on the way here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known whose heads to collect." Naruto slowly pulled the katana back out to test his theories and watched as the eyes of the Chunin widened with every inch that came out, proving that it was indeed a good intimidation factor, at least against Kiri ninja. "In no way." That was when he made his mistake. The Chunin, knowing exactly who the sword belonged to, attempted to escape from the one who seemingly killed him. Suetun, Mizurappa. With some quick hand signs, he made a small spout of water rush toward the blonde before running into the trees nearby and taking to the branches. He yelled over his shoulder as he heard the boy pursuing him. There's no way in hell a genin could have defeated him. "Who the hell are you?" His blood froze as the answer seemed to be whispered right into his ear. Your worst nightmare, and now your end. Goodbye, Herald of the Squall. In a flash of steel, the deed was done. The Chunin now lay defeated at Naruto's feet. After scavenging what he could and sealing away the head, Naruto burned the body so it wouldn't contaminate the forest near Tazuna's house. He didn't want to risk Inari or Tsunami stumbling upon it if they decided to go for a stroll anytime soon. Heading back to the house, he found the two samurai tied up to a post with Inari standing next to them, a huge grin plastered on his face. I kept them company, big brother, Inari exclaimed. Naruto chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. Good job, Inari, and great work protecting your mother. That's what real men do. That's what heroes do. He approached the samurai and began to untie them. Inari looked ready to protest, but Naruto flashed him a reassuring smile and gestured for him to wait. He rummaged through their belongings, removing anything sharp or potentially dangerous, including their weapons. He tossed the money pouches to Inari, whose eyes widened at the unexpected weight. Once everything was secured, he tied the samurai back up, ensuring he did it slowly enough for Inari to see. Around this time, the two captives began to stir. Although initially startled to see Naruto, they quickly donned sinister grins. Looks like you're the lucky one, kid. By now, your friends at the bridge are finished, and so is that builder. Inari's eyes brimmed with tears as Tsunami rushed out, wrapping her arms around him in a protective embrace, determined to shield her child from any threat. Naruto, however, wore a confident grin as he faced the mercenaries. I don't care what happens to those three, but good luck finding someone who can take on Kakashi. He already defeated Zabuza once. He'll do it again. He swiftly struck the two mercenaries with the blunt end of his sword before turning to the distressed family members. Don't worry. Tazuna-san will be fine. I promise. Just keep an eye on these two for me. If they start to wake up, feel free to give them a gentle nudge with a frying pan or something. Seeing them nod as they wiped their tears, he dashed down the road toward the bridge. Things were not looking good for the defenders at the bridge. Sasuke was struggling in the ice dome, his body resembling a porcupine thanks to Haku's relentless attacks. He had partially activated his Sharingan, but after sustaining so many injuries, it was nearly useless. Pain coursed through him, making even the act of breathing a struggle. Meanwhile, Haku seemed to be enjoying herself. Kiba lay unconscious outside the dome, while Sakura stood beside Tazuna, unsure of what to do. The dense fog obscured her view, but she could hear Sasuke's cries of pain and the clash of metal from Kakashi's fight. Kakashi was having a tough time with Zabuza as well. The mist was so thick that his Sharingan offered little advantage. It only allowed him to dodge most of Zabuza's attacks, which appeared just moments before they struck. He managed to avoid serious injury, but he still bore a slice on his arm and another across his chest. Unbeknownst to them, a blur approached the dome, staying just out of sight of those inside. Naruto watched as Haku's Senbon repeatedly struck Sasuke, not giving him a moment to defend himself. The attacks came from all angles, each set timed differently. Eventually, Sasuke could endure no more and collapsed to his knees. Naruto was about to rush in to help, but he paused as Haku's mirrors began to dissolve. Haku approached Sasuke, staying just out of his reach as he weakly attempted to strike at her. You see, Uchiha, even someone as great as you can fall. Without teammates to support you, you're nothing. Perhaps if you hadn't switched out with that dog boy, he could have blocked the attacks aimed at your back. Then you both might have outlasted me. Remember, it was your arrogance that led to your downfall. She readied another Senbon for the final blow, but her path was suddenly blocked by another figure. Ah, Naruto. So Zabuza-sama's attack was in vain after all. I'm glad to see you are well, but I must ask you not to interfere. Let you harm him. He may be difficult, but he's still my comrade on this mission, and it's my duty to keep him alive if I can. At that moment, Sasuke gathered enough strength for one last action. He grasped Naruto's shoulder and arm as he stood up. This way you'll die knowing that you protected an Uchiha. Feel privileged. Loser. Unfortunately for Sasuke, he had exhausted nearly all his strength, so when Naruto turned and backhanded him across the bridge, he was powerless to resist. He crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Well, he won't be bothering us for a while. Now, where were we? It amazes me that after such treatment, you're still willing to save him. Trust me, it would be much worse for me if I didn't. Now, I need you to trust me, Haku. Haku raised an eyebrow, though he couldn't see it due to her mask. The tilt of her head indicated she was skeptical of his intentions. There's a memory replacement seal on the back of your neck, and I'd like to remove it, if you allow me. Haku took a step back. And why should I trust you with that? How do I know you won't just attack me from behind? You don't, which is why I'm asking you to trust me. I don't want to resort to force. Naruto held out the seal he intended to use on her to demonstrate what it was. I will place this over the seal on your neck and cancel its effects for as long as it's on. This will allow you to remember what you were forced to forget until I can remove the seal permanently. You can even apply it yourself, just make sure this edge faces up. It's quite straightforward. He extended the seal toward her, inviting her to take it. She tilted her head again, seemingly contemplating the offer. And what are the side effects of the seal? You'll feel tired for a while, but you won't be harmed. You may not be able to fight at full capacity until the effects wear off, but other than that, nothing. He smiled as she reached out and took the seal from him, examining it closely. Your seal is about here. He pointed to a spot on his own neck, indicating where she should place the counter seal. Had you deceived me and claimed it did nothing, I would have confronted you harshly, but you seem to be telling the truth. You let me go in the forest when you could have easily harmed me. I will return that favor with my trust. My life is in your hands, no. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the seal onto the back of her neck and instantly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. As her true memories flooded back, she fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she discarded her mask. He killed them. It wasn't the bloodline purge. He did it. Naruto was by her side in an instant, preventing her from hitting the ground. Haku, are you okay? I swear it wasn't supposed to hurt you. Let me see it. I'll fix it. She pushed his hands away. No. I need this. I won't let him control me anymore. Who was it, Haku? Who was controlling you? He had a hunch but needed her to say it. Zabuza. In seconds, she was back on her feet, determination shining in her eyes as she unsteadily made her way toward the sound of clashing metal. As they approached, they heard the growls of dogs accompanying the conversation of two jonin. Through the mist, they saw a flicker of light, accompanied by what sounded like a flock of small birds. Moments later, the fog began to clear, revealing a wounded Zabuza pinned down by several dogs, with Kakashi standing before him, a crackling ball of chakra in his hand. Zabuza glanced at Haku and smiled. Ah, looks like you don't get to finish me off today, Kakashi. The Jonin ignored him and rushed forward, intent on ending Zabuza's life. He was halted when a hand grabbed his wrist, holding him back. He followed the arm to see a familiar face. Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto shook his head, glancing at Haku as she advanced on the immobilized Zabuza. Haku, get rid of these dogs so I can finish this. Then we can deal with the old man and get our payment. Haku continued walking closer. Haku, did you hear me? It was you. Zabuza's expression shifted as he noticed her dangerous demeanor. It wasn't my father who killed my mother, it was you. Zabuza's gaze fell on the corner of the paper sticking out from her neck. He glared at Naruto. So you figured it out. I admit I'm impressed. Haku pressed on, ignoring his comment. You killed my father when he refused to hand us over. Then you killed my mother right in front of me when she refused to help you with your plans. I couldn't do anything to stop it back then. I was barely able to create a simple water technique. You covered it all up and trained me to be your weapon, using me all this time while knowing you were the one who took my parents from me. Haku stood defiantly before the missing Nin, glaring at him. You are despicable. She summoned a dome of Sunban around him, trapping him with no escape as Kakashi's dogs dispersed. You never had the heart to kill Haku. Cold as ice, but still too soft. Zabuza laughed until the Sunban closed in on him. With a swift motion, it was over. The once mighty swordsman lay lifeless, a mere shell of flesh. Haku stared at the lifeless body for a full minute before feeling arms encircle her waist. Only then did she allow herself to cry, turning to collapse into Naruto's chest. "Naruto, I need you to step away from her. She is still an enemy. She attacked 2 leaf ninjas and killed one." "Neither are dead," came Haku's weak voice. "What? Neither are dead. I've never killed anyone. Until just now. Though I intended to kill the Uchiha, every attack before this was non-lethal." "Why did you intend to kill Sasuke?" Kakashi asked, incredulous. He used his own teammate to switch out, forcing the dog boy to take the hit meant for him, but those attacks were also non-lethal. Kakashi felt a wave of nausea. His own student had tried to sacrifice one of his teammates to survive? He regretted passing them, knowing the Konoha Council would have pushed the boy's team through regardless. "I will vouch for her, Kakashi." He turned to the blonde. "She has more honor than your entire team combined." "Will vouch for her. As touching as this is, I am a very busy man. So how about we end this now?" All conscious heads turned toward the unfinished end of the bridge, where a short businessman stood surrounded by hundreds of mercenaries. Naruto and Kakashi rushed in front of Tazuna, taking defensive stances. "I see my hunch was right. Zabuza was no match for the Konoha ninja, and neither was that fool I sent to retrieve his daughter." At the mention of Tsunami, Tazuna stepped forward. "If you lay a hand on her, I will make you pay." "Ah, the mighty bridge builder does have a spine. I'm sorry, my dear man, but in this world, money is power, and when you're as wealthy as I am, you can afford a lot of power. Kill them." With a battle cry, the wave of mercenaries charged forward as the small man vanished from sight behind them. "Kakashi, how strong are you right now?" "About a quarter." "Great. Haku will be out of commission for a bit, Kiba and Sasuke are down, and Sakura's pretty much out of it. Okay, I'm going to buy you some time. Take a soldier pill and rest a little. When you're ready, join the fight." Without waiting for a response, Naruto charged headlong into the mass of enemies. As the two sides clashed, he shouted, "Multiple shadow clone technique." In a massive cloud of smoke, the bridge filled with combatants from both sides. In seconds, they collided in a chaotic whirlwind of smoke and shouts as both sides began to take losses, matching blow for blow. As the numbers dwindled, groups of fighters became separated in the fray. All of the lesser fighters lay incapacitated as the battle masters leaped around them, guarding and attacking in a desperate bid for survival against Naruto's relentless assault. Kakashi was wise enough to heed Naruto's advice and was currently observing the fight, waiting for any sign that the boy was faltering. His cue came when a slightly bloodied Naruto was flung out of the fray by the end of a staff. He had been holding his own against 4 of the brawlers when his foot caught on one of the fallen, forcing him off balance. It wasn't a fatal blow, but it created an opening. Before they could take advantage of it, Kakashi rushed in. He wasn't at full strength, but he couldn't wait any longer. Besides, these were just ordinary fighters, not ninjas, and Naruto had already taken out about 3/4 of them with his clones. As he blocked the initial blows, a whistling sound pierced through the clashing sounds of battle. All heads turned toward the other end of the bridge, where a large group of villagers stood. The ragtag band of villagers was armed with anything they could find: shovels, picks, axes, and even the odd cane waved in the air in fury. Naruto, now recovered from his spot on the ground, smiled at the sight and nodded to Inari, who was holding a miniature crossbow. He turned back toward the fight and glared at the remaining opponents. Everyone present was engaged with an adversary, but rather than helping any of them, he rushed past as he yelled to Kakashi, "I'm going after Gato. Keep the villagers safe." Kakashi only grunted in response as he blocked another sword strike with his kunai. Running toward the unfinished area of the bridge, Naruto arrived just in time to see a boat cast off. A smile formed on his lips. Gato was on the boat, smirking up at them, reveling in the chaos around him. When this day was done, he believed the ninja and the bridge builder would be dead. Even if they managed to win, it wouldn't matter. Where there was money, there were always reserves. People would always be willing to fight for wealth. As he looked up at the bridge once more, he saw a lone figure gazing down at him. He smirked at the boy, who seemed to have been on the ninja's side before. It was too late though, his boat had already cast off from the base of the bridge. There would be no stopping the inevitable. His eyes widened as he watched the figure walk over the edge but refused to fall. Instead, it bolted down the side of one of the pillars supporting the bridge. He expected the boy to try to swim toward him futilely but cursed his luck when the kid just ran on the water's surface instead of splashing into its depths. Naruto sprinted toward the boat at full speed, dodging or deflecting the few arrows that came toward him from the boat's defenders. Creating a few more clones as he closed in, he watched the boat's defenders draw out their close combat weapons, preparing for him to board. He wasn't one to disappoint and jumped high into the air, causing the boat to rock when he landed on the railing. A few of the fighters lost their balance, and soon their lives followed as Naruto stuck to the planks with chakra, allowing him easier movement on the now unsteady ride. Gato saw the boy leap and cursed as his defenders fell one by one. He turned to those who were rowing and yelled at them to get up and fight too. He offered mountains of money to the one who could bring him the blonde's head. It was pointless, however. Those on the boat were the least skilled of his fighters since he was so sure of victory, or at least a safe escape. His personal guard had been sent to capture Tizuna's family, but it seemed that had fallen through as well. Now he had his back against the bow of the boat, pleading with the kid like a fool as he offered him more money than he had ever offered anyone, just to let him live. He promised to give money to Wave, to live in poverty, but his crimes outweighed his bank account. Come now, boy, I am rich beyond imagining. I could give you enough money to buy your own village. You could have anything you want. Nothing would be out of your reach. I could give you everything you ever dreamed of and more. Naruto spat at the thought. You talk about buying anything as if everything were for sale. What I want you can't afford. What I desire isn't any material possession. What I dream of is respect. Respect. You can easily buy that. With as much money as I have, people respect me or they fall. No one respects you, Gato. They fear you, sure, but respect? Respect is earned, not bought. You have earned the respect of no one here, and now you will no longer have the chance to right those wrongs. Naruto drew his ninjutsu and, in a single fluid motion, sliced across. Whether you kill me or not, it doesn't matter. This village will still. Gato's words were cut off as the blade sliced across his throat. As he lay there choking, he looked up and smiled at the blonde. Even through his pain and dimming vision, he harbored evil. Thoughts about the men positioned nearby, men who had already been paid and would attack tomorrow, even if no word was heard from today's conflict. He would have his revenge on this pathetic town. As the boat floated lazily past the bridge, no longer having oarsmen to push it upstream, Naruto jumped off and tied it up where it had been before Gato had tried to escape. He took his time climbing back up since he didn't hear the sounds of fighting anymore. Reaching the top, he was finally able to see the aftermath of the battle. No mercenaries were left standing, and it looked like only a couple of the villagers had been severely injured or dead, but all in all, the fight was a success. He saw the bodies of Kiba and Sasuke side by side, with Kakashi pulling the numerous sunbon from them with Haku's help while Sakura stood nearby, crying at the sight. Haku still looked weak, but at least she was helping, and that was a good sign since Kakashi wasn't objecting. By the time he made it to them, they were finishing up with the last of the sunbon. I see things seem to have gone well up here. Gone well? Can't you see that Sasuke-kun was hurt, and it was that person over there who did it? Sakura exclaimed, pulling out a kunai with the intent to confront Haku, who was kneeling as she checked on Kiba for any further injuries. She rushed forward, but a hand grabbed her wrist, stopping her. When she struggled to break free, she was lifted and tossed backward, away from the weakened ninja. Looking up at her assailant, she found Tizuna glaring down at her. But why won't you let me confront her? She attacked Sasuke-kun. Because she was being manipulated. If you opened your eyes a little to see more than just your precious Uchiha, you would understand the world for what it really is instead of living in a fantasy, Tizuna replied, looking at her with disgust. He had never seen someone so obsessed with another person before. Sakura, Haku didn't harm either of them. In fact, she went against her leader to ensure they didn't die. She may have attacked us, but at the time, she believed she was doing what was right, Kakashi explained, trying to reason with her. To his frustration, Sakura simply huffed and turned away, pouting. Yes, that is very mature, he thought, sighing as he turned back to the now awakening pair. What? Where am I? Kakashi-sensei? The bridge. The fight. Kiba shot up, only to put a hand to his aching head and fall back down. Turning his head, he saw Sasuke. You JRK. You tried to get me killed. Kiba wanted to lash out at his teammate, but he could barely lift his arms, let alone strike. Instead, he settled for glaring at Sasuke. Kakashi looked down at Kiba, pretending to be confused. What do you mean, Kiba? Sasuke smirked. I used a substitution technique to escape an attack. The closest thing I could see was Kiba, so I switched with him. He should feel honored to have been so useful. Kakashi had reached his limit with the brat. He drew his fist back and lightly tapped Sasuke, shocking everyone who didn't know about the tension in the group. A sensei had just playfully reprimanded his own student. They snapped back to reality when Kakashi turned to them, rubbing the back of his head. What? He smiled at them, causing a few sweat drops. Kakashi, I'm taking Haku back to the house. I'll leave some clones to clean up this mess. I need to see about getting rid of her seal. I also need to talk to you as soon as you're able. After receiving a nod from Kakashi, he created his clones before picking up Haku in a gentle manner and setting off for Tazuna's house, unaware of the blush on her face. Later that night, an extra place setting was at the table as everyone gathered for a celebratory dinner for their victory. Most people were happy and chatting animatedly. The only ones who weren't were the members of Team 7. Sakura was still upset with Haku but relieved that Sasuke was alive. Kiba was frustrated with Sasuke but grateful that he himself wasn't dead. Sasuke was annoyed with everyone angry at Kiba for not being more useful, at Sakura for being overly dependent on him, and at Kakashi for the light reprimand after what he thought was a valid explanation. Most of all, he was furious with Naruto. The blonde had humiliated him like no one else had dared to do. Not only had Naruto found a way to defeat Haku by noticing something others missed, but he had also taken down most of the mercenaries and gotten himself a glory that should have belonged to the Uchiha. Now, he was going to have another special meeting with Kakashi about information he apparently wasn't privy to. An elite like him was being denied the chance to hear what the Dobe had to say, even if it would help him grow stronger and get closer to his revenge. Then Kakashi went so far as to tell him he couldn't go through the gear that Naruto had collected from the defeated mercenaries. He was informed that since he had acted in a way that disrupted their teamwork, he would be denied those items that he should have received. It was just luck that the blonde had gotten in his way. Otherwise, that ice ninja would have been defeated by him. Even when he had knocked out one of the clones to grab the weapons it had, he found himself lacking as the clones sealed everything away as they discovered anything useful. When he tried to pick up the scroll that the clone dropped, he was pulled back rather abruptly by Kakashi and ordered to protect the bridge builder. Once again, someone had interfered with what he needed to become stronger. As the celebration continued, Naruto led Haku upstairs to Kakashi's room, where they could have some privacy. Once there, he began to work. An intricate seal array soon covered Haku's neck and back. Luckily for them, Zabuza was not very skilled with seals, so they wouldn't need anything too complicated to cancel it out. With the array in place, Naruto held his palm to her back and began to channel his chakra. Instead of the usual sealing process, which would condense the seal into its final form, a counter seal drew the target seal out of its finalized state and back into its original form. The only downside was that the counter seal's complexity had to match or exceed that of the original seal. In many cases, this was nearly impossible without knowing the original seal intimately. A few minutes later, the entire memory replacement seal was in its basic form and intertwined with the counter seal. With a damp cloth, they were able to easily wipe both away. The process had caused Haku a bit of discomfort as the seal was pulled away, but the refreshing feeling of her mind being whole again more than made up for it. Now that Haku had time to sit and reflect, she began to sob slightly as the realization of everything that had happened hit her. The memories of Zabuza taking her father and mother from her were overwhelming. Then she recalled her training with Zabuza. He had been a harsh mentor, pushing her to her limits despite her desperate pleas. No matter how much she had suffered, if she didn't follow his orders, she faced punishment. He had returned to their hideout one night with a huge smile on his face. He had found the seal that had changed her life. After that point, what was once so clear became a little fuzzy for a few years of her memories. She could remember traveling with Zabuza, thinking that she was simply a tool for him to use. The numerous odd and often morally questionable missions they undertook lingered in her mind. She recalled the businessman's eyes as they roamed over her, and her disgust at his gaze. She remembered her first encounter with Team 7, how everything was going well until a blonde boy showed up and disrupted it. The meeting with the blonde in the woods, where they learned each other's names, stood out to her. He hadn't known exactly who she was and hadn't attacked, which still puzzled her. She witnessed the fight on the bridge, how she saw the Uchiha use his own teammate. Then she trusted Naruto to help her, even allowing him to place the seal on herself. As soon as the seal was activated, she was overwhelmed by all the memories she had lost. It had to be real since Naruto, as far as she knew, had never seen her parents and would have had no knowledge of her training. She cried then for the first time in years, but at the same time, she felt a burning need inside her. Today was the day she had taken her first life, and it was that of her so-called father figure. She had done it willingly and felt no remorse for him, but it was still her first actual kill. It was the first time she had watched as life left someone's eyes by her hand. She had seen the disdain in his gaze turn to surprise when her needles pierced his flesh, followed by the realization that it would be his last breath. Suddenly overcome with grief, she turned in Naruto's arms and cried openly into his chest. He didn't push her away, didn't call her weak, didn't sneer or laugh. He just held her close, rubbing her back and trying to soothe her. The only other effect on him was that he was now blushing brightly. They had taken the top half of her battle kimono and her shirt off to draw on the seal, and now she was pressing her uncovered front against his chest. It took the better part of an hour until she finally settled down. She was out of tears and energy as she fell asleep in his arms. Gently, so he wouldn't wake her, Naruto laid her down in his futon. He blushed a bit at her exposed chest but quickly tore his thoughts away from it as he covered her up and crept out the door. As he rejoined the party below, Kakashi walked up to him and grabbed his shoulder before motioning for Naruto to follow. Once they were in a secluded room alone, they sat down facing each other. "What is it this time, Naruto?" Kakashi asked. "As I slashed Gato's throat, he mentioned something. I wasn't able to stop my blade in time, but I can guess. I'm betting he has other men waiting somewhere to attack if the bridge attack fails. Starting tonight, we will have to be on guard. If I'm right, they could attack at any time." "Good assumption. We'll have to take shifts until the bridge is finished. We'll do it in pairs and alternate every 8 hours. One team with Tazuna, one at the house, and the other resting. Teams will be me by myself, you with Sakura, and Sasuke with Kiba. That should keep us decently even." "No, teams should be you with Sakura, Kiba and Sasuke, and Haku with me. I don't trust the others to be alone with her, and Sakura is the weakest of us, so she should be teamed with the strongest." Kakashi smiled at this. "I'm so glad you think I'm the strongest, Naruto." "How humble of you," Kakashi replied. "Well, maybe strongest is pushing it, but you do have the most experience." The two laughed as they exchanged jibes back and forth until Naruto felt a chill go up his spine. Without warning, he rushed out to the party and looked around the room. There were people missing who shouldn't be. He leaped up the stairs, barely touching any before he hit the landing and sprinted down the hall toward Kakashi's room where Haku lay sleeping. The door was already open, a bad sign. He barely registered Kakashi catching up as he crashed into the door frame, using its opposite to swing into the room. They were just in time to catch the two blades swinging down on the unconscious body in the middle of the room. "You just don't know when to quit, do you?" Naruto kicked Sasuke back away from Haku as Kakashi lifted Sakura off the ground by her weapon-wielding arm. "You disgraced yourself, your team, and your village. Even though you've dragged us through the mud, we still won the battle, and yet you are trying to stomp on us, trying to drive us further into the muck. What did you hope to accomplish here? What do you care, Dobe? She is the enemy, and I will eliminate all my enemies." Sasuke attempted to throw his kunai at Haku, but it was intercepted. The loud clang of metal on metal woke the sleeping girl. Haku looked around the room in confusion for a few seconds, taking in the scene. Kakashi was holding the pink-haired girl off the ground while Naruto stood between her and Sasuke, his ninja held out to the side. A kunai lay half-buried in the floor mats a few feet from her. Realization hit her as she began to back away into a corner, away from the hostile couple glaring down at her. "Get out of the way, Dobe. I will eliminate my enemy," Sasuke shouted. "She isn't your enemy anymore, Uchiha. She has her memories back, and she will not attack us unless we attack first, which you obviously don't seem to understand. Once an enemy, always an enemy. Now move." "Sasuke," Kakashi interjected, glaring at the boy. "You are attacking an unarmed ninja who is cooperating with us. She has the potential to hold valuable information. Killing her would violate mission objectives. As it stands, simply attacking her will have to be brought up to the council once we return to Konoha. If you want to make this harder on yourself, then keep this up. I will restrain you and toss you on the floor at the council's feet myself unless you cease this action." "You dare talk to me like that, Hatake? Go right ahead and tell the council. I've had people do that before, and you know what it got them? Nothing. I'm far too valuable to risk, so I can do as I please." "You keep thinking that," came a new voice from the doorway just as Sasuke was struck from behind. He collapsed, unconscious, and Kiba stepped into view. "Kami, that felt good." Sakura was furious. "How dare you use such a sneaky attack on Sasuke-kun? But I can see why. You're so weak and pathetic that if you—" She never finished her thought as Kakashi swiftly knocked her out with a quick chop to her neck. Kiba approached Haku, who was now mostly aware, causing the remaining conscious individuals to tense. However, Kiba looked at Haku with a grin. "I want to thank you for not finishing me off on the bridge. I know you could have. I also appreciate you putting the Uchiha in pain. He deserves more than you could have made him feel." "Thank you," Haku replied, giving a slight bow while holding the blanket to her chest for modesty. "Well, I guess this means some adjustments to the teams. We'll work in 2 shifts, 12 hours on, 12 hours off." Kiba and Haku exchanged confused glances, prompting Kakashi to explain. "It seems Gato had a backup plan. Another attack is likely coming soon. We'll work in pairs, Kiba with me and Haku with Naruto. Since Haku has rested and Kiba was injured in the fight, Naruto's team will take the first watch." Receiving nods from everyone involved, Kakashi picked up Sakura. "Kiba, grab Sasuke and follow me. These two are too much trouble to leave roaming free. Naruto, when you're ready, you can start your patrol." After Kiba and Kakashi left with Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto turned to his new teammate. "Well, Haku-chan, looks like we have work to do. Meet me out front, and we'll get started." "Hi, Naruto-kun." She waited until he left the room before uncovering herself and getting dressed. Her gear had been taken, but since she could create weapons from water, it wouldn't matter much. Cautious of another attack, she decided to use the window to exit the house instead of going through the crowded first floor. When she reached the front, Naruto was already waiting for her. Seems he takes his job seriously. That makes at least 2 of them, maybe 3, since the dog boy Kiba, they said his name had enough sense to know I aimed to disable, not kill. She approached him, making sure he could hear her approach. "You don't have to stomp, Haku-chan. I have very good hearing." He didn't even turn to face her. "So you have a bloodline that enhances your senses? That's something like that?" She could sense he was reluctant to discuss it further. "I see." Without another word, they set off into the night to begin their first patrol. It took 4 more days for the bridge to be completed. The ninjas continued their 2-person teams, with Naruto and Haku patrolling at night and guarding Tazuna during the day. After noon, Kakashi and Kiba took over while the others rested and ate. After dinner, Kakashi and Kiba would search until returning at midnight to switch shifts. Sasuke and Sakura were confined to a room, formerly Sakura's, only allowed out for meals and bathroom breaks. They attempted to escape a few times, but Naruto had placed suppression seals on them to keep them under control. With their weapons gone and their chakras sealed, they were of little use, but this way even Tazuna could manage them if necessary. This arrangement proved beneficial for Naruto and Haku, as they didn't trust leaving the two unattended while they slept. When a couple of villagers offered their help, they were quickly assigned to guard duty while everyone else rested. They were more than happy to assist after learning why the two ninjas were subdued. In a village where everyone worked hard for the goal of saving their country, teamwork was invaluable. Naruto and Haku were just starting their 5th patrol when one of Naruto's clones popped. He had been using them to scan parts of the forest constantly, searching for the impending attack. It cost him some mental energy, but it had just paid off. "Haku, we need to get back to the house now." Hearing the urgency in his voice, Haku immediately turned on her heel and followed him back to Tazuna's house. As soon as they arrived, Naruto burst through the door to find Kakashi and Kiba still awake, discussing their next patrol route. "Kakashi, let's go. We found them." Kakashi looked at Kiba. "After we leave, I want you to free the others. If there's a group out there, some might slip past and try to attack here. You may need backup." Kiba nodded before Kakashi turned back to Naruto. "Lead the way." The three of them dashed into the forest. "What can you tell us about them?" "It's a group of mercenaries, just like at the bridge. There didn't seem to be any ninjas with them, but I wouldn't rule them out. There could be 1 or 2 samurai, so they should be our top priority." It took a couple of miles before they reached the camp, but eventually, Kakashi got a good view of what Naruto had described. He indeed saw a few samurai, but they appeared to be more like Ronin than true masters of the blade. "Okay, we'll start with your largest long-range attack. Make 3 points and strike from all sides. In the confusion, we should be able to take out most of the worst targets easily. Clean up what you can while they're disoriented. When they start to organize, fall back and we'll strike again. We should be able to hit them 2 or 3 times before they put up a decent defense. All 3 of us should be well rested by now, but try to conserve your chakra. We'll need it when they regroup." The 2 younger ninjas nodded in understanding. Kakashi felt elated. He had 2 experienced ninjas who knew how to follow orders without question and even offered suggestions without expecting immediate acceptance. They understood their skills and executed their tasks without complaint. How he wished this was his genin team. He could have spent all night reveling in that fact, but they had a job to do. With a nod, they split up. In the camp below, men and a few women were preparing to move in on the town. Final preparations were being made for the assault, and the villagers would have no warning. A sudden cry of alarm drew everyone's attention to the center of the camp, where a man collapsed to the ground, a kunai embedded in his forehead. "We're under attack," shouted those closest to the fallen man as chaos erupted. Before most could find decent cover, attacks began raining down upon them. Ice projectiles flew in from the southeast, striking many. A powerful wind swept in from the southwest, sending men crashing into weapon racks and each other. From the north came a massive water dragon that slammed into the crowd, sending people sprawling. Right behind the attacks were blurs darting from the shadows. Kakashi followed closely behind his water dragon, slicing at those it had struck and launching kunai and shuriken at anyone within range. He noticed the enemy beginning to regroup around him and quickly used a shunshin to evade danger. On Haku's side, she passed by the many fallen bodies created by her ice techniques. Normally, she wouldn't have killed the men, but something within her stirred when she regained her memories and took Zabuza's life. She saw these men as potential threats to others, just as she had been threatened. Imagining Zabuza's face on each of them, she struck without mercy. Unlike Kakashi, she didn't rush. Instead, she carefully formed each ice blade before sending it flying toward her targets with deadly precision. The most devastated area was undoubtedly Naruto's. Not only had his initial wind technique thrown the camp into disarray, but his subsequent assault created pure chaos. Hundreds of lightly armored, black katana-wielding shadow clones surged into the unsuspecting hired goons. It didn't seem to matter how many were defeated, a new one would take its place. Morale in that section quickly plummeted as men and women fell in droves. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the attacks ceased. The camp scrambled to find some semblance of leadership until the chaos erupted once more. By the end of the second assault, The once organized camp resembled the aftermath of a fierce storm. Debris lay scattered everywhere, while in the center, a small group managed to pull some wagons onto their sides, creating a makeshift fort alongside a few other scattered groups. Out in the trees, the three ninjas regrouped. Good job. We got more than I hoped for. Now for the hard part. The remaining fighters will be the best of their group, ready when we arrived. Don't be reckless. If you need to retreat and regroup, do it. Same sections, use whatever you can to take them out, but keep yourselves defended. Don't let them flank us. Kakashi, instead of breaking up for this, should we stay as a group? We can hit each section randomly, then retreat and strike another. That way, they won't know which to defend. We can wear them down little by little. Even if we tire before finishing them, they won't have enough strength to raid a house, let alone a town. It felt a bit odd for Haku to refer to him as captain, but it seemed fitting since he was the ranking ninja. Kakashi considered the idea for a moment before nodding. We'll try that. If it's not working after a while or becomes too dangerous, we pull back. Agreed. This mission was beginning to feel less like a C rank turned A rank and more like an ANBU operation with each passing moment. He wasn't complaining though, he would take this over babysitting any day. If the council had given him a choice, he would have taught Sasuke what he could about the Sharingan during breaks from ANBU missions, but they insisted he be the boys' team sensei. He guessed their goal was for him to teach the Uchiha more than just how to use his Sharingan. They spread out slightly as they scouted the camp, looking for the best targets to hit. The easiest was a small group stationed behind an overturned table. They were guarding what they could see, relying on the table for protection. It was a fatal mistake, as they soon discovered when shards of ice shot through the wood and struck them from behind. One group down, 6 to go. The next group was more fortified. After witnessing the fate of the first victims, they were taking no chances and were vigilant on all sides. The piles of logs they were between would not be easily breached by Haku's ice spears, and any direct attack would be noticed. After some deliberation, Naruto sent in a disheveled clone to surrender. The men behind the barrier were cautious and made the clone drop its weapons. Luckily, the clone was behind some rubble, so the defenders never saw it vanish in a puff of smoke as it hit the ground. Once disarmed, the clone approached them. One man stepped out, weapons ready, and bound its arms behind its back, leading it back behind the barrier. They soon began telling the other ninjas to surrender. All they received in response was a single word from the clone, boom. A spectacular explosion of fire and smoke followed, leaving a sizable crater with a red-tinged edge. 2 down, 5 to go. Since the former defensive point had protected 2 other sides, those were now open, making them slightly more accessible. Running through the smoke from the exploding clone, the 3 ninjas advanced on the 2 targets. Haku and Kakashi moved to the left while Naruto went to the right. It was a clash of fire and ice as Naruto used a couple of weaker fire techniques to ignite the wagon being used as cover, eliminating those inside before throwing kunai at their flailing bodies, ensuring a quick end. On the other side, Kakashi pulled water from the ground, still drenched from his earlier dragon, allowing Haku to create a cloud of sunban to rain down into the ditch where 3 defenders were hiding. 4 down, 3 to go. The last 3 defensive positions were strategically aligned. Each could guard the other's backs while still keeping an eye on the camp's perimeter. It would be challenging to rush these survivors. They would have undoubtedly braced the structures they hid behind to protect themselves against the initial assault while keeping enough openings to see if attackers were approaching. Any ideas? Kakashi looked at the 2 hopefully. Haku was panting slightly, with a few cuts and beads of sweat on her forehead. Naruto seemed the least affected. He was covered in blood, but none of it was his own, at least from what he could tell given his lack of wounds. He was still a bit drained, having kept his senses alert even while resting, which left him slightly exhausted. Haku, can you create any ice mirrors? Naruto turned towards her, watching as she considered the possibility. Maybe a few. How many can you make? 10. I think I can manage about 13, but they would only last a few seconds once fully formed, and I would need water wherever they need to be created. That will have to be good enough. Kakashi, I need you to put as much water as you can between 2 of their little forts. Once you have enough, Haku, start making mirrors in 2 lines about 3 feet apart and as close as you can between each of them. Once they are up, we will rush through. Since they can see all directions between the 3 of them, they shouldn't be guarding the middle as much, if at all. We each take a pile and hope for the best. I'll send a few clones with each of us once we're close. It was a risky plan, but it was the best option they had aside from laying siege or calling for backup, neither of which appealed to any of them. Alright, we'll give it a shot. As soon as the water hits the ground, start making your mirrors, Haku. We won't have much time before they realize what's happening. Ready? The 2 teens nodded as he stood up and began his hand signs. Water release, water jet. A powerful stream of water shot from Kakashi's mouth and right between 2 of the forts before he ducked back down. They could hear the taunts from behind the walls. Losing your aim, ninja? Are the sneaky little ones getting tired? Haku was the next to stand, concentrating as she began to form the mirrors as thin and close together as possible. The tunnel would be short, but it should be enough. With Naruto and Kakashi blocking any projectiles coming toward her, she was able to focus entirely on her jutsu. When the last of the mirrors was in place, she whispered to her comrades, "Go." They took off, sprinting toward the tunnel as projectiles flew at them from 2 sides. Then they were inside. They could hear a few more thuds as spears and arrows struck the ice behind them, and the sound of the jutsu beginning to crumble. Just as the last mirrors fell, they emerged from the other end and immediately split off to their designated shelters. The confusion was evident in the hushed murmurs inside each post as the 3 ninjas snuck up to the easiest entrance point. They signaled to each other with their fists clenched around small cylinders. On 3, the cylinders flew over the blockades and into the midst of the defenders, exploding in a cloud of thick smoke as the ninjas jumped over and unleashed chaos. Cries echoed into the night as more mercenaries fell in the confusion that ninjas thrived in. It took only minutes, but by the time the smoke cleared enough to see once more, 3 ninjas stood facing each other, breathing heavily and covered in blood, some theirs, most not. They simply stood there, facing each other down before one cracked a smile. As Naruto revealed his blood-stained teeth, the other 2 couldn't help but join in. In the adrenaline-filled aftermath of the battle, they laughed like madmen. It was more of a mental defense than anything. They had ended countless lives since the mission began and had found trusted allies in each other, someone they could rely on to watch their backs in turn. After a few moments of reflection, they walked off into the forest, limping and exhausted, but alive. So, Kakashi, what are you going to do with the others when we get home? The man sighed. He really didn't want to think about the chaos he would have to deal with in Konoha. A C-rank turned B-rank turned A-rank mission. It was true that this could have gone a lot better, but it also could have gotten a lot worse. Without Naruto's help, and through him Haku's assistance, they wouldn't have pulled this off. There would be consequences for someone, but the 3 in his charge were going to be the biggest issue. I'm not sure. More than likely, the council will brush it off and favor Sasuke to keep him content. I know there will be issues that come up, but honestly, I don't think I really care right now. I'm half tempted to add them to tonight's body count and call them casualties. Well, you still can, we won't tell. Naruto grinned at him while Haku gave an animated nod. Kakashi laughed. As much as I'd like to, if I went back and told them I got the last Uchiha killed, if they didn't send me to be interrogated for suspicion, they would probably just execute me out of spite. Yeah, I guess you're right. Guess that means we'll just have to drag them all the way back with us, kicking and screaming. Kakashi lifted an eyebrow as he looked toward the blonde. What? You think I'm going to trust them to walk back nicely without trying to stab Haku or me in the back? Forget it. They're staying tied up until we get to the Hokage's office. I don't care what kind of repercussions we have to deal with. Kakashi sighed again. This was definitely going to be one of his least favorite returns to the village. He did have to agree with Naruto, though. Those 2 would be far too much of a handful to just let run loose. He wasn't worried about them actually succeeding in harming either of his companions, but if they got hurt in the process, it would be on his head. Sasuke, as the last Uchiha, received special treatment, and Haruno's mother was on the council. She had a pair of lungs that could only be rivaled by her daughter. When they got back to the village, They took a quick dip in the river to wash off the worst of the grime and blood before heading back to the house. Tsunami had them stand outside while she got them towels and some dry clothes to wear. There wasn't really much of a place to change in the area, so they took turns going into the nearby shed to slip on their new clothes after toweling off. Now dry and reasonably clean, they were allowed to enter the house, where they were met with a mixture of smiles and glares. The energetic pair was sitting at one end of the table, looking tired but refusing to go to sleep without hearing exactly what had happened. Kiba was also awake, ensuring they behaved. Tazuna was up out of worry, as was Tsunami, while Inari was asleep in a chair in the corner. Well, it was only one word, but coming from Sasuke, it sounded more like a scolding order, filled with impatience. Ignoring the boy, Kakashi addressed Tsunami. If you wouldn't mind, some tea would be very nice right about now. Tsunami rushed off to the kitchen. And some medical supplies if you have them. Hearing her confirmation, he sat down at the table as Haku and Naruto took the couch, wanting to rest and recuperate after the recent ordeal. Are you going to talk or just sit there, Hatake? Sasuke glared at his instructor with a fierce intensity, but for someone like Kakashi, who had seen far worse, it was merely an annoyance. Tsunami could feel the tension in the room when she re-entered. Being a civilian from a non-ninja village, she wasn't used to the amount of hostility that filled the air. By the time she reached the table, tea was spilling from her cups due to her shaking hands. Sasuke smirked at her, while Kakashi shot him a disapproving look. Before you start making demands, Sasuke, make sure the person you're demanding information from is willing to share it. If not, they must either be weaker than you, lower in rank, your charge, or your captive. Since I am none of those and unwilling to share information with you, I will not answer. Now calm yourself before I remove you from this room for being a threat to the mission. Sasuke was angry but felt powerless against his sensei. No matter, there were other ways. Dope. Tell me what happened. No, UJRK. Tell me now, Dope. I am an Uchiha, and I demand to know. Yeah, tell him no. He deserves to know more than your worthless self. Sakura shrieked, causing Kiba to cover his ears from the noise as he put some distance between them. Naruto looked between Sasuke and Sakura before laughing. Team, you don't outrank me, nor are you stronger. That means it'll be a cold day in hell before I'm your captive. There's no way I'm going to give you anything you want, so you can just leave me alone. Sasuke was quickly losing his cool, and they all knew it. Kakashi shifted in his seat, ready to intervene if necessary. Fine then. Girl, tell me what happened. No, I don't think I will. Sasuke slammed his fist on the table, prompting Naruto to prepare for action as well. I demand you tell me what I want to know. You are our captive, and you are outranked. Now tell me before I force it out of you. He stood up and moved toward Haku, only for Naruto to step in front of him. I am questioning my captive, just as your little guidelines said I could. Now get out of my way. No, you have no right to question her. She is not a captive. I freed her from her bindings, and she has already assisted us on this mission, even going so far as to defeat her former partner. She is now a companion, under my care, not yours. Naruto narrowed his eyes dangerously. I still outrank her, so she must answer my question. Kakashi interjected, maintaining his calm demeanor. Actually, she is not a registered ninja. That makes her a civilian. No ninja outranks a civilian unless it's the Hokage, or we are in a time of crisis. The crisis for this mission has passed, and you are far from being the Hokage. Sasuke gave up trying to reason with the others and instead attempted to push Naruto aside as he reached for a knife on the table. He barely took a step before Kakashi firmly pushed him back into his seat. Get off me! He struggled against the Jonin for a moment before settling into a glare that could burn. I told you to calm down, you spoiled brat. If your parents were still alive to see you like this, they would be ashamed to call you an Uchiha. If Kakashi hoped that would calm him down, he was mistaken. How dare you even think you know what my parents would say? I should take you down for even mentioning my clan's name. You stole our eye and suddenly think you're better than us. Kakashi glared at him, making Sasuke flinch despite his bravado. Listen here, you little brat. I knew your family far better than you ever have. I had friends, teachers, and teammates who were Uchiha. None of them behaved like you are now. If you had half the humility most of them did, you might become a decent human being. Kakashi shoved him back into his seat before turning away. With any luck, after this mission is through, I will have enough reason to send you back to the academy, if not take you out of ninja service completely. Sakura looked horrified. Why you can't do that, Kakashi-sensei? When he fixed his gaze on her, she backed into the corner as he slowly approached. You, Haruno, should have never been accepted as a ninja candidate. Book smarts get you nowhere if you can't apply them in the real world. Sakura looked on the verge of tears. Out of all the members of Team 7, I would say that Kiba has improved the most. He was able to engage in a fight, and the thought of using his own teammate probably never crossed his mind. He still needs to learn a lot, but he is on the right track to becoming a true ninja of Konoha. Sasuke couldn't stand it. He felt more humiliated than ever before in his life. Back in the academy, he had been the best of the best, and now his sensei was telling him it all meant nothing? What had happened between then and now? What changed so much to make someone think he was less than the greatest? Sasuke looked around, his gaze landing on one person. Naruto. If you were still the dead last from before, no one would care about you. You've turned people against me who should have been helping me get stronger. Well, two can play that game. An eye for an eye. Sasuke jumped from his seat, gripping a forgotten table knife, and rushed toward Naruto. As the blonde prepared to engage him, Sasuke smirked and ducked to the side, heading for his real target, Haku, who, though still tired, had begun to make her way over to provide backup if needed. It took only a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity. The dull blade glinted in his hand as it shot forward. The sound of tearing cloth echoed as silver disappeared in a flash, and a woman's scream pierced the air. It had been a close call the previous night. Everyone was walking on eggshells in the house. Kakashi replayed the events in his mind, wondering how it had spiraled out of control. He remembered yelling at his students when a chair clattered to the floor, and then chaos erupted. Next thing he knew, Tsunami was screaming, and he was watching Sasuke plunge a table knife toward Naruto. It was clear that Sasuke was after Haku, still grinning into her eyes as he felt the blade sink deeper. Unfortunately for him, it was Naruto whose eyes he was now looking into. Fortunately for Naruto, it could have been worse. Knowing he had no time to turn and block the attack, Naruto managed to pull off a substitution just before Sasuke struck. Realizing he had stabbed the wrong target, Sasuke tried to pull the knife back, but Naruto grabbed his wrist. Red chakra swirled around the two boys before Naruto punched Sasuke hard enough to send him crashing through the front door. Naruto stalked out of the house, anger etched on his face, as he pulled the blade from his chest and threw it toward Sakura. It embedded itself in the beam beside her head, barely nicking her ear. Kakashi was the only one who seemed able to move, aside from Haku, who remained unfazed by the tension in the air. Acting instinctively, he dove out the door and positioned himself between Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, you have to calm down. You're going to lose control. The blonde looked at him with fierce eyes, his teeth gritted. Naruto. But it was no use. The boy continued to advance. Suddenly, two arms wrapped around Naruto from behind. He took another step forward, dragging his captor with him. A brunette head rested on his shoulder as Haku whispered soothingly into his ear. He shook his head and took another step, but the arms tightened around him, causing him to falter. Though he stopped moving forward, the oppressive aura remained, and he continued to glare at Sasuke. The Uchiha began to regret his decision as he desperately crawled backward until he found himself against a tree, leaving a strange trail behind him. Haku continued to speak softly into Naruto's ear, and Kakashi noticed Naruto's eyelids starting to droop, the tense atmosphere slowly dissipating. After a moment, it lessened enough for Kakashi to approach cautiously and try to calm him down. Just as he was about to hear what Haku was saying, Naruto suddenly collapsed, Haku's grip the only thing preventing him from hitting the ground. Kakashi sighed in relief. That was one scenario he never wanted to witness on this mission or any other point in his life. He turned his attention back to his student, who was pale from fear. Without a word, Kakashi knocked him out and tied him up before dragging him inside, no longer concerned about the council's reaction to the injured remnant. In the kitchen, he found Tsunami unconscious in Tazuna's arms, while the man himself looked deathly pale. Kiba was pressed against the wall farthest from the door, Akamaru whimpering under his jacket, but they were both recovering. Sakura, however, lay unconscious like Tsunami, and no one had bothered to catch her. Kakashi signaled for Kiba to help carry the girl, receiving a slow nod and a shaky yes in response. When they reached the boy's room, Kakashi threw Sasuke onto the floor before grabbing some rope and tying him up. Using the same rope, he secured Sakura before taking her to her room and tying her up as well. Each stock was made of a couple of wooden boards, making it nearly impossible for either to escape quickly. Their arms were bound to the sides of the horizontal post, hands secured, while one leg was tied to a vertical post and the other to a rafter, limiting their movement. With their chakra suppression seals back in place, they were even less of a threat than before. As he shut the door behind him, he found Kiba waiting in the hall, trying to calm a still whimpering Akamaru. "Kakashi-sensei. What was that?" "Don't worry about it. Try to get some sleep. We have a lot of work tomorrow." A pained groan made him glance toward his room for a moment. "Yes, sensei. Thank you." "Yes." Kiba returned to his room while Kakashi tried not to wince at another groan echoing down the hall. Heading downstairs, he barely reached the first floor when Tsunami appeared in front of him, grabbing his vest. "Is he all right? Should we get a doctor? How is Haku?" It amazed him that, despite fainting from sheer terror, she still expressed concern for him. "He'll be fine. He heals quickly. Are you two all right? That must have been quite a shock." "That will be fine. Inari just thought it was a nightmare. He's already asleep again." "I see. Well, we are still on a mission, but Sasuke and Sakura will be sitting out the remainder. If you see either of them alone, I need you to find one of us immediately. Neither can be trusted for the rest of our time here." Both nodded at Kakashi, still a bit stunned by everything happening. "We'll see you in the morning. Honestly, I'm kind of hoping the bridge doesn't get finished now. I'm not looking forward to facing the council when we return. Well, that's life, I guess. Good night." Tsunami placed a plate in front of him, bringing him back from his thoughts as the delicious aroma filled the air. Thanking her, he quickly finished his meal before he, Tazuna, and Kiba made their way to the bridge to start the day's work. With Gato gone and the immediate threat of attack lifted, many of the workers who had previously quit were now waiting patiently at the worksite. Each bowed apologetically to Tazuna for their earlier weakness when they should have been fighting back. He brushed off their apologies and began assigning tasks. The day passed as if nothing had happened. The remnants of battle had been washed away days ago, with only a few patched scrapes and stubborn stains remaining as evidence. Back at the house, things were less calm. Sasuke could be heard calling out for someone to untie him. In the next room, Sakura was quietly sobbing, wishing she could respond to his cries for help. Meanwhile, down the hall, Naruto was still asleep, though his wound had healed. Haku watched over him like a concerned guardian, even though he was merely experiencing minor chakra exhaustion. She hadn't left his side all night, relying on Tsunami to bring her meals as she cared for the boy who had saved her life. Unlike his selfish counterpart, Naruto had put himself in danger to protect her, taking the blow meant for her. She felt a strong urge to confront Sasuke, but for Naruto's peace of mind, she held back. She didn't want him to see her as no better than the one who had tried to harm her when she was vulnerable. It wasn't until mid-afternoon that Naruto began to show signs of waking. Haku, however, was fast asleep on his chest, lulled by the sound of his steady breathing. As he blinked his eyes open, he took in the ceiling above him, realizing it was light outside and feeling a weight on his chest. The scent of wildflowers filled the air as he listened to the gentle sound of someone breathing nearby. Carefully, he lifted his head and saw Haku curled up beside him. He eased himself out from under her, making sure not to wake her, and quietly made his way downstairs, where Tsunami was busy tidying up. "Good morning, Tsunami," he called out with a big smile. "Oh, good morning, Naruto. You startled me. Sorry about that. I guess I'm a bit late for breakfast, huh? A little. There's some rice in the cooker if that's enough, but let me know if you want more. That will be fine. Thank you. Naruto left the room, feeling Tsunami's gaze on him. Though she had seen him injured before and knew of his healing abilities, it was still remarkable to see him up and about after being stabbed by someone he had trusted. What she didn't know was that he was still grappling with emotional pain. Naruto didn't like Sasuke, but he had at least trusted him enough to believe he wouldn't attack someone in cold blood, especially not someone defenseless. He had taken the hit meant for Haku, and now Sasuke was tied up with no chance of escape. The memories of past attacks from the villagers of Konoha flooded Naruto's mind as he sat in a daze, staring at the wall. It wasn't until Haku placed her hand on his shoulder that he realized his bowl was empty. He had lost track of time, not even hearing her approach. Mentally scolding himself for being so unaware, he looked at her. "Oh hey Haku. Did you sleep well?" He noticed the worry and confusion on her face as she sat down beside him. "Hi, I'm fine, Naruto, but how are you? You were stabbed in the chest yesterday, and then you seemed to lose control and went after Sasuke. You scared everyone in the house, probably the whole neighborhood too, with the amount of killing intent you were giving off." Haku looked uncomfortable. She had felt killing intent before, but never so raw and overwhelming. She didn't want to think about what had been directed at Sasuke. "Don't worry about my injuries. I heal quickly, I always have. Consider it a gift from a friend of mine. Along with rapid healing, I also have heightened senses, and though I've been to the hospital numerous times, I've never actually been sick. I know what you're thinking, and no, it's not really a bloodline. I can't explain it exactly. I'm just not comfortable sharing that information yet." Haku seemed to sense the boundaries and didn't press the matter further. They sat in silence for a while, finding solace in each other's company, both feeling understood. After a couple of hours of light conversation, a sound at the door caught their attention. The bridge crew was returning home for the day. "You guys are early. Did you finish already?" Tazuna, placing his safety helmet on a stand near the door, turned to them with a broad smile. "Not yet. I decided to spread the last bit over 2 days so we wouldn't end a day with only 2 feet to go. It would be a waste to call everyone out early only to finish in an hour, so we're having 2 early days." His grin turned a bit mischievous. "Since you're both here, I assume you've been keeping each other company?" A quick wink suggested more than he said. Despite the innocence of their conversation, both Haku and Naruto felt a blush creep onto their faces at the implication. Kiba, observing this, couldn't help but feel hopeful. Maybe Naruto will be interested in this new girl, leaving Hinata available. Even if not, she seems pretty great. "Oi, Tazuna-san. It's nothing like that. We were just talking about ninja stuff, mostly. Besides, I have a girlfriend at home, so it's not like I'm really free or anything." Naruto felt the need to clarify, not wanting to hurt anyone's feelings. He had noticed how well he and Haku got along and was searching for a way to communicate that to her. Tazuna's comment provided the perfect opening, and the look on Haku's face confirmed his assumptions. Haku felt a whirlwind of emotions inside. She questioned whether all the kindness Naruto had shown her was genuine or merely his nature. He had saved her from a life of servitude and even risked his life for her. Was he just an exceptionally nice person? Few in their line of work would put themselves in danger for someone they had just met. By the time dinner arrived, her thoughts were a chaotic mess. She hadn't even noticed everyone chatting around the table as she wrestled with her internal conflict. As Tsunami began passing the food around, Haku found her appetite diminished. Instead of indulging, she took a bowl of rice for herself to share with the two upstairs. Kakashi and Naruto both cautioned her to be careful as she walked away with a tray full of food. She decided to tackle the most challenging task first and entered the room where Sasuke was confined. Opening the door, she couldn't help but chuckle at the way he glared at her. It seemed anyone entering would have received the same look. Unfortunately for him, it came across as more of a child's futile attempt to intimidate a parent. Being bound did that to a person, but she still appreciated his effort. So the server finally arrives. "How about loosening these ropes and I show you how to truly serve an Uchiha?" It's somewhat of a tradition for us to take strong women as our own, as they provide strong offspring. His smirk was off-putting, and the suggestion made her feel nauseous. What? Does the thought of being with an Uchiha disgust you? Don't worry, once word spreads that you turned down an Uchiha, no one will want you anyway. I would rather live my life alone than spend a day under the Uchiha name. Don't think you can intimidate me into anything. I've faced threats far worse than anything you can dream up. Besides, wouldn't it be counterproductive to marry someone weaker than yourself? She knew it was a bold retort, but she couldn't help herself. His frustrated shouts filled the room until he had to pause for breath. As he sat there, glaring at her, she got to the real reason for her visit. Now, if you behave, I will feed you. Just know that I won't enjoy this, so if you misbehave, I have no problem leaving the food here for you to figure out. She set the tray down and picked up a piece of food, offering it to him. Reluctantly, he accepted, aware that she would follow through on her threat. So, what's the real reason you're here? If you despise me as much as you say, you wouldn't be here unless you had a purpose, Sasuke said between bites. As Haku continued to feed him, she sighed, hoping to finish the meal before he caught on. I want to know what you know about Naruto. You went to the academy together, so you must know at least some of his past. I don't know why you're so interested in that fool, but fine. I'll shatter the illusion you have about him. He was the worst in class. He struggled in every subject. He couldn't even perform a simple clone technique and barely managed a transformation. His grades were just above failing, and his skills with weapons and hand-to-hand combat were even worse. I don't know how he managed to pass. He should have given up on being a ninja. What about his life outside of school? What, do you think I was friends with him? I'm one of the elite in Konoha. I wouldn't associate with someone like him for anything. Nor would any self-respecting person. And yet he has outperformed you on every task so far this mission. This only earned her another string of curses, but she had learned all she was going to from him. She left him yelling warnings and threats behind her as she closed the door and made her way to the next target. Taking a deep breath, she prepared herself before entering Sakura's room. This wasn't going to be pleasant. Even if Sasuke's room had been sealed in a sound barrier, the Pinkette would have found a way to hear his yells. As it was, she opened the door and steeled herself as the expected wall of noise hit her. What were you doing to Sasuke-kun? You were tormenting him, weren't you? Just because you're jealous of us doesn't give you the right to hurt him so others can't have him. Why don't you just disappear? You should have been gone last night anyway. You're just lucky that Naruto saved you. Otherwise, Sasuke-kun would have dealt with you. Haku finally got a chance to speak when Sakura paused to catch her breath. Do you want to continue or do you want to eat? Haku raised the tray a little more to emphasize her point. Sakura glared, but her stomach answered for her, which seemed to worsen her already bad mood, though at least she fell silent. Unlike Sasuke, Sakura was quiet the whole time she ate. For someone who Naruto claimed was the brightest kunoichi, she didn't seem to grasp why Haku was the one feeding her. It wasn't until the last bite of her meal that Haku broke the silence. She would have done it sooner, but she was too busy marveling at how long the girl could keep quiet. Sakura, I want you to tell me what Naruto was like back in the academy, and if possible, before that. Why would you want to know about a loser like him? Wouldn't you rather talk about Sasuke-kun? He's so much better than that fool. Sasuke-kun was the rookie of the year and he. Sakura began, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I don't care about the Uchiha. I've seen all I need to see of him to form my own conclusions. The one I want to know more about is Naruto. Sasuke told me he was the dead last in your class, but everything I've seen from him shows otherwise. Was he really dead last, or is the Uchiha just trying to tarnish his name further? That fool should have just quit his first year. We could tell he was no good as a potential ninja. He slept more in class than he was awake, and that was when he actually showed up. He was lucky he didn't injure himself with his own kunai, and he should have forfeited his taijutsu matches. Dead last was too high of a title for him. He should have been considered a hopeless case and kicked out. Not to mention how he was always trying to get a date from me. As if he could even compare to Sasuke-kun. Sakura scoffed after every sentence, as if everything she said was common knowledge. Yet the Hokage saw fit to send him to help you here. I don't know what Hokage-sama was thinking when he approved that. As if Naruto could help us with a mission that even Sasuke-kun was struggling with. Haku didn't know whether to laugh or feel sorry for the girl. The way her head, hands, and feet bobbed around so animatedly, despite her bindings, made it seem like all her energy was channeled into her only movable parts. After taking a moment to let all the information Sakura provided mingle with what she knew about the Uchiha, she found herself no closer to uncovering Naruto's true past. His own village saw him as less skilled than he actually was, that much was certain, but what his true skill was and why he was hiding it remained elusive. Realizing she was no closer to solving her puzzle, she decided to share her perspective as an outsider, despite the obvious reaction she would get. Well, from what I have seen so far, your little crush seems to be the bottom of the class. He was terrified during his first encounter with Zabuza. Then on the bridge, he not only lost his fight against me but also put his own teammate at risk to save himself. Now, I may have had my memory altered for a while, but I still know it's supposed to work the other way around. Naruto demonstrated that perfectly yesterday when he let himself be hit to save me. Furthermore, he took out 2 missing nin listed in the bingo book by himself. Then he figured out that my memory was altered and gained enough of my trust to counter it. He's shown more strength in both skill and perception than you seem to have in your whole team. Kakashi realizes this, as does the dog to some extent. She could see Sakura growing more frustrated as she spoke. Well, I've been here since the start of this mission, and I can tell you that Naruto would never have been able to do what Sasuke did. When those demon brothers attacked us and made it look like they killed Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke didn't even flinch. He took on those 2 Chunin while Kiba and I protected Tazuna. Naruto would have probably frozen up or curled into a ball and cried. Sakura wore a smug smirk, daring Haku to retort. She didn't have to wait long. I was there too, with Zabuza, Kafu, and Tamatsu while your team dealt with the demon brothers. They were sent out to test your strengths, and I must say they were rather unimpressive. We saw how your Uchiha was only able to hinder them slightly by severing their connection. That really was a poor choice anyway. As long as that chain connected them, they had a limited range of movement. With the chain snapped, they could attack from any direction they wanted. Unfortunately for them, they never hit Kakashi, who defeated them just as they were about to overwhelm your team. Kafu stayed behind to deal with the demon brothers for failing and to ensure they couldn't do so again. Sasuke still did better than Naruto could have. Sakura, do you know who Kafu was? He was a Jonin rank missing nin from Kirigakure. He is listed in the bingo book as an A-ranked threat. Okay, so why do you think he wasn't at the bridge? I thought it was strange that he never caught up to us, but I dismissed it until this afternoon. While Naruto and I were talking, he told me exactly what happened to Kafu. Kafu was quite arrogant, and when he saw Naruto hopping along, I bet he thought he would have an easy time. Naruto sensed him and was able to set up a trap, planning to disable him enough to at least even the odds. Unexpectedly, Naruto's trap caught my overconfident companion off guard, making him the easy target. And that's exactly what Naruto did. Haku paused for a moment to let the information sink in, then almost slapped her forehead as she noticed the other girl starting to smile. So Naruto got a lucky kill. Sasuke-kun wouldn't even have needed to set a trap, I bet. He could have taken down that Kafu guy easily. Now this was just getting sad. Sakura, Kafu was stronger than me, so if I beat the Uchiha, that would put Kafu ahead of him as well. Setting that aside, my point was that you 3 faced Chunin and did okay. Naruto-kun faced a Jonin and not only didn't back down, but he was also calm enough to think of a way to trap the other ninja and hopefully wound him enough to have a chance at winning. He didn't go into the fight expecting to win, he thought of the best way to have a chance at it and… Kun? You said Kun? Oh my gosh, you like Naruto. No wonder you're trying so hard to defend him. Ugh, I don't even know what to think of you now. That's just disgusting. Hinata agreeing to go out with him was bad enough, but another one? Just get away from me before whatever you all have spreads. Sakura made gagging noises as she turned away from Haku, pretending to retch. Haku sighed. Well, I can see that you are about as serious with your social life as you are with your ninja life. Have fun prancing around your fairy remnant of a once great clan. I'll stick with people who really know what life is about. Before Sakura could retort, Haku left the room, though a few muffled shouts could be heard through the closed door. There was no doubt that Sasuke didn't have the same keen hearing for her screeching that she had for his quietest whispers. She shook her head as she made her way down to the dining room and handed the empty, or partially so, dishes to Tsunami for her to wash. Oh, was someone not hungry? Tsunami looked from one of the half-full bowls to Haku. We'll just say that the last Uchiha isn't as smart as the Banshee when it comes to eating before annoying the person feeding you. Tsunami nodded before taking the dishes to the kitchen to wash them off as Haku took a seat at the table again. So what are we planning for tomorrow? Kakashi stared at her for a moment, trying to comprehend what she was asking. Well, since you aren't a ninja of Konoha, I don't really have a say in what you do, so you can do whatever you like. I do ask that you return with us to Konoha peacefully since, although you were under a mind-altering seal at the time, you still did attack us. You may have to be questioned, and it would help support my report. Naruto looked worried for a moment, then determined. If she goes with my protection. Since I am the one who reversed the seal, I will take responsibility. Agreed. Kiba finally saw a chance to assert his clan status. Hold on, Kakashi-sensei. Since Sasuke and I belong to a clan, shouldn't one of us be responsible for bringing in someone with a Kekkai Genkai? Naruto is only a genin and has no clan status, so it would be inappropriate for someone of his position to bring in a fugitive. Kiba smiled, patting himself on the back. With the Uchiha trying to kill her, it was obvious who would be picked to take her in. Then all he would need to do would be to put in a few good words for her, and when she was let go, she would fall into his arms. Perfect. Almost. First off, Kiba, clan status doesn't matter one bit when you're the same rank. The only exception is a clan head, which you are not, and though Sasuke team likes to think he is not either. To be a clan head, you have to be jonin in rank. Until then, you are a regular ninja with some special tricks. Also, the one who captures a rogue ninja has first rights to bringing that ninja in. Naruto saw Haku look up as if she was about to speak, but he held up his hand, telling her to wait a moment. Since I am the one who released her from her seal, I effectively captured her. However, since she had a memory modification seal on her, she was never truly a rogue ninja, so while we prefer she come back with us to make our report a bit easier, she has no real obligation to do so. Kiba was once again furious that the blonde was outdoing him yet again, while Kakashi was astonished at the boy's knowledge of Konoha's laws. Naruto, how did you know all of that? Even I don't know all of that. So he could be lying then. I bet he is just making it up to keep her for himself. Kiba snarled as he glared at Naruto. Just when I was starting to see a glimmer of hope in you, the reason I know, Kakashi-san, is because I studied the Konoha laws constantly, so I knew exactly what I could get away with during my pranks. When I did get caught and they found out they couldn't do anything to me, they gave me an up-to-date law book and forced me to read it as punishment. I'm probably more knowledgeable about Konoha's laws than most of the council. Naruto smiled as Kiba fumed at the fact that his sensei was going to allow this to happen. Kakashi was just laughing to himself. He always wondered how the boy everyone loved to hate always got out of harsh punishment. Well, at least the punishment the council would have wanted, anyway. Well then it's settled. Haku will be under Naruto's care, if she decides to come back with us, that is. Kiba will be with me guarding the other two and making sure they don't do anything too reckless. First, we have to get through tomorrow. It shouldn't be too difficult. Once the bridge is finished, our mission will be officially over. The following morning, we'll head back to Konoha and report in. Any questions? When no one answered, Kakashi wished them all a good night before heading upstairs. Tazuna, Inari, and Tsunami also left to turn in for the night. With Kiba, Haku, and Naruto now left alone, the tension was palpable. Kiba was eager to prove he was superior to Naruto in front of Haku, while Haku was caught up in her mixed feelings for the blonde. Meanwhile, Naruto seemed oblivious to the conflict as he pulled out a small scroll and began to read. Kiba seized the opportunity to take another jab at him. Hey Dobe, you're turning into more of a bookworm than Sakura. Keep reading those scrolls, and I'm sure you'll both be at the back of the line together. Naruto ignored him, and Haku shuffled a little closer, reading over his shoulder, which only fueled Kiba's frustration. I know you have a deep need to know the basics, but is it really necessary to go over them at every free moment? Again, he was ignored, and he grew even angrier when Haku rested her head on Naruto's shoulder as she continued reading. Hey, listen to me when I'm talking to you. Kiba shouted, frustration boiling over as he grabbed the scroll and tossed it across the room, glaring at Naruto. What he didn't expect was to see two sets of eyes glaring back at him. Kiba, I suggest you go get some sleep to cool off before you do something you'll regret. Naruto's voice was calm yet icy, the hidden threat sending a chill down Haku's spine, making her shiver but also smile. Don't think you can scare me off. I'll prove I'm better soon enough, and I hope you're here to see it when it happens, Haku. I want you to see me show him what true strength is. Haku raised an eyebrow at Kiba. Please don't call me that. We do not know each other well enough for such familiarity. Kiba, ever the charmer, couldn't resist the opportunity. Well, we can change that right now if you'd like. I'm always willing to become more familiar with someone as gifted as you. He began to strut around the table toward her seat but was halted before he made it halfway. With a bored tone, Naruto addressed Kiba without even looking at him as he picked up the scroll from the floor. And that, Kiba, is why you won't have someone as gifted as her. I told you before that women are not objects. They are not here just to please you or for you to show off. Believe it or not, they have brains and souls inside that flesh you seem so attracted to. Maybe once you see past that, you'll actually find someone who will see you as more than just a follower. As if to add to Kiba's frustration, Haku leaned into Naruto more. Well said, Naruto. I only say what I feel is true, Haku. Just who does he think he is? That should be me she's leaning into. Kiba was mentally fuming, but he knew this wasn't the time to confront Naruto. So it's fine for you two to be that familiar, but not me? What's so special about him? Well, for starters, he's respectful. He never pushed me to be near him, I came on my own. He doesn't talk down about others to elevate himself. Jumping in to protect someone without expecting anything in return never hurts either. She felt a mix of emotions as she recalled a painful memory, but it was still precious to her. I only wish I could have been there alongside her to show him that there were people who cared. Her voice grew softer, and Naruto instinctively put his arm around her to comfort her. Haku then got a mischievous glint in her eyes. Besides, maybe Hinata will be nice and let me share him. Naruto may have been a gentleman, but he was still a young man, and he found himself lost in thought at her comment, while Kiba was in his own world, overwhelmed by the idea. Haku laughed at the two of them as she got up and headed to bed, leaving the boys in their dazed states. Naruto was left pondering the implications of her words. It was possible she meant him dating both her and Hinata. After all, they were still kids. But something in the way she said it hinted at something deeper, making him slightly uncomfortable. Kiba, on the other hand, was imagining what it would be like to have two women. All the couples around Konoha were just that, couples. The idea of having his own little pack was too enticing for him as he slumped into a chair, exhausted. To Naruto's credit, he remained conscious, still mulling things over in his mind as he stood and made his way to his futon, never paying attention to his surroundings or the Cheshire-like eyes that followed him as he settled in for the night. Back in Konoha, a lavender-eyed heiress was getting ready to turn in as well. As she lay down, she took out a picture from under her pillow. The picture was of her and Naruto, which he had insisted they get taken one day. He stood tall and proud with an arm around her, while she stood with her head slightly hunched, nervously poking her fingers together. As she stared at the picture, thinking of her love before falling asleep, she felt a shiver down her spine. It wasn't an unpleasant shiver, more like a premonition that change was coming. She shook it off as nerves. Naruto had been gone far too long for her liking, and she fretted all the more when she found out where he was from the Hokage. Flashback. Congratulations on yet another completed mission, Team 8. As it is so late, we will be stopping non-urgent missions for the day. You are dismissed. Once Sarutobi finished speaking, Team 8 began to file out the door as he returned to his work. All but one anyway. Ano, Hokage-sama? He looked up from his papers once more and smiled at the young Hyuga. What can I do for you, Hinata? Ano. I was wondering where Naruto-kun went, and when he'll be back. She poked her fingers together as she shuffled her feet. He was sent out on a mission as backup. He was the only one available at the time. He was assigned to assist Team 7 on their mission to the Wave Country. They encountered some unexpected resistance that increased the difficulty of their mission, but it's nothing to worry about. If anything, he'll have to deal with some bandits and maybe a low-ranking ninja. I haven't heard any news from them after Kakashi's initial report that the mission rank needed to be increased, but that's not abnormal for him. It usually means everything is going fine. Or he might have gotten into a bit of trouble and just forgot to report in for a while. It wouldn't be the first time, but I doubt they would have run into much trouble protecting one old man building a bridge, so don't think about it too much. He should be back soon enough. He gave her another reassuring smile as he motioned her toward the door, where her sensei was waiting with a matching smile on her face. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Hinata bowed to the man before turning to leave, not noticing the concerned glance that Kurenai threw to the old man, nor the tired one he sent back. Flashback and Hinata blushed as she kissed the picture. I'll see you soon, my Naruto-kun. Then we'll have our picnic like we said we would. Smiling, she hid the picture again before closing her eyes and waiting for sleep to claim her. Her dreams that night would be filled with visions of her returning prince. The next morning proved eventful for those in the Wave Country. Kiba and a still bound, and now gagged, Sasuke woke up as their sensei opened the door to leave the room. They exchanged a look that silently asked each other, why was he in here? In Sakura's room, she was woken up when Kakashi opened the door and told her it was morning. She let out some muffled noises. That probably would have been along the lines of a sarcastic, oh goody, had she not been gagged as well. Kakashi had decided the GGS were necessary when the two kept him awake the previous night. Granted, he would wake if a mouse tiptoed across the floor in the kitchen due to his ANBU training, but he didn't need them to help the matters. At the last room, which was supposed to be his alone but now had two other occupants due to trust issues, he didn't bother entering. Instead, he chose to knock on the door. The surprised yell from inside was enough to let him know its occupants would be awake. He laughed as he calmly walked back down the hall toward the stairs with his nose stuck in his little orange book. Inside that room, one genin was sitting up frozen as his current predicament hit his senses. At first, he was going to tell Kakashi that he was getting up, but then his senses kicked in. Touch and smell were first as the weight on his chest registered, followed by the scent of herbs. Next was sound as he took in the light breathing, then sight as he opened his eyes to find a sleeping Haku wrapped around his chest. It would have looked angelic in the early morning light, if he had expected it. As it was though, he tensed and freaked out. What the heck? As though she had just been gently shaken awake, Haku slowly stretched before looking up at him and smiling. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Then she snuggled back into his chest and closed her eyes again, but was denied any extra sleep. No. No good morning. Why are you in my futon? Naruto was trying to pry himself out from Haku's grip while wiggling out of the futon at the same time. Eventually, he was successful and was able to look back down to a pouting Haku, almost fainting at the sight. Still technically in the futon, though now only half covered by the blanket, Haku was laying with one arm propping her up, dressed in only her underwear. Again, Naruto proved that he was male as he blushed deeply and turned away from the sight. Please put some clothes on at least, Haku-chan. We're a bit too young to be sleeping together like that. Not to mention, as I told you before, I'm already with Hinata-chan. He heard the sound of rustling cloth and prayed that it was clothes being put on. Haku walked up behind him and tossed her arms around him again, bringing her mouth close to his ear. And as I told you, I wouldn't mind sharing. She kissed his cheek and giggled as she walked out of the room, leaving a stunned and rooted blonde trying to process what just happened. He may have known that Hinata liked him and was now willing to pursue her, but he had never experienced a girl actively pursuing him. To us. Different. Not bad, but different. No matter how he looked at it, though, he felt ashamed that he was getting close to a girl other than Hinata. He felt like he was betraying her. Now he had another worry set on his shoulders. He would have to tell Hinata about this little development, and he had no idea how to do that. One doesn't simply approach the girl who loves him and say, "Hey, I met another girl while I was away, but don't worry, she's okay with sharing. Hope you don't mind." No, that would lead to trouble. The best-case scenario would be a broken heart. The worst-case scenario might involve her father coming after him. That could spell disaster, if not worse. This thought sent his mind racing again. What did her father think of him? Did he even know they were together? It's not like Hinata would tell her dad she was dating the most disliked guy in Konoha. Even if she found the courage, he might never let her out again. An heiress with the village's outcast, a relationship seemingly doomed from the start. It saddened him to think about it, but the evidence was there even if it wasn't openly acknowledged. The Hyuga were part of Konoha's elite. He could feel the weight of their relationship pressing down on him. He growled to himself, shaking his head. All these thoughts so early in the morning were enough to send anyone's hazy mind into chaos. Shoving them aside, he barely caught the sound of someone calling him to breakfast. Gathering his clothes for the day, he pushed his worries to the back of his mind. By the time he reached the table, most of those gathered had already served themselves or were halfway through their meals. Without a word, he took his place and piled food onto his plate, devouring it almost whole. Had they not been accustomed to his ramen-eating habits, everyone at the table might have wondered if he had been starved the entire time. As it was, only the permanent residents of the house and Haku stared at him in surprise. They snapped out of their gaze when he turned to them, mouth half full, and asked, "What?" while shrugging his shoulders and continuing his feeding frenzy. Once they finished breakfast, Kakashi assigned Naruto as Tezuna's bodyguard, leaving himself and Kiba to guard the house. With the threat of Gato now gone, they only needed to worry about stray bandits. The most likely target would be Tezuna's family, as any potential attackers would want to ransom them, knowing Tezuna's guards would ideally be at his side. He would have included Haku in the plans, but given how she stayed close to Naruto and seemed to want to distance herself from Kiba, evident from her glares at his ogling, it was clear where she would be going. As the small group stepped out of the house, Naruto snapped his fingers as if remembering something important. Before his companions could ask, a small army of clones appeared. The copies nodded to the original before sprinting off into the forest. What was that all about? Tezuna asked, giving Naruto a contemplative look, trying to figure out what he was up to. Haku wore a similar expression, pondering the same question. "Oh, they're just cleaning up. After our little battle, we never returned to take care of the mess we made. I doubt the citizens of Wave would want to stumble upon what we left behind or have their children find sharp objects lying around. Besides, you never know where you might find something useful. If it's usable, it's worth saving," Naruto explained. "So you're like a collector then?" Tezuna asked. "No, I actually gather things that could be useful later. I wasn't able to shop freely in Konoha, so I had to make do with what I could find. I guess it kind of grew into a habit. It's kept me fed more than once and helped me learn most of what I know about being a ninja." "Oh." Haku and Tezuna exchanged glances, feeling a bit. The boy's life was hard, and while they had some idea of it, the thought of him collecting random objects just to eat a decent meal didn't sit right with them. Anyway, they'll be busy most of the day going through personal effects, gathering weapons, and disposing of what needs to be disposed of. A few will do some scouting to see if I can find Gato's base of operations. There's no point in letting his stuff rot in an abandoned house if it can be useful. Not to mention, we might get a lead on any other dealings we can stop." They both looked at him uncertainly. At first, it seemed a bit excessive, but after his explanation and the mention of finding Gato's hideout, they had to admit it was a smart move. Haku especially thought of it as an intelligence-gathering mission. If he found anything useful, they might prevent another incident like Wave from happening before it even started. With that discussion behind them, they enjoyed pleasant conversation for the rest of the journey to the bridge. They talked about everything from the weather to joking about Sasuke and his little cheerleader. When Haku mentioned what the boy had said to her while she was feeding them, she thought Naruto might head back to the house to confront him, but he calmed down and even laughed at her response. Once again, Naruto demonstrated his chivalry, and Haku couldn't help but add it to her mental list of good things he had done for her. Before she could thank him for his thoughtfulness, the bridge came into view, accompanied by a crowd of cheering workers and a few older villagers there to witness this crowning achievement of their town. The workload was light that day, just as Tazuna had said it would be. When Naruto went to create some clones to help, Tazuna grabbed his ready hands and shook his head, no. Naruto nodded in understanding. They had shed blood, sweat, and tears for this bridge, and it was time for them to complete it as a village, for the village. While Naruto's assistance was turned away, random villagers offered their help, which was happily accepted. Though their contribution would be minimal, they would at least feel a sense of involvement in the construction. Right before their lunch break, the last section of the bridge was being laid and finished. The honors went to Tazuna, who, with a tear in his eye, set the final piece. With a grand cry, all the workers, onlookers, and even the two ninjas let out a loud cheer, which echoed throughout the village as its inhabitants realized what the noise was about. That night, there was a festival to celebrate the completion of their new symbol to the world, a symbol showing that even the most downtrodden people can accomplish great things if given the chance. After the celebrations, they returned home very late, but everyone was in high spirits except for those who were tied to posts, of course. Naruto had even been considerate enough to leave clones to guard the place so that Kiba could attend the festival too. Although Kiba returned with more than one handprint on his face, he was still in good spirits. When they opened the door, they found Naruto's clones had just returned from their side missions. Naruto excused himself and led the parade of his copies out to the back of the house, away from prying eyes, just in case they needed to share information he wasn't ready to disclose. The group assigned to cleanup duty handed him several storage scrolls, each labeled with its contents. There were numerous weapon scrolls, jutsu scrolls, and supply scrolls, most of which he sealed into one scroll for ease of travel. One scroll was simply labeled Documents. Knowing what it contained, he had the clones that sealed their findings into that scroll dispel themselves. The rush of information came quickly, accompanied by familiar mental exhaustion, but he now understood what the scroll held. The clones had only skimmed the documents, but it was enough to grasp most of them. Many were letters to family or friends, which was difficult to cope with since he knew those people would never receive letters from the recently deceased again. Others were of higher interest contracts with Gato and information on their next paycheck, bounty books of non-ninjas, and most importantly, information on other countries. Those would go to the Konoha Department of Investigations. Even the letters could hold useful information. He left that scroll out along with one of the weapon scrolls. Setting those aside, he turned towards the next set of clones. This was the group he had sent to look for Gato's base of operations in Wave. Again, he was met with scrolls of the same types. Unlike the first group, he dispelled this entire group, and a smile crept across his face at the information gained. After dispelling all of his clones and taking a few moments to recover from the strain, Naruto sealed up what he didn't need at the moment before heading back into the house. He found most of the company settled around the table talking, which stopped as soon as he entered, all heads turning towards him. What? Naruto smiled and scratched the back of his head as though nothing was out of the ordinary. Kakashi was the first to speak up, beating Kiba by mere seconds as the boy's mouth opened just as Kakashi's first words spilled out. Did you find out anything useful, Naruto? Naruto sighed. He really didn't want to go over this now. The festival had worn him out a bit, as it was the first real festival he had attended without being chased away by a mob of angry villagers. Adding to that was the mental strain from the clones, and he really didn't want to go through explanations, but he knew the Jonin wouldn't let it go without a word. There were a few interesting bits, Kakashi. I will go over them with Hokage-sama when we get back. Until then, they are not meant to be shared here. Kakashi caught the quick glance around the house that Naruto made and nodded in acceptance. As a Jonin and former ANBU captain, he understood that sensitive documents should be kept between as few people as possible to prevent information from being overheard by anyone who might let it slip. Right now, there were multiple possibilities of that happening, from Kiba, who would talk about it to people in Konoha to show he had privileged information, to Tazuna's family, who could be in danger if someone suspected they had any knowledge. Other than that, it was mostly weapons and personal effects. Which reminds me. Shuffling through his pockets for a few seconds, he brought out the weapons scroll and handed it to Haku, causing a few raised eyebrows around the room. What was that for? Why are you giving her something if you won't even let us know what you found? In the recesses of Kiba's mind, he wondered if this could be used as incriminating evidence to win over Hinata. If he's giving this girl presents, then he really is two-timing Hinata. Relax, Mutt. It's just the sunbon I found. She used a lot when we fought, so I'm just replacing them. It's the least we can do for her help. If you're giving weapons to someone you just met, then how come the rest of us aren't getting anything? Because, first of all, you didn't even help in the fight. Nor did you last too long on the bridge, so you shouldn't have much to replace. Second, the payment we get for these missions is meant to cover the costs of replacement and maintenance of any supplies used on a mission. That is why the importance of aim is emphasized along with the obvious. If you don't hit it, it won't go down. You could use a crate of kunai to take out a target, but why waste all of those when one well-placed kunai will do the job? It's a lot easier to retrieve, or not as big of a loss if retrieval is impossible. Kiba was left speechless, and even Kakashi was a bit wide-eyed. Neither had thought about it that way before, but then neither had ever been in dire straits like Naruto had. The others, however, were nodding their heads, understanding that wasting resources meant wasting money, and money was something they had all been short on at some point. That was very thought out, Naruto, and I can't argue against your logic, but I was in the fights as well and wouldn't mind a few replacements if you don't mind. He gave off his little eye smile to Naruto, who returned it before unsealing a dozen or so kunai, which Kakashi happily gathered up and pocketed. Thank you very much, Naruto. No problem, Kakashi. You seem to be coming around, so I don't mind too much. The rest will be disappearing for a while. Don't ask. I'm not revealing what will happen next. I have a few surprises to share tomorrow. When are we planning to leave, and how will we transport Sasuke and Sakura? Once the laughter in the room quieted, Kakashi responded. I think we'll stay for lunch and then head out afterward. There's no reason to spend another whole day here. With the bridge completed, our mission is done, and we need to return as soon as possible. To get Sasuke and Sakura back to Konoha, we can't keep them tied up and expect to make good time. We'll form an escort. Kiba and I will lead with those two in the middle, and you and Haku bringing up the rear. This way, they won't be behind anyone they dislike, giving us plenty of warning if they try anything. Agreed. Well, I'm off to bed. It's been a long day, and I need some rest. Naruto waved goodbye before heading upstairs. That seems to be our cue as well. A good rest will prepare us for our journey home. Kakashi made his way upstairs, followed by Haku and Kiba, while Tazuna and Tsunami headed to their rooms for the night. At the end of the bridge stood nearly all the townspeople. The only ones absent were those too injured to move from the battle or those caring for them. The crowd was immense, with even those who had been made homeless during Gato's reign there to cheer for their heroes. The Konoha shinobi navigated through the throng on their way home, shaking hands and exchanging smiles with the grateful citizens of Wave. Although Sasuke and Sakura hadn't done much, they still reveled in the glory of the cheers. None of it was directed at them, but in their minds, the cheers were for them. As they finally reached the bridge's surface, they faced their hosts for their stay. They had never seen Tazuna, Tsunami, and especially Inari so joyful. All eyes were on them as they exchanged farewells, shaking hands and, in some cases, hugging. Kakashi-san, we were fortunate to have Konoha assist us with this task. Nothing can repay what you have done for us, but we will strive to make up for the misinformation I had to provide to initiate this mission. I hope that in the future, we will enjoy nothing but good relations with your village. Tazuna bowed deeply to the ninja, an act no one could recall him doing before. To everyone's surprise, he bowed again to Naruto. Without your help, Naruto-san, I doubt we would have emerged as unscathed as we did. Your willingness to free someone from a life they did not choose was beyond what you were here to do. The compassion and determination you have shown us will remain with us forever. We thank you. We thank all of you. A loud cheer erupted into the cloudless sky as the gathering celebrated. Naruto and Kakashi bowed in embarrassment at such praise, while Haku looked at them with pride. Though they hadn't thanked her personally, it didn't matter, having her life back was reward enough. The other three ninja, however, basked in the glory of praise not directed at them. Sasuke simply waited for his turn to be recognized, a wait that would stretch indefinitely. As the crowd quieted, another Naruto appeared and whispered in the original's ear before dashing off again. Naruto smiled and motioned Tazuna to the side. Curious glances followed as Naruto whispered to the old bridge builder. They couldn't hear what he said due to the hand covering his mouth, but whatever it was caused Tazuna to suddenly drop to his knees and bow his head to the ground in gratitude. Had he not been crying, he would have been shouting his thanks, but instead, they could only hear his sobbing expressions of gratitude as Naruto helped him back to his feet and whispered in his ear again. Tazuna nodded, wiping his eyes before rejoining the crowd. Gathering himself, he stood tall once more and called out to the crowd. Let's make sure all the elemental nations can hear our cheers so they know what Konoha has done for us. With a noise that rivaled an erupting volcano, the troop of ninjas set off, waving back as they dashed across the bridge they had protected with their lives, and the country that would forever be in their debt. Tsunami leaned over to her father. What did he say, Dad? I've never seen you bow, let alone sink to your knees before anyone. Let's just say our lives are about to get a lot better. He hugged her and Inari closer. Then, louder, all of our lives are going to improve significantly. Inari looked up at his grandfather and saw the tears in his eyes. He silently thanked the blonde for whatever the shinobi had said to make the man so happy. Grandpa, what are we going to name it? The bridge. What are we going to name the bridge? Everyone leaned in closer, waiting to hear the name. That I hadn't really thought of one. The ground shook from the number of faceplants made by the crowd. Any grandpa. How about the Great Naruto Bridge? Once the roar of the crowd died down, Tazuna was finally able to speak over the low murmurs. I think that would be an excellent name, Inari. Not to mention I would probably be in trouble if I didn't name it that after all that boy has done for us. It is fitting. A bridge that is powerful enough to be unstoppable, yet gentle enough to help anyone in need. Now, before we celebrate too much, we'll need something to celebrate with, right? Getting confused looks from the villagers, he could only smile as he thought of the surprise they were about to receive. Follow me, and you'll soon find out just how much that young man has saved us. 15 minutes later, they all stood in front of Tazuna's house, or as close as they could get to it. Spread out before them were rows of packages, each with a name attached. Tazuna instructed everyone to stand in front of the package with their name on it. When everyone was organized, yet still confused, he instructed them to open their respective bundles. What they found was a detailed account of every coin lost to Gato and his men. Everything was carefully tallied and accounted for. Additionally, those who had lost their homes discovered the deeds among the logs. Alongside the money and deeds were various food items, more than most families had seen in years, enough to sustain them until they could restore their trade routes. Upon seeing the bounty, many collapsed in joyful heaps, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. As the people examined their regained property, Tazuna stood on his porch and surveyed the gathering. He cleared his throat loudly, capturing the attention of those nearby. As people noticed those around them turning their focus elsewhere, they too shifted their attention to the bridge builder. A wave of silence swept through the crowd, every face now directed at him. A note was left along with this generous gift. I would like to share it with you all now. To the renewed country of Wave. Within these bundles, you will find the wealth that has been lost over the years under Gato's iron grip. The money is now returned to its rightful owners, and for those unable to attend today, I ask that you do what you can to ensure their portions reach them. I was never given a chance to prove myself, and yours was forcefully taken away. From someone who understands the weight of oppression, I return to you the life you should never have been denied. Remember, no matter how dire a situation may seem, there is always someone who faces greater challenges, but there are also those who strive to make things better. You have family here, friends. Whatever happens, do not abandon your dreams, and you will be rewarded in the end. Konohagakure no Sato. P.S. Don't worry about the mission payment. PPS. In the clearing to the south is a large vegetable garden that should help kickstart food production for those who know how to harvest them. We should all be humbled by this act of generosity, but more importantly, we should be grateful for the chance to start anew. Let none of us waste it. A final cheer erupted from the village as people gathered their reclaimed possessions, including those who could not attend this momentous event. The tales of the group of ninja and how they saved Wave would be recounted for many years to anyone visiting the village. Throughout their trip home, the silence was occasionally broken by Kakashi's rare, amused chuckle as he read his book. Kiba managed a laugh as well when he caught a glimpse of a few lines over the Jonin's shoulder, just before being reminded to pay attention to where he was going, narrowly avoiding a tree. Other than that, the only action was the glares exchanged between Sakura and Sasuke aimed at their sensei and the two at the back of the group. It took until the bridge was out of sight for Sasuke's smile to fade as he realized that both his sensei and his new rival had garnered more attention than he did. Sakura picked up on his mood and followed like a loyal companion. Meanwhile, Naruto and Haku paid no mind as they sped through the trees in a straight line toward Konoha. They decided that the forest was the best route now that all the genin knew how to move through the trees. It was a safer option than being seen on the roads, and truth be told, they had all had enough excitement for a while. As they neared the village, they dropped down to the road before entering to avoid RSNG suspicion. After all, anyone seen entering or leaving by means other than the main gate was treated as an enemy until proven otherwise. So unless someone had a strong desire to meet the Konoha interrogation squad, it was best to use the main gate. Upon seeing the group approach, the two Chunin at the guard post waved them over. "Good afternoon, Kakashi-san. We would have let you pass freely, but there seems to be an unfamiliar face among your group. As visitors must sign in, we will need to hold you here until she does. Go ahead, Kakashi-san. I'll make sure Haku-chan gets signed in. After all, she is under my protection, and since you aren't my sensei, you have no obligation to stay. I'll see you at the Hokage office for debriefing soon." Naruto motioned for them to continue, noticing Kakashi's firm grip on Sasuke's shoulder as he led his team away. Turning back to the two Chunin and Haku, he guided her step by step through the sign-in process before they made their way to the Hokage Tower. Little did they know that this delay would be just what Kiba needed to stir up the next small upset in Naruto's life. During their walk to the tower, Kakashi's team encountered a pale-eyed Hyuga heiress walking toward the gate. Signaling for a moment, Kiba bounded over to her before anyone could object. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, "You might want to greet your boyfriend and his new companion. I hear they even shared a close moment during our mission. I know this may hurt, but if you need someone to talk to, I'm always here." Grinning, he returned to his team, leaving a stunned Hinata standing in the middle of the street, unsure of what to do. "Kiba, what did you say to Hinata?" Kakashi fixed a glare on the boy, who shrank back slightly but held his ground. "Personal business, Kakashi-sensei. Don't worry about it." Though he sensed it was nothing good, there was nothing Kakashi could do. Their mission was over, and what had been said couldn't threaten anything that had already occurred. Sighing, he continued on. Due to that small delay, they met up with Naruto and Haku just as they were about to enter the tower. "Oi, I thought you would already be inside. What held you up?" Kiba-kun had to stop and talk to Hinata about something that apparently couldn't wait. Kakashi shot another glare at the boy, followed by Naruto and Haku, but his own grin was mirrored on the faces of Sasuke and Sakura. Something is not going to end well soon. Before any conflicts could erupt in the street, Kakashi ushered everyone inside. As they climbed the steps, Haku tried to comfort Naruto in any way she could. "Since this is likely about us, I'll go with you to help sort out whatever," he said to her. "Thank you, Haku-chan." He would have smiled if he didn't have such a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. That would have to wait, though, as they knocked on the door to the Hokage's office before being allowed to enter. "So, I take it the mission to Wave went well, and I see there is a new face with you, Kakashi-kun. Care to explain?" Sarutobi raised an inquisitive eyebrow at the man, urging him to share the results. "Hokage-sama. The mission was a success. The bridge builder Tazuna was escorted and kept safe until the completion of the bridge to Wave. On the way, we encountered the two missing nin known as the Demon Brothers. Once they were dealt with, we discovered that Wave was currently under the oppressive watch of the shipping merchant Gato and the mercenaries he had hired. After our encounter with the Demon Brothers, we unfortunately faced the missing nin Zabuza, also known as the Demon of the Mist. During the fight, Naruto-san showed up and saved me from the water prison technique I had gotten caught in. The battle ended in a draw as Zabuza escaped with the help of an assistant, though he was injured and we couldn't pursue due to my chakra exhaustion. Later, we managed to neutralize Zabuza and his assistant, along with Gato and the mercenaries he had brought with him. Afterward, a few of us found a camp of mercenaries who were paid to attack the village of Wave, and we were able to neutralize them as well, thus ensuring protection from Gato for the remainder of the mission. Kakashi bowed after his explanation, signaling he was finished. The Hokage turned towards Naruto. "Do you have anything to add, Naruto-kun?" "Yes, but there are too many ears here for my report." Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at this, then another when he saw Kakashi lower his head. "Okay then. Does anyone else have anything to add before you are dismissed?" Sasuke stepped forward, earning a groan from a few of those gathered, which he ignored as he spoke. "Hokage-san, I would like to." "Sasuke, you will address Hokage-sama as his title dictates." Kakashi narrowed his eyes as he spoke to the back of Sasuke's head. Sasuke let out a dismissive sniff before continuing. "As I was saying, I would like to bring to your attention that the backup you sent us was insufficient, unnecessary, and at one point endangered the success of the mission. During a tense situation, Uzumaki Naruto made threatening advances towards me, the sole survivor of a clan. I demand that measures be taken to prevent this from happening again, including, but not limited to, detainment in a holding cell for an undetermined amount of time or removal from the shinobi ranks altogether." The tension in the room began to rise, with most of the focus on the Uchiha. Though he was visibly sweating from the pressure, he maintained his position and waited for a response. After a moment of silence that seemed too much for him to bear, he decided to pile on more evidence against the blonde. Furthermore, because of his actions, both myself and one of my teammates were restrained for the remainder of the mission, causing one of the top clans in Konoha to suffer the humiliation of captivity by his own village. I demand that similar treatment be given to those responsible for such actions. With another long pause, Sasuke was quickly losing his temper. "Answer me, damn it. Sasuke, you would dare speak to the Hokage like that? Remove yourself from this room before I do it myself." Kakashi was in no mood to deal with this now. "No. Sasuke-kun is right. Naruto Baka almost ruined everything, and because of him, we were unreasonably restrained. He should be put away where he was always meant to be." By this point, Naruto was starting to growl. The only thing keeping him from leaping at the two was Haku's hand on his shoulder. Before anyone could escalate the situation further, there was another person that a few of them had forgotten they were in the presence of. Silence. Everyone turned to the aged Hokage. He was old, yes, but the authority behind his voice was more than any of them could match. "Uchiha Sasuke, if you ever address me with such a tone again, I will have you thrown in a cell for insubordination. That goes for your outburst as well, Haruno Sakura. Kiba, Sasuke, and Sakura, remove yourselves from this office immediately. I have business to finish with those remaining." Despite being reprimanded by the most powerful ninja in the village, each of them managed to flash a grin at the blonde on their way out. Two of them knew that by the end of the day, he could very well find himself in serious trouble for risking the safety of the last of the Uchiha, while the last knew he would be in dire straits with Hinata soon enough. As the door shut, everyone let out a few deep breaths in an attempt to regain their composure. Sarutobi motioned for them to sit in the chairs before him. As they sat, Sarutobi fixed each with a glare before settling on Kakashi. "Explain." It was only one word, but the threat behind it was unmistakable. Hokage-sama. From the moment Naruto-san joined this mission, Sasuke seemed intent on tarnishing his reputation. When Naruto was injured by a random mercenary's blind attack, I assigned my team to treat him while I pursued the attacker. Upon returning, I found them not only neglecting to help him but also trying to prevent Tazuna and his family from aiding him as well. That night, They attempted to reach him repeatedly while I was asleep for unknown reasons, according to Tazuna himself, who offered to stand watch and alert me if the others tried anything while I rested. The next morning, they again showed disdain towards Naruto, though they did not voice it openly. That morning, the bridge was attacked by Zabuza and Haku, with Gato's mercenaries and Gato himself making an appearance later. I sent Sasuke and Kiba after Haku while I confronted Zabuza, and Sakura guarded Tazuna. I later learned that Sasuke had found himself in a difficult situation and used a substitution technique with Kiba to escape, resulting in Kiba taking the brunt of an attack meant for the Uchiha. The old man's anger was evident as Kakashi recounted the events. I will allow Naruto or Haku to fill in the details, as I was enveloped in Zabuza's mist technique and couldn't see what was happening. He gestured for them to continue, and Haku spoke first. "Okage-sama, I would like to express my gratitude for some of your ninja, though there are others who do not deserve such praise. While I have my reservations about Kiba, at least he did not sacrifice his teammates to save himself. After my first attack took him out, the Uchiha remarked that it was an honor to be sacrificed for one of his lineage. I was appalled. For the first time, I felt that there was someone before me who deserved to face my wrath. I unleashed my strongest attack, targeting his pressure points to inflict pain. It wasn't enough for a quick end, but just as I was about to deliver the final blow, Naruto stopped me. Haku nodded toward Naruto, urging him to continue. "Hokage Gigi, I first met Haku in the forest near Wave before the bridge confrontation. During our battle, I discovered she had a memory modification seal on her neck." Naruto pulled out a piece of paper detailing the seal and handed it to the old man. I let her go with the promise of restoring her memories. That morning, I woke to find some of Gato's men trying to kidnap Tazuna-san's daughter and harm her son. After dealing with them, I arrived at the bridge just in time to stop Haku's attack. After she agreed, I gave her a seal to nullify the one on her neck. He produced another sheet of paper with the temporary counter seal. I would have insisted she use it, but she trusted me enough to apply it herself. He glanced at Haku, expecting her to elaborate, but she simply gestured for him to continue. To summarize, Haku discovered that Zabuza wasn't who she believed him to be, and she ended up being the one to end his life. However, after his defeat, Gato appeared with his mercenaries. With Kakashi low on chakra, Kiba and Sasuke incapacitated, and Sakura being, well, Sakura, Haku was still recovering from the temporary seal. I was the only one able to hold them off, having had a brief respite between my battle at the house and my arrival at the bridge. I created clones to fend off the attackers until Kakashi was ready to join in. Soon after, the villagers came to defend their homes, prompting Gato to flee. I pursued him and ensured he would no longer pose a threat. When I returned to the bridge, the mercenaries had been defeated, and only a few villagers had sustained injuries. Kakashi and Haku were tending to Kiba and Sasuke while Sakura stood by, upset. Kakashi interjected at that moment. Sakura was furious with Haku for injuring Sasuke and attempted to confront her. She failed, of course, but there was a brief argument when Sasuke and Kiba regained consciousness. It nearly escalated, but I had to intervene for Sasuke's safety. "Why did you knock out Sasuke and not Kiba?" Sarutobi asked, balancing his emotions between amusement and irritation. He was closer? Anyway, Naruto made some clones to clean up the bridge while we guarded Tazuna-san, and he took Haku to the house. Before leaving, he mentioned needing to speak with me privately. After that, he left, and we watched as his clones sorted through what they could find and sealed it away. At one point, Sasuke tried to attack one of the clones to seize the scroll it was using, but I stopped him, reminding him that due to his earlier actions, he wouldn't be entitled to any of the items found. He grumbled about it, but there was little he could do with me standing in his way. "Naruto-kun, what were you gathering from those men?" the Hokage inquired. "Mostly weapons, some documents, money. Whatever looked useful." "Why take the time to seal all of that? Wouldn't it have been easier to dispose of it instead of carrying it around? And how skilled are you with seals?" "Whoa, one question at a time, Gigi. For the first two, it's just a habit I've developed. We both know I'm not the wealthiest or most popular person. I learned not to take anything for granted. As you know, I collect anything of use or value. As for the last part, I'm no master, but I'm probably better than most. It wasn't the most detailed answer, but he had little to compare it to. Anyway, when we got back to the house, I permanently removed Haku's memory seal and let her rest while I spoke with Kakashi. When I defeated Gato, he implied that his death wouldn't matter, suggesting there could be another attack planned against Wave. After informing Kakashi and figuring out how to form the most capable teams, which Naruto was able to compose better than I could, if I may add, Kakashi interjected with a smile, earning a sheepish grin from Naruto as they recalled their bonding experience. Thank you, Kakashi-san. When we finished, we noticed it was unusually quiet in the dining room, where the others had gathered while I spoke with Kakashi. Naruto's smile faded once more. We both raced upstairs and arrived just in time to intercept the kunai that Sasuke and Sakura were about to move toward Haku-chan as she slept. Kakashi-san held the bubblegum princess at bay while I tried to keep Sasuke team from her. Unfortunately, he didn't quite get the message and continued to try to attack her, until Kiba knocked him out. Kakashi followed up shortly after with his captive. After rearranging the groups into 2 teams of 2, we secured the Uchiha and Haruno and set up a patrol rotation for the next 4 days until one of my clones finally located the mercenary encampment that I suspected Gato was referring to. The tale was once again handed over to Kakashi. When Naruto returned with the location of the camp, I left Kiba to guard the house, instructing him to release the other 2 if he needed backup. Haku-san, Haru-san, and I launched our assault on the camp that night. With a level of precision I can honestly say I have rarely seen in most Chunin teams, we planned our attack and swiftly overwhelmed the enemy with minimal injuries to ourselves. The pride radiating from him was palpable. It was clear to Hiruzen that Kakashi would have loved to have these 2 on his team, but unfortunately, it was too late for that as the teams were already formed. It was evident that something would need to be done about Team 7. Just like Naruto had done earlier, Kakashi's demeanor soured as he recalled the next part of their story. We were all exhausted from the battle, but we made our way back to the house, and that's when another unexpected turn occurred. After a brief argument with the newly released duo, Sasuke once again attempted to attack Haku-san by rushing at Naruto and trying to stab her with a dinner knife while ducking behind him. He was only slightly thwarted when Naruto demonstrated the true purpose of Kawarimi, using it to protect Haku and taking the hit for her. Fortunately, due to their height difference, he was struck in a non-lethal area. Naruto-san then proceeded to push Sasuke out of the house as his tenant began to act up. Hiruzen's expression mirrored that of his guests. The council would not take kindly to this news, and he was sure they would find out soon enough. I tried to intervene, but in the end, it was Haku who managed to calm him down. They looked at Haku, who blushed deeply, reluctant to reveal what she had said that night. She shook her head, refusing to share anything. Sarutobi smiled at her and beckoned her closer. She hesitated but eventually complied, standing next to him. If you don't feel comfortable repeating it openly, you may whisper it to me. I need to know what you did to settle him down. His tenant isn't the most agreeable, and anything that can calm it is invaluable information for us, so please, share it with me. Haku blushed again but leaned down, cupping her hands to keep her words private. All they saw was her closing her eyes in embarrassment as Sarutobi's smile widened. Thank you, Haku-chan. You have no idea how relieved I am to hear that. You may take your seat again. Once she was seated, Kakashi continued. After that, we secured Sasuke and Sakura in separate rooms and posted a guard to ensure they wouldn't escape. The remainder of the mission was relatively easy, with the only other significant event occurring when Naruto sent clones to clean up after our last battle and search for anything useful. After that, we celebrated and began our journey home. They all looked toward Naruto for anything he might want to add. Oh. Well, first, there are a few gaps I'll fill in with these scrolls. These are the heads of Kafu Oba and Tamatsu Yusuji. The Hokage and Kakashi both raised an eyebrow at this, while Haku wore a proud grin. Kafu was a missing nin from Kirigakure, Jonin rank, and rather famous for the sword I now carry, apparently. Kakashi-san, Zabuza, and Tamatsu seemed impressed with it at least. I admit he was a lucky target, as he never expected a genin to lure him into a trap. Just like I never expected a jonin to fall for it. Tamatsu, on the other hand, was easy prey for a chunin. He was among the lackeys who tried to kidnap Tsunami-san, but he attempted to flee when he saw the katana of his former comrade. He never really stood a chance since the only jutsu he used against me was easily dodged, and for a chunin-level ninja, he was rather slow. As for the clone search parties, he rummaged through a storage scroll before pulling out another one. Here are all the documents I believe could contain valuable information regarding the safety of the village. If you'd like, I can look into them alongside another project I have going on. Unless someone else is available to review them now. He handed the scroll to the Hokage, who examined it and found that, like the other scrolls he received from the boy, everything was neatly categorized and organized. That is quite all right, Naruto-kun. I will find someone to review this. We've completed our end of your other mission, so there are people available to look at this now. Perhaps later they will also go over your other findings. Oh, and that person has agreed to meet with you, so when you both have time, I will arrange a meeting. Okay, Gigi-san. I'll make sure to contact you soon about that. Haku-chan, I almost forgot. I also have the Kubikiri Hocho here if you want it. Since you are the one who defeated Zabuza, it's yours by right. Haku cautiously took the scroll and stared at it for a few moments before shaking her head and moving it back into Naruto's hands. No, I don't want anything to remind me of him. They could see the hurt in her eyes, so they didn't press the matter. Understanding her desire to detach from her former tormentor, Naruto decided it would be best to find a way to dispose of the weapon despite his wish to keep it for its undeniable value. After pocketing the scroll containing the cleaver once more, Naruto turned back to the Sandaime. Well, back to the mission, though there is just one more thing to bring to your attention. He produced yet another scroll. I was able to find Gato's base of operations in Wave. This contains the documentation taken from that place. The food stores and money held there were distributed among the people of Wave, as it was mostly theirs anyway. Gato kept extensive logs of all his dealings. It seems he was a bit obsessive about tracking where all his money came from and went to, so it was rather easy to ensure everyone got their money back. At the bottom of the scroll, you will find what they would have owed for an S-ranked mission. You may not have listed it as such, but there was more than enough money left to cover the cost. Other than that, you should find some interesting bits of information in there. I think that about sums it up, Gigi-san. All that is left is Haku-chan's status and what you plan on doing with her. Going through the new scroll, Sarutobi was very pleased with what he was seeing. It seemed Gato made dealings in many enemy countries, including Iwa, Kumo, and the new village of Otogakure. There were also extensive notes about exactly what was being traded where and with whom. Some of it was unsettling, but it was better than being misinformed, or worse, not knowing at all. Setting that aside, he turned his attention to the only female in the room. Yes, Haku-chan. I will not be able to save you from some minor questioning, but due to your altered and recently released memories, coupled with the fact that you assisted greatly on a mission against those you were originally partnered with, it should be no more than we normally would do for someone who simply wishes to switch villages. I know you could technically be listed as a traitor, but with no village affiliation, you are not a missing mean, nor can we justly label you as a traitor of a village that doesn't exist. However, to save you from being listed as a civilian traitor, I would like to enlist you as a kunoichi of Konoha if you would like to. Your skills are quite obviously higher than an academy student. As long as you can pass the graduation test and agree to pledge loyalty to this village, I will instate you as a genin rank kunoichi and put you on the only team that has an available spot. He grinned and nodded to Naruto. Haku's eyes went wide as they began to glisten. Weiss, Hoka-sama, I would be honored to be a ninja of Konohagakure. She bowed before the man who was offering her a place to call home. She then turned to Naruto and bowed to him as well. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Without your help, I would have never known anything but a life on the run. I owe you more than you can imagine. She rushed over to him and hugged him tightly. Haku-chan, don't worry about it. To see someone saved from a difficult life and allowed happiness is more than enough of a reward for me. Now, if you'll excuse me, Hoka-sama, Kakashi-san, Haku-chan, there are some things that I have missed immensely while I was gone, and I would like to attend to them now. With a nod from the old man, he bowed and left the office. Well, he never ceases to amaze, does he? The Hokage smiled as he watched the door close before making a small note on a scroll. Well, back to business. Kakashi, before you get too settled, please take Haku-chan to the interrogation department with this note. Make sure it's not Anko who gets this. I get enough sob stories from the prisoners about her. I don't need any from our allies. Chuckling, Kakashi led a suddenly nervous Haku out of the room and left Hiruzen to his thoughts. Never ceases to amaze indeed. Just how far can you go, Naruto? Shaking his head, he got back to the real issue that would be headed his way soon enough. When Kakashi's team sees Naruto walking around freely, someone was bound to show up, and more than likely that someone would come with a summons to a council meeting. With that in mind, he brought out a few fresh scrolls and began writing. If they were going to call him into a meeting over this, he was going to be prepared. Naruto rushed through the streets of Konoha, intent on finding his target. Under a disguise, he had visited the Hyuga and discovered that Hinata was somewhere in the village. He had spent almost an hour already trying to find her, but to no avail. Deciding that it might be a good idea to shower a bit before searching further, he made his way to his apartment, only to find the one he was seeking crouched at his door with her head buried in her knees. Hinata-chan? He heard a sob before she raised her head to reveal a tear-streaked face. Hinata? What happened? Did someone hurt you? Tell me who and I'll make them apologize. She stood as he got closer. Hinata, please, tell me what's wrong. I want to help you, please let me help you. He repeated almost frantically. But he was stunned. Shy Hinata, his girlfriend, had slapped him across the face and was now glaring at him. He took a half step back from surprise, but she closed the distance and got right into his face. You swine. Lowlife, cheating fool. How could you? I thought you finally accepted me, and now I find out that you went running around with someone else while you were away on a mission? Hinata-chan, it wasn't like that. I swear. Naruto tried to start an explanation, but she wasn't going to let him get that far. With his shock at her harsh words, he left too large of an opening for her to continue her assault. You betrayed me. Oh, that's not good. You took a knife for her. Not good at all. I thought I knew you, but I was wrong. You are the most despicable person ever. Naruto was now the one in tears as each word cut deeper than any knife. Hinata-chan. Don't you ever call me that again. You have no right to even think of my name. You are despicable scum. Don't even think you are worthy of. But neither of them had seen it coming. Now Hinata was the one who was stunned speechless as she slowly put her hand to her reddening cheek and looked into the eyes of her assault. Pale lavender eyes, still red from crying, met deep brown eyes that showed anger and pity. How dare you belittle him? If you think so little of him, then it's you who aren't worthy. You. Hinata's expression shifted from stunned to furious as she realized who this new person was. You, she repeated with more hatred behind it. You're the one who took Naruto-kun away from me. You were with him while I was waiting for him. Well, I hope you're happy knowing that he left one for another. I hope you can live knowing he could do it again with you as the victim. She turned to leave but was forced to turn back as a strong hand pulled her arm around. Let's get something straight here. Yes, we shared the same futon, but it was I who crawled in beside him while he slept, and we did nothing but sleep. As soon as he woke up, he panicked and reminded me that he was with you. Like a true gentleman, he turned away until I was dressed. He took a risk for me because it was the right thing to do. He is kind enough to not let a comrade or a friend suffer in front of him if he can help it. Had you been the target, I know he would have done the same. He defended you against those other boys on Kakashi's team numerous times, and no matter how many advances I made, he turned me down because he already had you. I bet it was that mutt who told you about it too. At Hinata's wince, it was clear where her information had come from. If you are foolish enough to take someone else's word over his, then maybe he is better off with me. At least I trust him enough to hear his side before jumping to conclusions. Come on, Naruto-kun, let's go. I think we've seen enough of this one's true colors. I swear, with every new person I meet in this place, it tarnishes my view of a ninja or a human. She turned to leave, grabbing Naruto's arm as she passed, while Hinata sank to her knees, tears streaming down her face. He never abandoned me and I just tore out his heart. She's right. I don't deserve him. He's been hurt so much and I just added to it. I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun. I'm so sorry. No. Haku jerked a bit as Naruto's unmoving body forced her to stop. Come on, Naruto-kun, you can show me. Around the village. No. He shook off her grip and slowly made his way forward. Sinking to his knees, he gently took Hinata's head in his hands and lifted her face to meet his eyes. I won't leave my Hinata-chan like this. I love her too much for it to end. With renewed hope, Hinata met his gaze just in time to feel him draw closer. She tried to move her head back to keep him in her sight, but she was stopped when she felt something brush against her lips. It took her a moment to realize what was happening, but soon she understood that it was his lips touching hers. He was kissing her, actually kissing her. Her heart fluttered as it raced, and she held on to him, trying to get as close as possible. She was still in turmoil over the hurtful things she had said to him, but he was accepting her back even after she had slapped him and yelled such painful words. The memories of her harsh words made her falter, and she tried to pull away, breaking the kiss as she turned her head in embarrassment and self-loathing. Naruto wouldn't allow that though. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her tightly to him. Never, never scare me like that again, Hinata-chan. I would face down all of Konoha before I would want to hear such things come out of your mouth again. Naruto-kun. Sniff, she was right. I don't deserve you. Please, please and never leave me. I won't ever doubt you again. Hinata couldn't take it anymore as she buried her face in his chest and sobbed. They stayed like that in the middle of the hall for a few minutes until they were forced back to reality. Cough. If you two are finished, I would still like a tour of this village. Both teens blushed as they looked sheepishly at Haku before sighing. Naruto recalled why he was at his apartment in the first place. Well, I would like to take a shower first if you don't mind. We did just get back from a mission after all. Oh, by the way, Hinata, this is Haku-chan. Haku-chan, this is my girlfriend, Hinata-chan. It's nice to finally meet you, Hinata-san, though I hope you're not always so quick to jump to conclusions. I would say I'd join you, Naruto-kun, but I don't think Hinata-san would like that very much. Haku grinned at the girl's attempt at an angry expression. Since she had just finished crying and was still hugging Naruto tightly, it turned out more like a possessive pout instead. I will show Haku-san around while you get cleaned up, Naruto-kun. Besides, I have some things I want to discuss with her. We'll come back later and maybe get something to eat together. Hinata's eyes never left Haku, causing Naruto to give a small nervous chuckle. Okay, Hinata. I'll leave a clone here in case I need to go out. Try not to get into any trouble. Please. He slowly unlocked the door and backed into his apartment, keeping them both in his view until he had to shut the door. The entire time, neither of them moved or even looked away from each other. Sighing, he settled for his fate of not knowing and just prayed that he wouldn't find any damage when he reopened the door after he was done. He made his way to the bathroom, creating a clone on the way just in case it would need to hop out and stop any conflict. After so much mental stress in the past month, he really needed some time to clean off and meditate. Out in the hall, Haku and Hinata were still staring at each other until Hinata suddenly bowed, surprising Haku. Thank you, Haku-san. I was blinded by my emotions at the thought of losing the one I had sought after for so long and almost made the biggest mistake of my life. I was foolish to take Kiba-san's word at face value without conferring with Naruto-kun before I acted, but when I saw him, my emotions took control. If you hadn't come, I would have lost the better part of my life, so thank you for setting things right. I will never be able to repay the debt I owe you. You really do love him, don't you? Not that I can't see why. He really is a great guy. Loyal to a fault and thinks of others over himself, even when those others are opposing him. I can easily say that my life would be much different had he not helped me. Your boyfriend freed me from a life that was little more than servitude. Without his help, I would either be dead right now or still unaware of the truth of my past. It's true that I tried to get closer to him even after knowing he had you, but you can't really blame me for that. You would be hard-pressed to find someone so remarkable. Haku turned silent and hung her head. There seemed to be no place for her here, even though she was finally free of her troubled past. He is my one and only. Even though I recently discovered that I know almost nothing about him, he was the source of my strength and my motivation throughout my academy days. I would see him constantly practicing, and while I suspect it was all an act, back then he was an example of someone striving to overcome their fate. After we graduated, when I finally got to know him, he was a completely different person. Yet, in a strange way, he was still the same. He no longer sought attention as much, but his confidence was even stronger than before. It was as if he had matured significantly, becoming overqualified for his rank while remaining humble enough to connect with the rest of us. He gives me more strength now than he ever did before, and I can't imagine being without him, even though I almost forced myself to do just that a few minutes ago. Both girls felt a slight blush at their memories of the blonde. Haku was the first to snap out of her reverie and return to reality. Well, anyway, how about that tour? If I'm going to live here, I need to know where to get food, clothes, gear, and I really need to find a place to stay. The Hokage said I can use a donated apartment for a couple of months, but I'll need to find my own place soon. Oh, and you might want to know that I'll be on a team with Naruto, so I'll be sure to watch his back. That way, you won't have to worry about him not coming home from a mission. Also, there are a few other things you might want to know about his strength. He took out 2 missing nin on that mission, one at Jonin level and the other at Chunin level. He also has this peculiar fascination with collecting anything useful. You really need to see the katana he got from that Jonin. It's sealed away right now, but it's black with a red sheath. It's a bit long for him, but just the sight of it is enough to intimidate anyone. He also seems to have a hideout in the village that only he and the Hokage know about. Hinata was taken aback. She knew Naruto was strong, but taking on a Jonin-level missing nin as a genin seemed impossible. Naruto, just how strong are you really? That aside, she felt a twinge of disappointment that Haku would be on his team, but as long as she didn't try to take Naruto from her, it would be fine. Over the next couple of hours, the two girls explored the village, stopping occasionally as Hinata pointed out the main areas. She had never really ventured into most of these places before getting together with Naruto. Being a main branch Hyuga meant she never had to do her own shopping. However, that was one of the things she and Naruto enjoyed doing together now, and she loved it. He even bought her some new clothes as a gift, though she could only wear them in the privacy of her own room. Still, it was a thoughtful gesture. The only place she couldn't show Haku was where to find a place to live, as she had never needed to do so. With little else to do, they mingled and got to know one another. Aside from Naruto, they discovered they had a few interests in common, particularly in healing, specifically herbal remedies and ointments. Sharing ideas and self-taught remedies, they slowly made their way back to Naruto's apartment. They soon found themselves outside his room, knocking on the door and waiting for an answer. When the door opened, revealing Naruto, Hinata was about to embrace him, but she noticed his eyes widen just before she heard a thud. A cloth was suddenly pressed over her mouth and nose, making her feel lightheaded before darkness enveloped her. After he cleaned up, Naruto decided to make a quick stop at his hideout. It was getting close to dinner time, so he figured no one would be around the entrance as they prepared meals or got ready for a night out. He was right, slipping easily into his domain. Only a few clones were made this time to avoid defeating the purpose of his visit. As they sorted through the paperwork concerning notes from Orochimaru's lair, he settled onto an oversized pillow and began to meditate. A couple of hours later, he was jolted from his trance as one of his clones dispelled. It took a while to sift through all the information, but when he did, panic set in. He bolted out into the fading light and rushed toward his apartment. He didn't even stop to check if the door was locked as he slammed it open. Inside, he found Hinata and Haku bound and unconscious but unharmed. Quickly, he untied them and tried shaking them awake. When that didn't work, he created a clone to help carry them on his back before rushing to the hospital. The nurse at the lobby desk was startled from her nail filing when the loud crash of the front door slamming open signaled someone was in a hurry. When she looked up, her lips pursed in distaste. "What do you want here?" she glared at him, not even seeming to notice his companions. Get me 2 beds. I found these 2 unconscious and tied up. Get them some help before I do it myself, and I promise I won't be nearly as careful about it as you would. She was about to retort when she noticed who he was carrying. What did you do to them, you monster? She hurried over and roughly grabbed them from his back, trying to get them away from him as quickly as possible. Rest assured, I will let the Hokage know what you've done. Just get them some help. Naruto shouted at her before speeding out the door toward the Hokage building. As he approached the base of the tower, 4 ANBU-dressed ninja dropped down around him. He scowled at them. Get out of my way. You are a tricky one, Uzumaki Naruto. You slipped away from us last time, but we won't fall for the same tricks twice, one of them stated. It was then that Naruto took in their attire. They looked just like the 4 who had tried to confront him before his mission to Wave. So, you're the followers of that guy Danzo, huh? Sorry to disappoint you, but I have no plans to see him again beyond what my clone already has. He prepared himself for a fight. 4, possibly ANBU-ranked ninja, against one of him. The odds weren't great, but he would give it his best shot. He refused to go quietly. Taking a kunai in each hand, he twirled one before throwing it straight at one of the men. His target easily dodged and rushed in. Naruto ducked around the man, narrowly avoiding the grabbing hand aimed at him, rolling under the following chop to his neck. Now facing the 4 ninja with his back to the building and all exits cut off, he felt the pressure. Looks like you backed yourself into a corner. Not so confident when we know your tricks, are you? And for the record, your aim is far below ninja standards. They would have laughed, but their strict training forbade such emotions. Danzo will have a word with you whether you want it or not, boy. A new voice joined the conversation, accompanied by the sound of numerous feet hitting the ground directly behind the 4 ninja. No, I don't think Danzo will be having his little conference today. And for the record, I would say his aim was spot on, root scum. The now identified root ninja turned to face those who had surrounded them. 8 real ANBU flanked a very displeased Hokage as they took a step back. For being involved with an unauthorized organization, you are all to be placed in the interrogation department cells until further notice. I'm sure Ibiki and Anko will be more than happy to accommodate you. As the ANBU stepped forward to take the root ninja into custody, they attempted to vanish, only to find they couldn't move. Instead of retreating to safety, they ended up cursing the Nara who had them held in place. One of them managed to turn around, finding their target standing there with a grin on his face. I wouldn't look so smug, boy. He will get what he wants, and next time the Hokage won't be around to save you. You're just lucky he found out about your little trouble in time. Root-san, I am no more lucky at getting help than you were unlucky at getting caught. 1 genin against 4 highly trained ninja isn't a fair fight. I simply had to even the odds. Did you know that any attack, no matter how small, on the Hokage Tower sends an immediate alarm to the Hokage and the ANBU headquarters? By the way, Hokatama, I apologize for using the defenses for personal reasons, but I will explain how valid they are when we are in a more suitable environment. I don't think you want half of Konoha knowing what happens in its shadows. He gestured behind them, drawing attention to the crowd that had gathered and was now staring at them. Anything that brought a Kage to an encounter was bound to be important. NBU, show our guests to their accommodations. Naruto-kun, let's go. With the orders given, all parties disappeared as Naruto and Sarutobi made their way to the office once again. Once in the safety of the room, Naruto was about to activate the security seals when the door burst open, throwing him to the side. Hokage-sama. The female made a quick bow before continuing. I apologize for the intrusion, but I felt it was important to notify you of a recent incident. I realize you must be busy with whatever just happened, but that boy just barged into the hospital with 2 poisoned young women. One of whom was the Hyuga heiress, Hyuga Hinata. Whatever he did to those 2, we are lucky we got to them when we did. They wouldn't have lasted much longer otherwise. Hokage-sama, something must be done about him. This has gone far beyond pranks. Taking a moment to breathe, she was about to continue her rant when she was stopped by the raised hand of Hiruzen. Yashik-san, did you happen to inquire as to why those girls were brought there by the boy you claim assaulted them? He brought them there and then ran off, so I hadn't gotten the chance to send him to the interrogation department. If we can find him, it should take little effort to get him to confess. Were there any other injuries aside from the poison? There were marks from ropes. He no doubt had them bound somewhere before he decided they had suffered enough. Hokage-say. Once again, a conversation was interrupted as an ANBU phased into the office and knelt before the desk. Hokage-sama, your presence is requested in the council chamber, along with your guests. With a nod from his leader, the ANBU disappeared. The nurse, after processing the ANBU's words, looked around to find a rather upset genin resting against the wall in the corner, nursing a growing bump on his head. She took a step back only to run into the hand of the Hokage. Yashik-san, Naruko-kun, if you would both follow me, it seems we have business that needs attending to. Naruko-kun, prepare yourself and try to stay calm, please. I don't need any chaos added to the rest of my paperwork today. The boy was currently taking deep breaths as he slowly stood and followed the two adults out the door and over to the council chambers. When the door was opened by the ANBU guard, a wall of noise burst forth, making at least 2 of the 3 wish they had just ignored this summons. Unfortunately, they all knew that the matter would not simply dissolve since it involved the village pariah and the heiress of the current, strongest clan in Konoha, so they gritted their teeth and headed in. As soon as they were through the door, the noise level doubled as it seemed that everyone wanted a word with the Hokage. Nodding to his 2 companions to either side of the room, he held his hands up to signal for silence, which was immediately obeyed, albeit begrudgingly by some. Now, I already have an idea of what this is all about, so I will start with the current issue. The claim is that Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have captured and poisoned 2 young women, one being Hyuga Hinata and the other as of yet unknown. Have I guessed incorrectly thus far? When no one spoke up, he nodded and continued. Would anyone like to add anything before we hear what happened from both sides of the story? As soon as the words left his mouth, another chorus of noise erupted before he had to again call for silence. Since this most closely involves you, Hayashi, as one of those affected is your daughter, would you please share what you know about the situation? My daughter was found inside the apartment of this boy. There were no signs of a struggle at that location, but evidence suggested they were poisoned outside the front door, then dragged through the room and tied up against a wall. From what we could gather, it seemed the owner of the apartment had incapacitated them before taking them inside, tying them up and administering a substance into their bodies. The always calm Hyuga clan head explained his perspective with a straight face, but his grip on the table edge and his whitening knuckles spoke volumes. So you broke into my apartment and had a good look around. Glad to see the almighty Hyuga are not above a little underhanded snooping where they don't belong. I wonder just how much you looked around before being satisfied. I hope you left my bed mostly intact. I could use a good night's sleep after all this nonsense. Naruto seethed at the obvious lack of respect and the Hyuga's blatant disregard for proper investigative procedure. Be quiet, boy. You have no right to speak to me in such a manner. Know your place. And you had no right to go through my apartment without the written consent of the Hokage, Hyuga-san. Hayashi was about to retort, but was stopped by the Hokage. Naruto-kun is correct, Hayashi-san. You were not given consent, and we will address that later. Now, does anyone else have something to add? Hayashi glared at Naruto once more before settling back into his chair. This time it was Haruno Isako who stood. Yes, Isako-san? I would just like to say that I have seen the accused numerous times around town recently. He seemed to be trying to get close to the Hyuga heiress, possibly to lead her into a false sense of security. This afternoon, Hyuga Hinata came into my store, showing another girl around. I would assume that was the second girl who is now in the hospital. Haku, I believe was her name. Long brown hair, brown eyes. She looked towards the nurse to verify. Seeing a nod, she continued. They must have been seeking out an apartment for this girl, as she seemed rather new to the village. Naruto made to say another retort but stopped at a wave from Sarutobi. Okay, anyone else? Most people stayed seated, as it seemed they were going to share similar information. Shikaku-san. All eyes turned towards the Nara clan head. If anyone could find reason in this mess, it would be a Nara. Hokage-sama. From what I have heard so far, the evidence does seem to incriminate Uzumaki-san. However, I would prefer to hear the story from those involved if we could. I am curious as to why, if he was the one to abduct and poison them, Uzumaki-san took them to the hospital. Rather than listen to more one-sided commentary, let us hear from those most directly involved. Finally, someone who wanted to listen to the other side of the story. Both Hiruzen and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto's life being what it was couldn't be that simple, of course. As the Hokage prepared to allow Yashik to have her turn, the council chamber door opened, and a man they all knew walked in. Danzo.to, what do we owe the pleasure? Inuzuka Tsum said his name as though it were the worst-tasting food she had ever eaten. Many faces around the room showed a similar expression, mainly those on the shinobi side. Hayashi-sama. I just wanted to let you and Yashik-san know that your daughter and her companion are stable now. Had I not been there when I was for my headache, I would have feared the worst. I apologize for interrupting any meeting taking place, but... He glanced towards Naruto and seemed somewhat surprised to see him there but composed himself immediately. But I felt it appropriate to let Hayashi-sama know the good news. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave. I have some important appointments to attend to. Not waiting for a formal dismissal, Danzo quickly left the room. Opening the door to call him back in, Sarutobi found that he was already long gone. Well, at least I know that there will be no permanent damage. No thanks to you, boy. Hayashi glared at Naruto with pure disdain in his pupilless eyes. We were just lucky Danzo-sama showed up when he did. Without his help, we couldn't have counteracted the poison so quickly, Yashik said to no one in particular. Anyhow, we are all happy that the girls will be safe, but let us continue please. Yashik-san, if you would. Well, I was sitting at the front counter in the hospital lobby this afternoon when I heard the doors crash open. I looked up to yell at whoever would enter a hospital in such a manner. When I saw that boy walking up to the counter with two unconscious girls slung over him, I rushed over and grabbed them away as any sane person would do. With his reputation, there was no telling what he was going to do, and before I could find out anything about what happened, the boy was gone. I called in 2 beds, and after moving them to a room, the doctors examined them to find traces of poison in their system. It was then that Danzo-sama walked by and offered his assistance in neutralizing the poison. With the supplies he carries with him for emergencies, he was able to cure the poison, as we've just heard. I suggested he come tell Hayashi-sama that Hinata-sama was fine while I went to the Hokage to bring up the issue, and a few other doctors went to gather the council. I suppose Danzo-sama heard about the meeting and decided this would be the best place to find Hayashi-sama. After being delayed outside the Hokage tower for a few minutes due to some disturbance, I was finally able to get in to see Hokage-sama and begin to explain my story before we were called to this meeting. Is that all, Yashik-san? The woman thought for a moment before nodding to Sarutobi. All right then, unless anyone has any questions? I do, Hokage-sama. An elder woman called out from the other end of the table. It was Yudatane Kohoro, one of the advisors of the Hokage. Would you please elaborate on what you thought the boy might have had the intention of doing? Well, he yelled at me to get them some beds or he would do it himself, and he said he doubted he would do it as carefully as I would. I assumed he meant that he would cause them more trouble if I didn't hurry up and take them from him. And why do you think he would have brought them to you and told you to take them from him if he truly intended to harm them further? Wouldn't it have been easier not to take them to a hospital at all? Tsum was puzzled by the logic of the statement. A momentary change of heart, I suppose. Perhaps he wanted to get rid of them before something else took control. Anyone else? Silence filled the chamber, indicating there were no further questions. Good. Then we will now listen to Naruto's. Why even bother to listen to him? I think we've heard enough already. Haruno-san, everyone has the right to explain themselves, even those who speak out unjustly. Unless you have something to say in favor of or against either party, I suggest you remain silent for the remainder of Naruto-kun's explanation. That goes for everyone here unless you want me to personally escort you away from this table. A few nervous gulps echoed from the civilian half of the council as some members swallowed their words. Among the shinobi, Only a couple chose to glare more than necessary. Now then, the floor is yours, Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun? Faces shifted as the council looked over to find the blonde meditating in the corner. Cough, Naruto-kun. Oh, sorry, Hokasama. I was just trying to calm myself. So you thought you would sleep through important discussions. We should throw you out for your ignorance. In a flash, a seat was empty as the door to the room slammed shut, revealing a rather terse old man returning to his seat. Few had even registered the Hokage's movement, but they could all see he made good on his threat, leaving an empty seat at the table and likely a very distraught civilian council member trying to get past the guards and back into the meeting. Naruto-kun, it's your turn to give your side of the story. Oh, I know, Hokage-sama. I just wanted to see if any of them would be foolish enough to tempt fate. His bright smile drew a few giggles from the table, reminding many of the former pranksters still within him. Well then, if you are done, would you please indulge our curiosity and tell us about your day? Sarutobi gave the boy a serious look, signaling there would be no more fooling around. He was only mildly surprised when the flashy grin turned serious in an instant. Hi, Hokage-sama. I will begin with after our debriefing this afternoon. I had some personal matters to attend to before I went into my apartment for a shower. I created a clone in case anyone stopped by, but it proved unnecessary. Afterward, I decided to work on some mental DSPLN at another location for a while. I left my previously made clone at the apartment, again in case anyone stopped by. A few hours later, I was brought out of my trance when my clone dispelled. After learning what it had encountered, I immediately rushed to my apartment, broke the door open, and found Hyuga Hinata and Momochi Haku bound and unconscious inside. Creating another clone, I picked them up and rushed them to the hospital. You have already heard about that encounter, however, I would like to clarify one thing. When I said I would find them beds, myself and not as carefully, I meant that if I had to, I would go door to door through the hospital and break each one down until I found the empty beds I needed. The reason I didn't stick around was to notify Hokage-sama about what had happened and discuss what my clone had discovered before it dispelled. Unfortunately, I didn't get the chance as Yashik-san burst in just as I was about to activate the security seals. After she gave a rushed account, we were interrupted by an ANBU who told us we were summoned to the council chambers. That is all I wish to say in current company. He could see the looks of suspicion around the room but met each with an unwavering gaze. Is that all you will say in front of us? We are the village council, boy. You will tell us what you know. Kate Fumihiko, a semi-wealthy cloth merchant, spoke with an authority that belied his stature. Sir, no disrespect, but the rest of the matter is ninja business only and is not meant to be heard by civilian ears. Though it could easily sway matters in my favor, I will not risk this village's safety to save myself. He smirked mentally, knowing all they could do was complain. These were the laws they themselves agreed upon, and they were obliged to follow them. On the shinobi side, however, he received more than one appreciative gaze, as it seemed a lesser person would have caved to the council's demands for the sake of freedom. Again, I mean no disrespect, but I was also wondering what reason the civilian portion of the council has to be in on this discussion. It is, after all, a matter in which all parties fall under the jurisdiction of the shinobi portion of the council. If the gazes were appreciative before, he wasn't sure what to make of it when their jaws dropped. The other girl, Haku, I believe her name was. She is new to the village and presumed to be a civilian, thus she falls under our jurisdiction. Mitokado Hamura spoke with age and authority almost on par with the Hokage. He was on the same team as Hiruzen and Koharu, so such a presence was understandable. Yet even with such authority facing him, the boy didn't flinch. It wasn't Naruto who answered this time, but Sarutobi who interjected. I should have probably announced this before we started, but Momochi Haku, as of this afternoon, has agreed to join our ninja ranks. Being already trained as a ninja, I have allowed her to enter right into the ranks at genin level after the justification of the normal graduation test. She has also already been placed on a team and was going to begin missions as soon as the team saw fit to do so. Though she may be in the hospital for a while due to this recent event, I'm sure her teammate won't mind taking on more solo missions in the meantime, will you, Naruto? He smiled at the boy, who once again returned the grin. In light of this information, I ask that the civilian members of this council retire from the chambers. The rest of you may stay, and we will continue our discussions. His tone was sharp and direct, leaving no room for questions. With only slight hesitation, the civilians shuffled out the door, pausing briefly to glare or sneer at the boy who had so easily dismissed their authority. Claps echoed in the room once the door shut, as a few of those remaining applauded the boy for turning away the more bothersome portion of the village administration with such ease. Naruto took a bow, much to the annoyance of the Hyuga head and at least one other member. Yamanaka Inoichi didn't have strong feelings about the whiskered blonde. He neither disliked him nor particularly liked him. As part of the interrogation squad, he tried to maintain a neutral stance on any disputes. His job kept him at work most of the time, and the only insights he had about Naruto came from what he had overheard his daughters say during their academy days. From what she had shared and what he had observed, the Naruto she knew and the one before him were two entirely different individuals. So far, he was impressed but still cautious in his judgment. "Hope you don't mind, but I think I'll take a seat now." No one objected, save for a huff from Hayashi, as the boy hopped into a chair, facing them all. It was interesting that he chose a seat that allowed him to see everyone, and for everyone to see him without needing to move. It was a perfect strategy for observing all actions that transpired, but it also left him open to any potential attacks. Either the boy was very brave, issuing an open challenge for any of them to prove him wrong, or he was completely unaware of the implications of his actions and didn't care either way. Now that we are serious, I will discuss the missing sections of my story. First, I would like to mention that before I left on my mission to Wave, I was confronted by 4 ninjas dressed similarly to ANBU members. They mentioned that Danzo wanted to speak with me. Ears perked up, and even Hayashi leaned forward a bit. They all knew Danzo was hiding something, but to think that the person everyone loved to hate could provide them with proof was enough to put them on edge. Sarutobi himself leaned forward as well, having not been informed about this encounter previously. I managed to escape that time with a smoke bomb and a substitution technique. They clearly did not expect such a response from an inexperienced genin. Naruto smirked slightly, recalling the encounter. "So you expect us to believe you took on 4 older ninjas and got away?" Akimichi Chozo was skeptical that a boy the same age as his own son could even come close to tangling with more experienced shinobi and come out unscathed. "I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. Honestly, I don't care if any of you believe me or not, I'm just stating what happened. Also, I didn't fight them, I just did my best to escape. I knew it was highly unlikely I could take them all on. 4 against 1 is difficult enough with opponents of your own skill level, let alone risking such a feat against those whose skills you don't know. Now, that was just to let you know that I had already heard something about Danzo. As far as I'm concerned, anyone who uses that much force against a genin is either the Hokage, the council, or someone who can't risk such an event leaking into general knowledge. So, on to the main event. As I said, the time between my mission debriefing and my arrival at my apartment was personal, so you won't need to know about that. I will skip ahead to the information I gained when my clone dispersed. Taking a moment, Naruto gathered his thoughts before leveling his gaze with his audience and beginning his story. Flashback. Naruto's eyes widened as 2 ANBU, similar to the 4 who had confronted him before his mission to Wave, appeared behind Hinata and Haku, placing cloths over their faces, causing them to immediately lose consciousness. "What did you do?" He got into a defensive stance, prepared for anything. "Careful, boy. We wouldn't want to have to harm these 2 to get you to comply. We told you that Danzo-sama gets what he wants. Now, will you come quietly, or do you need further motivation?" One of the masked men threatened. Naruto gritted his teeth. He couldn't allow the 2 girls to be harmed, but he really didn't want to face someone willing to go this far for a simple conversation. His internal conflict seemed to take too long for the 2 men, and he watched in horror as they each produced a syringe and injected its contents into each of the girls. That was a slow-acting poison. If you comply and come along quietly, they'll receive the antidote, and there will be no harm done. If not, well, let's just say you won't find a cure quickly enough. Swallowing his pride and disregarding his instincts, he nodded. He soon found himself slightly restrained by one of the men while the other secured the two girls inside the apartment. He was then led through the village and eventually blindfolded before they entered a winding tunnel system that branched off in many directions before arriving at an underground complex. The only indication that he was now underground was the sound of dripping water on the stone floors as they traveled. His blindfold was then removed, and he was finally able to confirm his surroundings. Danzo-sama is waiting for you inside. He's not a very patient man, and he has been lenient with you so far. I wouldn't keep him waiting much longer. Taking the hint, Naruto entered the building and stopped in front of a desk, where an older man stood with his back turned, staring at a map of the Fire Country. So you're Danzo, I assume. Guess there's no chance you'll give me the antidote and we call it a day, is there? You know I am a man with ambitions, Naruto-kun, and as any person with ambitions knows, we require tools to see those ambitions come to fruition. I take that as a no then. He knelt on the floor but stayed alert, aware that there were more than a few people in the village who didn't like him. For all he knew, this one wanted him gone. Danzo turned to him with an amused smile that didn't quite fit his face. I seek such tools for myself and for the good of Konoha. For the safety of this village, I have sacrificed much, and I intend to ensure that this village remains secure. By threatening children with the loss of their friends? I can see how all of this is for the safety of Konoha. Danzo's smile vanished. I know what is inside of you, boy. I also know that if you can harness its power, you would be one of the strongest shinobi ever. I seek to help you learn how to control what is within you so that we can use it to eliminate those who would conspire against us. It's those careless fools on the council and that old man running this farce of a ninja village who would not allow me to train you properly. Under my guidance, you would have been 10 times the ninja you are today. I know how you strive for attention. I know how no one acknowledged you in your classes. You should not have been cast aside like a disposable tool. You should have been refined and surpassed even the jonin of this village by now. Instead, you were left to fend for yourself with no one to care for you, even going so far as to hide for long periods to keep yourself safe. I commend you for evading my operatives for over a month. Not many could do that, and with your academy level, I am rather surprised at such a feat, but it only serves to show your potential. Let us unlock that potential, and we will lead you farther than you could imagine. So you basically want me to abandon my loyalty to the village and my newly gained genin status to work for you in the shadows, all while supporting that loyalty without anyone knowing what I'm doing. Sounds sneaky, but you clearly weren't paying attention to your reports on my activities in the academy or the village as a whole. Don't you know I'm the demon brat, the monster of Konoha? I'm the prankster who can't be caught, the dunce who skips class more than attends it, the dead last who wears bright orange to get attention. Are you sure I'm the one you're looking for? Maybe you should just hand over that antidote and go for someone who wants power, like Sasuke. The grin on his face was infuriating, but Danzo was a patient man when it came to getting what he wanted and well-practiced at hiding his emotions. I will give you an option. Option 1. You may leave now, without the antidote, and face the consequences. Option 2. You spend a week training here, I give the antidote to the girls, and after a week, you decide if you want to stay or not. No option 3, where I tell you to shove it and you hand over the antidote anyway, huh? Well, you don't give me much of a choice. I guess option 2 is the only way I can go. Just promise me that the antidote will work, and after they are cured, you won't touch them again. Agreed, and as a sign of good faith, I will give you this. He threw a scroll to Naruto, who looked at him quizzically. Read it when you get to your room, and you'll discover a secret that only a few in the village know. A sinister smile crossed Danzo's face as he signaled 2 of his route to lead the boy to a room. He finally got what he wanted, his own Jinchuriki. As he turned back to the map to lose himself in his thoughts, he missed the boy's own smirk as he was led to one of the other buildings. After being left alone in the room and hearing the latch click into place, he opened the scroll and read it in the dim light coming through the solitary barred window from a nearby brazier. Eyes widening, he quickly rolled the scroll back up and, with careful aim, threw the document into the brazier outside before making a sign and disappearing in a puff of smoke. Flashback and After my clone dispelled and I sorted through the information, I rushed to my apartment, and that bit you already heard. After leaving the hospital, I was once again cut off from my destination by more route. I would assume from Danzo's expression at seeing me not too long ago that he wasn't aware that it was a clone he had talked to, nor that it had dispelled. So I have to assume that this set of route was still under orders to be on the lookout for me but hadn't been notified that I'd already been caught. Again, I knew I couldn't take 4 on by myself, so I instead threw a kunai toward the one that was in line with the Hokage tower. He dodged as expected, and they never noticed that the tower's alarms had activated until Hokage-sama and 2 ANBU units arrived to take them into custody. The rest you pretty much know. So Danzo never did disband route as ordered. I knew there was something wrong when our ninja ranks didn't grow when he supposedly released his men from service. The Nara was almost beating himself up for not seeing this sooner. To think we all just took his word for it, they all felt they would rather retire than not be under his command. This is very disturbing news. We will have to look into this further. I suggest an investigation. If Uzumaki-san would be so kind as to show us the entrance to these tunnels, I shall send in some scouts to pinpoint this underground complex. I would love to do that, Aburame-san, but as I said, they blindfolded me and led me in a few circles outside the village before taking me to the caves. All I can tell you is that the entrance is not inside the village walls. At least not the entrance we used. Naruto-kun, you have given us much grave information today, but we must now discuss how to move forward with this. Beyond this point, it is council-only business, and I must ask you to leave. I understand, Tasama, but there is one thing I need to know before I go. The secret that Danzo shared with me, I need to know if it's true. Naruto approached the aged man and motioned for him to lean down. He whispered something in the Hokage's ear that made his eyes widen, then take on a more sorrowful expression. I have to know, Jiji-san. Naruto turned his face away from the table, not wanting to show any sign of weakness. Not now. I see, so he knows that too. It's true, Naruto-kun, and I suppose you've proven that you are strong enough to handle it. But first, this council will be dismissed until tomorrow. I would like you all here by 8 o'clock. We have much to discuss about Danzo and the Uchiha. After receiving nods from all the clan heads, he left with Naruto toward his office. What I want to know is why my Hinata was at that boy's door. Hayashi's fists clenched again as he tried to make sense of his daughter's actions. Oh, come off it, Hayashi. They're teenagers. What do you think she was doing there? She practically followed him around the whole time they were in the academy, and even a little before, if my memory serves me right. Choza chuckled as he patted the man on the back, at least until Hayashi fixed him with a glare. There's no need to get upset, Hayashi. He even defended your daughter when my son tried to take advantage of her. Sum clapped her hands over her mouth when she realized what she had said, but it was too late as Hayashi's gaze slowly shifted to her. Don't worry, he's already being punished for it. It won't happen again. Really now, Hayashi? Is the boy that bad that you would forbid your daughter from being near him? Let them be, it's probably just a crush she'll grow out of anyway. Nara logic never did account for the protectiveness of a father, or in Hayashi's case, the unyielding loyalty to one's clan. I would rather disown her than have that boy associated with the Hyuga clan. The statement was cold and direct. It wasn't a mere threat, and it shocked everyone who heard it. You don't mean that, Hayashi. She's your daughter and heir to the Hyuga clan. You can't just throw her away like that just because she likes a boy. Shut up, all of you. This does not concern any of you. This is now a Hyuga clan matter, and as such, I will deal with it as my position as clan head dictates. Hinata is weak and misguided. Her sister will be twice the clan head she could ever hope to be. With that, Hayashi stood and walked out of the room, radiating an intense aura. One thought ran through the minds of those left behind: he can't be serious. Each of them had their own children who would inherit the leadership of their clan. The thought of disowning one without just cause was ludicrous and abominable idea as a parent and as a clan head. Yet, the Hyuga never really showed the same type of family connections that the rest of them had, at least not the main branch. So, you found out who your parents were. I admit I wasn't going to tell you until I felt you could protect yourself, But I suppose you have shown that you are more than capable of that. I will give you the choice of whether you want this to be public knowledge or not, but I must warn you that if word of this gets out, Danzo will be the least of your worries. No, I don't want anyone who doesn't need to know to find out. If I think someone is trustworthy enough for the information, then I will share it with them. But right now, my circle of friends is small, and those I would trust with such a secret are even smaller. For now, though, I would like to know if they left me anything: a letter, a picture, an apology. He tried to be strong, but tears began to sting the corners of his eyes. Sarutobi walked around his desk and embraced the blonde as he cried into his cloak. Why did he do it? Why me? Inside, he knew it had to be him. There just wasn't anyone else he would have felt right placing the burden on. After all, if the leader of a village isn't willing to sacrifice his own son, then what kind of leader is he? Yes, Naruto had discovered that his father and the man who had condemned him to a difficult childhood were one and the same. He was not just Uzumaki Naruto, the orphan and village outcast of Konohagakure. He was Namikaze Naruto, son of the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and his wife, Uzumaki Kushina. After calming down, both took their seats again, and Naruto watched as Sarutobi opened his safe. The man pulled out a small black lacquered box with an orange swirl pattern on its lid. He opened it, revealing its contents, which he hadn't seen in more than a decade. Slowly, he took each item out and placed it in front of the eager teen. I'm sure this is probably one of the items you wanted the most, Naruto. The first item revealed was a photograph. It was only slightly faded near the edges, as it hadn't seen much light at all. The picture spent only a moment on the desktop before Naruto snatched it up for a closer look. This was the closest he had ever been to the two people he should have known the most about throughout his young life. His father, Minato, was holding his mother, Kushina, around the shoulders. His mom had her hand on her own bulging stomach. Jigai-san.do I have any siblings? None. I don't see. Then this is a complete family portrait. Sarutobi gave him a few moments before bringing out the next items: two journals laid on the desk in front of Naruto. One is your mother's, the other is your father's. I have allowed no one to read either of them, including myself. The information inside is yours and yours alone. Naruto picked them up and opened the leather bindings of one. He read a couple of pages before setting it aside and doing the same with the other. He found each was a small diary, one from each of his parents. They weren't large, but they began when their life together started and most likely ended when their lives ended. It would take him a long time to get through so few pages. They were, after all, the lives of his parents combined. He wouldn't tarnish their memory by glossing over their lives. To him, every moment was precious, and he would cherish it through their words. He only looked up from his quiet contemplation when another item was brought out from the box. This time, it was a key. There was nothing spectacular about it. It wasn't large and golden or adorned with precious gemstones, but it might as well have been. Even though it was plain, he could tell exactly what it belonged to. It was the key to a house, his house. This was confirmed when a piece of paper joined it in front of him. A deed to a house somewhere in Konoha. From the address, he could tell it wasn't in the wealthiest section, nor the poorest, but rather a humble middle ground. It made him proud to know that, while his parents may have been some of the most powerful in the elemental countries, like him, they didn't waste anything on frivolous items. They found no need to show off what they had. Now, Naruto, I need you to understand something. Your parents were wealthy, one of the richest families in the village. Unfortunately, the council decided that their wealth would serve better elsewhere when it was discovered that Minato and Kushina had no known relatives. You see, Minato was an orphan, and Kushina was the only known survivor from the former Whirlpool country. Since I couldn't reveal your relationship to them, it was only a matter of time until the council decided to remove their savings and distribute them among various organizations while I was out of the village. By the time I returned, the paper trail had all but disappeared, and there was no hope of getting any of it back. I'm sorry. Sarutobi hung his head slightly, knowing he had failed the boy in that respect. He had tried hard to recover that money, but in the end, the most he could do was provide the boy with what the council would allow him to live off. On the brighter side, though, I was able to save their house. One of the more ambitious council members at the time attempted to seize the items inside for a sale before planning to move in himself. Let's just say he is no longer part of the village. Your father was a master of seals, and if there was a building more secure than his own house, I don't know of it. After that event, I made sure that none of the other council members could touch any more of their belongings by signing the properties and holdings of the Namikaze family over to my own name. It is with my own authority that I have already begun the process of transferring them to your name. All it needs is a signature. Hiruzen extended one finger and pointed to the blank line on the deed papers that would signify the change of ownership of all properties he had set aside from the Namikaze estates. It took a few minutes for the information to sink in, but when it did, Naruto leaped over the desk and hugged the Hokage tightly as he tried to contain his sobs. "Thank you, Gigi-san. Thank you so much." The old man had expected anger at the loss of his rightful wealth, but to be thanked for underestimating the greed of his own people was far from what he thought would happen. "Naruto? You aren't angry that your rightful fortune was taken away?" The boy looked up and sniffled while wiping his eyes. "I have a family. A father and a mother. I have things that I would have grown up with if they hadn't died. Money comes and goes. I can live without it, but memories are more valuable than an entire mountain of gold. That you were able to save anything from those greedy individuals is more than enough. Thank you, Hokage Gigi." Well, that's the last of it, unfortunately. Everything else was either sold or simply disappeared, no doubt to be used as memoirs of the Yondaime or for private collections. So, if you want, we can go take a look at your new house and see if you can get inside. With any luck, the seals will recognize the blood of their creator's descendant. Yes, I think I would like to do that. Collecting the various items and placing them back in the box, the two made their way through the village toward the house of the former Yondaime. After over a dozen years, it would finally have its first new occupant. When they arrived outside the front gate, Naruto found himself facing a decent-sized two-story building with a small yard out front. The house was completely dark, and though it wasn't the largest of buildings around, it still presented an imposing sight. Whether that was due to the darkness or the knowledge of whose house this had been, he wasn't sure. He walked forward slowly and pressed his hand on the gate, only to find it unyielding. He gave a questioning look at his companion. "It's a blood seal, Naruto. The first time you open it, you will need to place some of your blood on this seal here. After that, you should be fine." Nodding, Naruto turned back toward the gate and bit his finger. Wiping it on the seal, they were both startled when Naruto couldn't pull his hand away. Instead, he began to glow as his chakra seemed to drain into the seal. Soon, a blue sphere of chakra surrounded him, drawing the attention of those close enough to see or feel it. Those who knew who the house belonged to were initially surprised at what was happening. Then, seeing who it was at the gate, they felt a mix of anger and joy. Anger turned to joy, though, when they noticed Naruto's brow beginning to sweat and the look of worry crossing the Hokage's face. Enbu began to show up as the chakra began to slowly die down. With orders shouted from the Sandaime, they began to close off the street and move the onlookers away. "It's taking so much chakra. I feel dizzy. Is it going to drain me completely?" "Just what were you thinking, Dad? Didn't you want your own son to get inside like hell?" Naruto's chakra suddenly exploded as a look of determination settled on his face. Everyone stopped all actions as the sheer pressure of the air seemed to demand time to stand still. Even Sarutobi was forced to take a few steps back as the chakra swirled around, creating a small whirlwind in the middle of the street. Slowly, red cracks crossed the surface of the seal. Hours seemed to pass as they watched the crack grow closer to the center until, like glass, the seal shattered into millions of pieces and faded away. With the seal broken and no longer demanding chakra, the dome surrounding Naruto vanished, leaving him swaying slightly before falling backward into the waiting arms of the Hokage. The last thing he saw before losing consciousness were the now unlocked gates swinging open as Sarutobi carried him inside. The sun streamed through the window of the room as two young women began to stir the next morning. It was a beautiful day outside, but both were still groggy from their experiences the day before. Shielding her eyes, Haku was the first to look around. As she took in the white walls and sheets, along with her roommate, memories of yesterday began to resurface. The last time she saw daylight, she and Hinata had just returned to Naruto's apartment, and then something had fallen over her face as his door opened. The next thing she remembered was a splitting headache as something was injected into her, followed by darkness. Now, she woke up in an obvious hospital room with no one there to explain what had happened. The only clue nearby was Hinata, who was just starting to open her eyes. "Good morning, Hinata. Do you have any idea what happened yesterday?" "Why are we in the hospital?" "I'll take that as a no then. I'm just as confused as you are. I woke up a few minutes ago, and no one has come by yet. I suppose we just wait for someone to show up." Unbeknownst to them, it would be over an hour before someone decided to check in on them, but they managed to pass the time with idle chatter about their lives. Haku, though a bit reluctant, opened up about her earlier days when she still had parents. She skipped over some more personal topics before discussing her training with Zabuza and how she met Naruto during a mission. These were things she had wanted to talk about the day before, but not in the public places they had visited. Hinata was more open about her life. She was no longer ashamed of her fragility since, in the end, she was with Naruto. She mostly talked about how she would watch him train and be inspired to push herself harder. As for family matters, she only mentioned how she was often considered weak and looked down upon, despite being the clan heir. Soon after they heard the clock chime 7, they both turned towards the door as it swung open to reveal Hyuga Hayashi, looking quite imposing, and even for a Hyuga, he did not appear happy. Surprisingly, he was followed by the entire Hyuga council, making the room feel much smaller than it originally was. Not one of them seemed to notice Haku's presence as their attention was solely on the young Hyuga heiress. One of the council elders stepped forward and addressed the onlooking teen. "Hyuga Hinata, it has come to our attention that you have been associating with a male not of our choosing in a close manner. Furthermore, this male is from outside the clan. Are these accusations accurate?" The girl's eyes widened in fear as Hinata began to shake. To Haku, it seemed as though she was on autopilot as she nodded her head in affirmation. It slowly registered to her just what was happening, and she felt guilty that a part of her was almost pleased. It seemed that Hinata was not supposed to have romantic associations outside of her own clan, or at least not without their approval. It sounded harsh, and she felt bad for her friend, but there was little she could do. "Since you have gone against the guidelines of the clan, we have little choice in the consequences unless you cease such actions immediately. You will break off all relations with Uzumaki Naruto, and we shall choose someone suitable for your station to accompany you should you feel the need for companionship." Hinata was beside herself. It had taken her so many years, but she was finally with the person she wanted to be with. And now her family was trying to tear her away from her happiness when she had just realized how loyal Naruto was to her. She had hurt him deeply yesterday, yet had managed to win back his heart. Now she would have to shatter it once more, no matter how she felt. No, they can't. I won't let them. I'll disappear before I let them." With all the determination she could muster in front of so many intimidating figures, she lifted her head to meet their stares with a strength they had never seen before. Though it still didn't amount to much, it was enough for her to whisper the words she wanted. "I will not abandon him again. You can't make me abandon him." That was all she could manage before she had to cover her face with her blanket, but the damage was already done. Haku watched from her bed as the older men retrieved ink and a brush. "Hyuga Hinata, since you refuse to follow reason, we are forced to banish you from the clan." Gasps escaped both girls as the words sank in. "As such, you will now receive the same seal as the branch house of the Hyuga clan. Know your treacherous acts when you see it upon your brow as you gaze at your own reflection." The man holding the brush dipped it in the ink jar and moved forward to begin the process of placing the caged bird seal. His hand moved quickly and precisely as he drew symbols on a stunned Hinata's face. No ceremony was given as another man tore the back off her hospital gown while the seal maker continued onto her back. He finished with a flourish as Hayashi himself stepped forward. "As of now, you are no longer a Hyuga, and you are no longer my daughter." He began to channel chakra into his hand as he lowered it toward the center of her forehead. His palm never made contact, however, as a thick layer of ice surrounded it. He soon found the same ice forming around all of his limbs along with those of the council members. None of them could move an inch, but they could feel the intense presence of someone nearby. With some difficulty, a few of the men turned their gazes toward the source and found a furious Haku crouching on the edge of her bed, a fierce expression marring her otherwise perfect features. "How dare you restrain us? This is clan business. You have no right to interfere. I claim the right of one forgotten to protect the sanity of someone who has accepted her. You will have to get through more than just me if you ever want to lay a hand on Hinata again. Even if you manage to reach her, I can assure you that you won't be in any condition to cause harm." With a swift leap, Haku moved to Hinata's side, gathering her in her arms before rushing to the window as quickly as her recovering body would allow. She shot one last glare at the men, noticing the ice beginning to crack, then turned back to the open window and leaped out into the village, darting across rooftops before disappearing into the alleyways below. "Hayashi, I trust you plan to rectify this situation. We cannot allow an uncontrolled Hyuga to roam freely outside the compound. You must regain control over your daughter." The clock chimed again, signaling that it was nearing 8 o'clock. The process of writing the seal had been lengthy. "I have a meeting with the Hokage shortly. I will address this matter afterward, but I only have one daughter now. Hinata is little more than a nuisance." The council of Hyuga left the room, with only one member glancing back. Hayashi looked toward the open window, glaring across the rooftops. He had already visited the boy's apartment once this week. If Hinata were truly close to him, she would be easy to find again. "You may run all you want, but you are as predictable as your fighting. That is why you will always be weak." Silently, he turned and made his way toward his next destination. After all, the village council had to decide what to do about the despicable existence of Danzo, and whatever the Hokage needed to discuss regarding the Uchiha. He woke up early in the morning, well before sunrise, as he usually did. At first, he had no idea where he was, as the room was completely different from any he had seen before. It took a little exploring before he found the box that the Hokage had given him the night before, along with a note. "Congratulations, Naruto. It seems Minato made a rather intricate seal than we initially thought. While I do not know exactly what happened, I can tell you that you successfully accessed the property, and it has been proven to be rightfully yours. Unfortunately, a crowd witnessed the event, so I am unsure how long we will be able to keep your lineage under wraps. Don't worry about that now. Get yourself settled in and begin moving whatever you need from your old apartment. Its door is still broken, so I can't guarantee how long your possessions will stay safe. I would have brought them over myself, but I had a lot of explaining to do. The story is that I decided to open up the estate to anyone interested in purchasing it. You were the first to offer, and with your mission savings, you had just enough to buy it. We found out that it was heavily sealed, but through luck or the deterioration of the seals, you were able to unlock the gates. Be sure to lock the doors and the gate if you leave. I have no idea what the villagers may try, and I'd rather not find out. Good luck with your new estate, and I hope you get along with your new teammate. Make sure you both come see me within the next month, as I have an important offer for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage, Jiji-san." Naruto smiled as he read the note, then grinned widely as he realized that this was his house and his room now. He recalled his talk about getting a new apartment, but having a whole house was more than he had expected. With a frenzied pace, he ran from room to room, inspecting everything. Sure, it needed a lot of cleaning, but beneath the layers of dust and grime were floors and furniture that were all his. There were 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, an office, a kitchen, a dining room, a living room, and an enclosed patio that overlooked a nice-sized backyard, which was fenced in for privacy. The backyard held a small training area and a bamboo-enclosed meditation area with a small pond. The basement contained some aged sake and stored non-perishable items, along with another room that appeared to be a library. He would explore the scrolls there later. There weren't many, but he could easily fix that. By far, the worst experience so far was the kitchen. It seemed his parents had to leave in a hurry, as all the food items in the refrigerator had spoiled, and there were unwashed dishes in the sink. The trash needed to be emptied as well, But with all the cleaning he was going to do, it really wouldn't amount to much once everything was finished. After his impromptu tour, he settled into a practical mindset. In seconds, small groups of clones were assigned to each room. He had to push the ones in the kitchen and ended up making some face masks from rags they found. If they kept up the pace, the house should be cleaned in no time, so there was no point in waiting around. Getting the key from the box in his bedroom, he headed off to his apartment to gather what few belongings might still be there. After all the excitement yesterday, he had never been able to see just how thoroughly the Hyuga had searched his place. He stopped briefly to grab a couple of bowls of ramen at Ichiraku's when his stomach reminded him that he had little to eat recently. Ichiraku Tucci was one of the few people he would trust with his new living arrangements. After all, how would he get his ramen delivered if the man didn't know where he lived? It seemed that Tucci had no idea who the house had belonged to formerly, so it wasn't like he would be spreading rumors. It wasn't until his apartment came into view that a cold shiver ran down his spine. For some reason, there seemed to be an unpleasant aura around the place. He found himself debating whether to wait until later but decided that if it were some ignorant village mob trying to take out what was left of his former residence, he would try to save what he could before making a hasty retreat. The feeling only grew worse as he climbed the steps, coming to a halt after turning the corner into his hallway. It felt like déjà vu. There, crouched outside his broken door, was Hyuga Hinata, clutching her knees and crying. The only differences from yesterday were the hospital gowns they wore, the presence of Haku, who was similarly dressed, and the green ink writing all over Hinata that unmistakably indicated the beginnings of a seal. Haku knelt in front of Hinata, trying to coax her head up to wipe the marks off her face with a wet cloth. When that didn't work, she moved to Hinata's back, preparing to wash away the marks, but a hand stopped her. Looking up, she saw Naruto's concerned face. Immediately, she hugged him, then pulled away slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed for showing such affection in front of Hinata. However, her embarrassment was overshadowed by the question on her mind. "Why did you stop me, Naruto-kun?" Hinata seized the moment, shooting up and clinging to him, knocking him down in the process, completely disregarding her clothing. "Naruto-kun." She began to sob into his chest, and he let her, feeling his shirt dampen. He stroked her hair and back, trying to calm her down so he could understand what was happening, but she didn't seem to want to stop. He gave a worried look at Haku, who sighed and helped the distraught girl to her feet. Once Haku was supporting Hinata fully, Naruto pushed his door open and quickly ushered them inside. He did his best to close the door behind them, propping a chair in front of it as a makeshift lock. "Okay, why were you both sitting in the hall in hospital gowns? Why is Hinata's gown torn, and why does she have seal inscriptions on her?" It wasn't a question but a demand aimed at Haku, the only one of the two who seemed capable of speaking. He sat on the couch and motioned for Haku to hand Hinata to him. They settled Hinata in his lap, and Haku began her explanation as Naruto rocked his girlfriend to comfort her. "We had just woken up from whatever happened yesterday and were talking when suddenly some people from her family, including her father, came in and asked her to confirm or deny her relationship with you. When she confirmed and refused to end it, they told her she was no longer a Hyuga and began drawing these symbols on her, even tearing her clothes to do it. When the man was finished, her father moved towards her with chakra in his hand and told her she wasn't a Hyuga or his daughter anymore." Hinata's sobbing grew stronger as she gripped Naruto tighter. He returned the embrace to reassure her he was still there. When he was about to touch her, "I was so angry that I froze them all in place and took Hinata and ran. I don't know why they didn't follow, but this was the only place I could think to go. Hinata refused to enter, though, and just sat down outside, and that's how you found us. I didn't know what else to do. I'm sorry." Naruto fixed Haku with a stern glare, and she feared she had made the worst mistake. "Is that exactly what happened?" "In that exact order." When she nodded, and surprisingly Hinata nodded into his chest, he sighed. "Good." Both girls were stunned. "What do you mean good?" Hinata-chan was just disowned by her family, and they were about to do something terrible to her. "How can you say good?" His glare landed on Haku again, and she shrank back into her seat. "Good because the Hyuga are a bunch of stuck-up people, well, most of them." He stroked Hinata's hair and whispered to her that she was one of the biggest exceptions, bringing a small smile to her face. Good because they didn't get what they wanted. Good because they can't get what they want, and good because I can find out what they wanted. That is, if you will let me, Hinata-chan. The girl gave a small nod, and he moved her off his lap. Whatever you do, don't touch those marks. He called out behind him as he headed into his bedroom. He returned a few minutes later with a scroll, ink, brushes, and 2 sets of clothing. He handed one set to Haku. Here, you can wear this for now. It's not much, but they didn't leave me much when they decided to investigate here. She nodded and thanked him before heading into his room to change. He turned back towards Hinata as he laid out his supplies. This is going to be a bit embarrassing for both of us, but please bear with it. He gently lifted her face and encouraged her to drop the top of her gown, making them both blush as Hinata squeezed her eyes shut. I'm sorry, Hinata-chan, but the sooner I get this copy down, the sooner you can get dressed. If it helps at all, I think you're beautiful. After she gave a reluctant nod and let her arms fall to her sides, he focused on her early developing, bra-clad form, pushing aside any distracting thoughts as concern for her well-being took precedence. Had Hinata kept her eyes open, she would have seen Naruto's hand, more skilled than that of the Hyuga elder who had marked her, glide across the parchment, duplicating every symbol exactly as it was on her skin. His task was made easier by her blush, which contrasted against the ink, allowing him to see each slide clearly. Midway through, Haku emerged fully dressed in his clothes and stopped, witnessing the scene unfolding before her. The grace in Naruto's strokes displayed a level of expertise far superior to any seal maker she had ever seen, not that she had seen many. If she didn't already know him, she would have thought him a man with half a lifetime of experience in the art. She stayed silent as he worked diligently, her eyes never wavering from the seals he was copying, which seemed to flow seamlessly from his mind to the brush he held. Not once did he run out of ink mid-slide, nor did he misplace a symbol, even though he never glanced at the scroll in his lap. It was an elegant dance of hand and eye that entranced her until he suddenly stopped, snapping her out of her daze. Hinata, I have the front done. I need you to turn around so I can get the back. With her eyes still shut tight, the girl nodded and turned around, settling on her knees and bringing her arms over her chest to maintain her modesty as he gently brushed her hair aside. Once again, the dance began, and Haku fell into a trance as she watched the brush sweep back and forth. The seal on this side extended down Hinata's back, almost to the point where they would have had to remove the rest of her robe to continue. Fortunately, she managed to keep that half of her dignity and was soon rewarded by the sound of a scroll snapping shut. They're all done. Now Hinata-chan, Hakuin, we have to leave here. Hayashi will undoubtedly be looking for you both, and it's clear they already know about Hinata-chan's involvement with me, so this will be one of the first places they check. Hinata, go ahead and change, then we'll leave. But what about your things, Naruto-kun? Even in her distress, she still had enough energy to worry about him, which brought a smile to his face. Don't worry about that, Hinata-chan. I have everything I need in places other than this dump, and with my girlfriend and friends by my side, I don't need to worry about anything here. Now go change quickly, we need to get moving. He tried to console her, but the urgency in his tone was clear to all of them, so Hinata rushed into the bedroom and quickly changed while Naruto hurried around the kitchen and living area, grabbing what food items he could and anything that wasn't too damaged to salvage. The Hyuga had definitely made a mess of his apartment. As soon as the bedroom door opened, he dashed in and grabbed a few essentials, including a secret stash of ninja supplies hidden under some loose floorboards, sealing it all away before leading them out of the apartment. Each of them kept their eyes open as they sped across the rooftops, moving away from everything they knew, until they reached a part of town they would all become much more familiar with. Suddenly, Naruto dropped down to the street as the merchant sector gave way to residential areas, leaving the buildings too far apart for the girls to jump, and too far for Naruto to jump without causing damage upon landing. They quickly navigated through the streets, ignoring anyone who called out to them as they ran. After 5 minutes of weaving in and out of the crowd, they skidded to a stop in front of a tall iron gate that was familiar to all but one of them. Hinata's eyes widened when Naruto went to open the gate, and she grabbed his arm. Naruto-kun, do you know whose house this is? We can't go in there. It's been forbidden by Hokage-sama. Yes, I know whose it is. It's mine. I'll explain when we get inside. He gently removed her shocked hand from his arm and opened the gate, pushing them through and locking it behind them. He repeated the process again as he ushered them through the front door. Once the door was closed and locked, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Safe. Both girls looked around the living room. It was spacious enough for a family, that much was clear. The room looked clean, and the couches appeared very comfortable. So comfortable that they all collapsed into them, still breathing heavily from their run. Once they regained their breath, the two girls looked at Naruto, the question evident in their eyes, but he chose to ignore it. He had other matters to attend to. I know I told you I would explain, but it will have to wait until later. Get settled in for a while. There are 3 rooms upstairs, the one towards the front is mine. Here is a scroll with what I could grab from my apartment. There's some food in there, mostly instant stuff. It's not much, but it'll have to do for now. If you'll excuse me, I need to go see Hokage Gigi now. He stood to leave when another pair of hands shot out and grabbed both his arms. What do you mean, get settled in? Very quick. Hinata-chan clearly has no place to go right now, so I'm not about to let her sleep on the streets. Plus, Hayashi will be looking for her, so there's no way I'm letting her wander around town until I sort this out. Haku-chan can't go out either because they know you took Hinata, so they would use you to find her. Besides, you don't have a place either, so both of you will stay here. Now I have to go. If a clone is in your way, just punch it or something. Have fun. Before they could say anything further, he was out the door, locking it behind him, leaving both girls to look at each other, wondering what could be so important, though they had an idea it involved the Hyuga. Well, since we can't go anywhere, we might as well do as he said. First thing I'm doing though is getting a shower. Come on, Hinata-chan, let's find a bathroom. To her credit, Hinata was handling things rather well. Sure, she was disowned, basically a prisoner for her safety, and in a house she never thought she would enter, but she was also going to be living with her Naruto-kun. Even if Haku was staying there too, it felt almost like they would be a family. They would see each other every day when they didn't have missions. They would eat together and just relax together. The only thing keeping them from being as close as a real family was that they wouldn't be sleeping together. They were far too young for that, and though she had fantasized about it once or twice, she had always envisioned them living like this when they were much older. When she finished musing to herself, she found herself in a large bathroom, and Haku was already halfway undressed. Slightly embarrassed at the thought of bathing with someone else, she chalked it up as yet another new experience for the day and began to disrobe herself. Now, tell me, whose house are we in? Naruto was furious. No, he was well beyond that. The absolute nerve of that Med Hyuga head. There was a good side to all this, and that was the only thing keeping him calm as he made his way to the council chambers. He saw the usual ANBU guards and, after explaining to them multiple times that he had urgent business with the Hokage, one of them finally relented and informed the old man of his presence. Much to their annoyance, he was immediately granted entry. However, he did so in a way they hadn't anticipated. Inside the council chamber, heated arguments were exchanged about what to do regarding Danzo. No one had seen him since the previous day's meeting, which only added to the pressure. It was somewhat of a relief when they learned that Naruto was waiting to be admitted for an important reason. What they didn't expect was for the blonde to be abruptly confronted by Hayashi as soon as he entered the room. Tell me where she is, boy, Hayashi demanded, his glare fixed on Naruto. Where is who, Hyuga-san? Naruto replied, feigning ignorance. Don't play dumb with me. Where is Hinata? Naruto smirked. You mean your daughter, Hyuga Hinata? She is no daughter of mine. She has disgraced the clan and has been removed from it. Now tell me where that failure is before I make you. That is enough, Hayashi. Hiruzen interjected, standing up with authority. This is a clan matter, Hokage-sama, and I am within my rights to demand the information I seek. He turned back to Naruto. Now tell me, boy, where is she? Naruto merely smirked and stuck out his tongue. Hayashi channeled chakra into his hand. So be it. Even if you cannot speak, we will find her one way or another. He moved his hand forward, and those present gasped as he aimed for Naruto's chest. Cries of alarm echoed through the room as the Gimbi rushed in, ready for anything. What they found was either deeply troubling or oddly amusing. Hayashi stood near the wall, holding Naruto off the ground, his Byakugan activated and a grin on his face. On the other side of the room, another Naruto sat in the corner, pretending to writhe in pain and making quite a commotion. No one knew where to focus their attention until the Hokage cleared his throat. With all eyes on him, he waved the Nbu out before speaking. If you are quite done, Hayashi, we have important matters to discuss. For starters, the attempted assault on a genin-ranked shinobi of the Leaf by the head of the Hyuga clan. As he spoke, Naruto's clone finally dissipated in a puff of smoke, leaving Hayashi holding nothing but air. He turned to rush at Naruto again but found his path blocked by several other clan heads. Now, there is obviously an explanation for all of this, and I am quite eager to hear what could make the head of the Hyuga clan lose his temper to the point of attacking a fellow ninja of the Leaf in front of the Kage. He settled back in his seat, fingers pressed together, waiting for an explanation. Hokage-sama, I discovered that Hinata was seen with this boy, an act that goes against our clan laws. When she refused to stop her actions, we were going to place the seal on her. She was rescued by this boy's teammate, and I have no doubt he knows where she is. I see, a valid explanation. Now, Naruto, why are you harboring someone involved in a clan matter? The Hokage's glare was intense, causing Naruto to shrink back slightly. Hokage-sama, the actions Hyuga Hayashi took are indeed correct. Hayashi smiled, sensing a victory. But the order in which he stated them is not. I hardly see how that is relevant, Hayashi scoffed at Naruto's defense. Oh, but it is, Hyuga-san. Naruto's grin returned, signaling that the trickster was back and this wouldn't end well for Hayashi. I was informed by the witness of the events, Momochi Haku, that after Hinata-chan's refusal to obey your orders, you informed her that her punishment would be banishment, disownment from her family, and the caged bird's seal placed upon her. The council members exchanged glances, clearly siding with Naruto. After partially stripping her in front of the Hyuga council, one of your elders drew this seal on her skin. He unfurled the scroll to show everyone what he had copied from Hinata. Do you deny this? Hayashi looked at the scroll, recognizing it as the same one that had been placed on his former daughter. Despite his disdain for Naruto, he couldn't question his integrity. That is correct. Before we continue, I would like to point out a few aspects of this seal. It is indeed the caged bird seal. However, there are additional components. This section over her heart allows for immediate execution should the person activating the seal desire it. Over here, near where her left ear would be, is a small seal that would render the target completely incompetent once activated. Finally, this portion on her lower back would seal up all the target's chakra once finalized. The shock on Hayashi's face indicated he was unaware of these details. That cannot be true. You're making that up. Hokage-sama, you should at least recognize a chakra's sealing configuration. Please inspect this and tell us what you see. Naruto pushed the scroll down the table towards Sarutobi, glaring at the Hyuga head. The Hokage donned his glasses and examined the markings. He scrutinized each of the 3 indicated sections, growing increasingly angry at Hayashi. Hayashi! His tone was even and cold, leaving no doubt about his seriousness. What Naruto-kun says is true. This is indeed a chakra sealing configuration. I do not know the exact meanings of the other 2, but the one by the ear resembles a memory modification seal, and the one near the heart shows similarities to portions of Shiki Fujin. The color drained from Hayashi's face, revealing the gravity of the situation. I.C. Now for the kicker. Everyone turned to the blonde, who appeared unfazed by the revelation. Just before you were going to set the seal in place, you told Hinata-chan 2 things. First, you told her she was no longer a Hyuga. Then, you told her she was no longer your daughter. He fixed a dangerous gaze on the usually imposing man without flinching. Hayashi's color returned slightly as he met Naruto's eyes. And what does that matter, boy? She will still receive the seal, though I will ensure it is the correct one this time. Hayashi narrowed his eyes again, regaining control of his emotions. No, Hyuga-san, you will not touch her. You said it yourself, she is no longer a Hyuga and she is no longer your daughter. As such, anything you attempt to do to her now is considered an unlawful attack on a loyal ninja of Konoha. You and your clan have no claim over her since you dismissed her before setting the seal in place, according to your own clan laws. They couldn't believe it. A genin who wasn't even part of a clan had just outmaneuvered the head of the Hyuga clan with his own rules. Hayashi was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Sarutobi smiled at the cleverness of it all. He is correct, Hayashi. Since you labeled her as no longer a Hyuga, both in the hospital and in front of us repeatedly just moments ago, the clan laws were removed with her status. Since you disowned her as family, you no longer have a stake in her well-being. It pains me that you would have taken this so far, but now you must deal with the consequences of your rash actions. A Byakugan wielder who is outside the influence of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi was boiling now. Fine. If you'll excuse me, I have search teams to recall. He headed for the door but never reached it. Oh, Hyuga-san. The man began to hate the ringing tone in the child's voice, like ominous bells tolling every time he heard it. We still have some matters to discuss. Namely, actions taken by your clan against me. Hiruzen knew this could only end badly, but the boy had every right to what was coming, and there was nothing Hayashi or he could do about it. The targeted man turned slowly, glaring with as much disdain as he could muster. Yesterday, your clan, as you told this council, inspected my apartment. What I found when I got there was not as I had left it. I admit to breaking the door, but inside, not a single piece of furniture was left intact. I was fortunate to scrounge a couple of sets of clothing for Hinata and Haku to change into from their hospital garb. I think the only thing that was still mostly whole was my food, but that isn't surprising considering I was almost out and it was mostly instant meals. Then there is your attempted assault on my person as soon as I walked into this room. I'll let that one slide since it was only a clone, but I will be asking for recompense for my destroyed property. He gave a cheeky smile at the man, who gritted his teeth and clenched his fists as he stomped out of the chamber, slamming the door behind him. That went well. A collective sigh went through the room as everyone released the breaths they hadn't realized they were holding. Naruto-san, that was a dangerous game you played, Inoichi said, wiping the sweat from his brow. I swear I haven't seen more courage than that, Sum said, grinning at him. No wonder my son felt so threatened by you. It was the Hokage, however, who remained the most composed. Was what you said about these seals true, Naruto? Inquisitive glances passed between the blonde and the old man. Yes, every word of it. Good. Then I don't have to double-check later. Jaws dropped as the Hokage relaxed into his chair, hands behind his head. Hey, Naruto-san, where did you learn so much about seals? And the Hyuga clan laws for that matter. You would be surprised what you can find in the trash, Naruto-san. Though I would be surprised if you found anything useful if you came after me. I have to say I'm surprised how many people seem to not appreciate the art. I think I've seen more brand new books on seals in the trash than any other type of jutsu. Such a shame. Naruto-san, sealing is one of the more difficult subjects to grasp, let alone hold one's attention. It's for that reason that it was taken out of the academy curriculum. I don't see what's so difficult about it. It seems pretty straightforward to me. I'm kind of surprised the NaruXHarem don't take a higher interest in seals. I mean, suppose you go up against someone who has a counter for your insects. Since they take most of your chakra to function, wouldn't seals be the perfect backup plan? Cold, hard logic against one of the most intelligent clans in the village, a bold move by any standard. Yes, Naruto-san. However, none of our clan have shown an adequate amount of skill in the task to utilize it properly. I see. Pity. Naruto-kun, do you happen to have seal-making supplies with you? Hiruzen was now curious about the boy's skill. Yes, just what I have left over from copying the seal that was on Hinata down. Why? Could you draw us a seal, please? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Any particular one you want? The Hokage hadn't really thought about it, so he decided on something that should be easy. How about an exploding tag? Sure, what kind? Pardon? What kind of exploding tag? I wasn't aware there were kinds. Why don't you all need to dig into a good sealing book sometime? At least learn what's out there so you know what you're looking at. A 12-year-old boy was telling the aged Hokage of Konoha that he needed to learn more. The man hailed as the professor. It was too much, and the room erupted into laughter. Even Sarutobi himself joined in at the irony. Whatever one you feel like making, Naruto, then you can explain to us how it's different from a normal exploding tag, okay? Fine. He took out a sheet of paper and placed his ink bottle beside him, along with a stack of sunbon and a brush. Removing the cap from the ink jar, he got to work. Just as Haku had been that morning, the council was mesmerized by the fluid dance of the brush across the page as intricate designs formed on the surface. It was a large paper for a tag, but they ignored it as they were too entranced by the brush strokes, as symbols seemed to float out of the brush and onto the paper. They blinked as the motion was interrupted by a jingle of metal and a small puff of smoke. Then more symbols were added until Naruto finally lifted his brush and resealed the ink jar. It felt like a full-length ballet, yet the entire process had taken only a few minutes. The work was astonishing as they now saw the seal in its entirety. While it wasn't nearly as intricate as the Shikifujin, it was impressive for an exploding tag. The only problem was that the paper was about 4 times the width and 3 times the height of a normal tag. Well, that was very beautiful, Naruto. But it isn't very practical, Nara remarked. Who says I'm finished? I just thought you might want to see the full seal and get an explanation before I finalize it, Naruto said with a smirk before beginning to explain the seal he had just created. Now, the main seal sets off an explosion. Not very large, but it doesn't need to be for this one. These seals on the sides are containment seals that hold whatever number of objects you want. In this case, Senbon, all facing the same edge of the tag. These symbols here link the explosive seal to the containment seal. When triggered, the Senbon will release just before the explosion goes off, sending them in the direction that the edge of the tag is facing. The whole thing is set with a delay for a surprise trap. Complex? Just a little. He could see some of them losing track halfway through. Basically, it explodes and sends projectiles in the direction you want it to. The rest of the heads nodded in understanding. You mentioned it wasn't finished, Inoichi reminded him. Naruto stood up, placing his hand on the paper. They saw him murmur something before a bright flash of chakra forced them to turn away. There, now it's finished. When they turned back, what they saw looked nothing like what had been there previously. Instead of one big seal on a large sheet of paper, there were now 24 small and vastly different seals repeated across the paper. The main difference was that each seal had 2 strokes on one side forming what looked like an arrow. All that's left is to cut them apart and set them up like you would any other exploding tag. I find the best use for these to be an advanced setup trap that you would chase a target into. When they pass it, the delay shoots the Senbon out and hits them from behind. You could use it as an emergency trap too, either to hit someone chasing you, though then you run the risk of having to dodge the Senbon as well, or set them sideways to take out some of a group of pursuers if they are in a winged formation. If you're quick enough, you could even slap one on an enemy's shoulder facing his head, and if he's too slow getting it off, it'll be lights out real quick. My goodness, he's like a miniature Minato. Naruto and Sarutobi almost choked at the comment but managed to keep their straight faces. Teach, thank you for the compliment. I am humbled that you would compare me to the Yondaime, the young man replied. Naruto, would it be possible for us to get an example tag from you of this design? I wish to present it at my clan's next council meeting, Akimichi requested. Sure. You can all have some if you like. Taking out a kunai, he sliced the paper into individual tags, each half the size of a normal explosive note. Dividing them into 8 piles of 3, he passed 1 pile to each of the clan heads present and 1 pile to the Hokage before pocketing the remainder. Sarutobi took one of the tags and examined it before setting it down on the table, facing an unoccupied side with a blank wall behind it. Activating the tag, he made sure everyone had their ears covered before setting it off. As Naruto had said, there was a delay, and a couple of seconds later, a small blast was seen and heard as the door to the room was flung open. 2 battle-ready ANBU entered, looking around frantically for the source of the threat. Instead, they found 6 adults glancing between one smiling boy and a wall where 8 Senbon were now evenly spread in a straight line, embedded halfway into its surface. "Ichokasama, are you unharmed?" one of them stammered. The man waved them off in a daze, managing to respond slowly, "Just fine," as he took in what had just happened. Amazing! Could they get any better? The laughter of a child was the immediate answer they received, much to their slight annoyance. "I'm guessing that means it does. You people are thinking far too two-dimensional." The comment confused them until Shikaku Nara realized its meaning. On a battlefield, there is seldom a flat surface. Even more so in the forests of Konoha. If someone layers more than one of these staggered on an uneven surface, say a branch, once triggered, you could have a rain of weapons that covers a radius around that object. You could take out a small army with enough of them, and they would never know what hit them. One could almost see chibi versions of the clan heads dancing on top of their actual heads. If they had such tactical tags as this, they wouldn't just be the top country in the elemental nations, they would completely overshadow everyone else. The best part was that without knowledge of how the seal worked, no one could copy it. Well, I think we'll need to create a whole new division in the ninja ranks to cover this. If we can produce a greater variety of seals that are difficult to reverse engineer, we shouldn't waste such a resource. Uzumaki Naruto, you have just proven yourself invaluable to this village. Thank you. Now, if you don't mind, I have some guests at my house that I need to see after. If you need to summon me, the Hokage knows where I can be found. Just don't try to force your way inside. With that, Naruto bowed low and left amidst a chorus of applause. On his way out, he was stopped at the door as the civilian council members decided to show up. "Ah, Uzumaki. Just the person we wanted to see. I bid you to stay. We have some things that we need to discuss." The threat in the pudgy man's tone was all too apparent as he and the rest of the civilians pushed their way into the room. Sarutobi groaned in defeat. The fun was over, and he would now have to deal with the consequences of his actions from the previous night. "Go ahead, Naruto. I'll handle this." "Akasama, this involves the Uzumaki boy directly. He is required to stay. As I have pressing matters at the moment, I will have to decline. I reserve my right to have a person of my choosing to speak in my stead. I choose Nara Shikaku as the holder of my trust in this case, if he agrees to it." "Why Nara-sama?" "Well, I would have said Hokage-sama, but he'll be busy defending himself as well, I'm sure. I trust Nara-san to do the right thing, which in this case is most likely falling asleep. Good day." Before they could respond, he was out the door and away from the tower, chuckling to himself. "I'm beginning to see why my son uses the word troublesome so much after being around that kid," Nara announced as the civilian council members begrudgingly took their seats. "Now, what is this about?" Though he would have preferred to leave the room as well, Sarutobi resigned himself to the duty of listening to what he expected would be pointless drivel from the civilian council. Koharu was the first to speak. "Hokage-sama, it has come to our attention that one Uzumaki Naruto attempted to confront one Uchiha Sasuke on their last mission together. As guardians of Uchiha, Mitokado Hamura and I wish to raise our concerns about this issue. We would also like to remind the council that Uchiha Sasuke is the last remaining Uchiha in Konohagakure, and as such his loyalties must remain high if we wish to keep him here to rebuild the Uchiha clan and revive the Sharingan." Nara Shikaku murmured quietly so that few could hear. "How could we forget he's the last one? You remind us almost daily." He earned a few snorts of acknowledgement from those close enough to hear his comments. "I understand that you too would want to be here for this out of concern for your charge. However, why must the rest of the council be present? This is a ninja matter, and as such, they do not have jurisdiction over either party," Inoichi reasoned, earning nods from his fellow ninja. "They are here because they are concerned about the future prospects of their families. They hope to one day petition for their female family members to assist in the rebuilding of the Uchiha clan, and they are concerned about how this event will be handled," Hamura explained, gesturing to those who had high hopes of marrying into one of the most prestigious clans in Konoha. The Hokage finished lighting his pipe, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. He looked over to the civilians and started pointing to each council member among them. "You 5 are dismissed. I don't care what prospects you have with the Uchiha's future, they do not belong in this discussion. Koharu and Hamura may stay, as they have direct affiliations with the boy. However, they will only be present as long as they do not tempt me to decide otherwise. The council was shocked. Normally, he would brush things off and continue, but he left no room for question this time. But Hokai-sama, why shouldn't we be allowed to stay? Surely this meeting will not involve anything life-threatening to hear. Junzo stated, surprised that the Sandaime was so quick to dismiss them. No, it does not, but it is a ninja matter regardless, and you will not be present for it, the old man replied evenly. But it's that boy, isn't it? He's poisoned your mind, Sarutobi. He'll be the end of us yet if you keep these actions up. Denbi received a harsh glare from not only Hiruzen but also many of the ninja present. If that boy has done anything to me, it has been to open my eyes to the stagnant actions of this room. Now, unless you wish to further aggravate my temper, I suggest you remove yourselves from this chamber before it is done for you. Once again, the council members stood and walked out of the room. Since they didn't have a reasonable target for their glares this time, they instead chose to point their noses in the air like the ignorant fools they were. Once the door shut, Sarutobi turned back to his former teammates. Now, what was it that you heard about this supposed attempt on the Uchiha's well-being? Turning their attention back to the man after watching their support leave, they began their plea. Hokage-sama, we were told that after an argument, the boy confronted Uchiha Sasuke and sent him through a door. After that, the boy was under its influence as he advanced on Uchiha-sama. Hokage, that boy is unstable, and something must be done to stop him. Hamura stated what he knew of the situation based on what Sasuke told him. Is that all? Sarutobi inquired as his headache began to form. What more could you possibly need to know, Hokage-sama? Koharu asked indignantly. How about what happened to aggravate Uzumaki-san to that point? Or how about what calmed him down enough to prevent that pompous fool from becoming a red stain on their surroundings? Nara Shikaka mentioned as he lifted his head off his arms. If something was interesting enough to keep a Nara awake, then the others knew they should be listening. Not that they weren't already at the first mention of the QB's possible influence. Hiruzen looked back at his advisors, expecting them to at least make up an excuse. When they came up short, he sighed at their lack of understanding. Since you don't seem to know the situation, allow me to fill in the blanks. It was Uchiha Sasuke who attempted to confront Momochi Haku in order to vent his anger at Uzumaki Naruto for overshadowing him in strength and wit. It was Uzumaki Naruto who took the blade meant for Momochi Haku, and the anger at Uchiha Sasuke's actions drove him to retaliate. I think if I were stabbed by a comrade who was attempting to stab another comrade, I would be furious enough to act out as well. You should be grateful that Sasuke made it back in one piece and that someone found a way to calm Naruto, as Narasan said. The two advisors floundered for words, trying to think of a way to recover the situation. Meanwhile, the ninja were growing increasingly angry at the thought of a supposedly loyal ninja harming someone out of spite. Hokage-sama, we must punish the boy for this, Choza said, making Koharu and Hamura smile at the hope of turning someone to their side. It's preposterous that he would try to harm anyone who isn't a threat to his person or the mission at large. Attacking for any other reason is no better than murder. I agree with Akimichi-san. Uchiha Sasuke will need to be punished in some way for his actions, Shibi followed up. Tsum was growling. He attacked a packmate. He should be tried for treason. At this, the advisors paled. No, you can't do such a thing to Uchiha-sama. He must stay content. Koharu blurted out. And what? Start sacrificing our ninja to him just to sate his bloodlust. I think I'd rather just deal with him and forget the Uchiha. Tsum growled once more. While I disagree with the boy's actions, I must agree that the Sharingan is too powerful to let go to waste. Therefore, since no one was seriously harmed, I believe he should face some strict consequences for his behavior, Inoichi expressed his thoughts. Before we reach any conclusions, I want to remind everyone of the rest of the mission in Wave. We need to discuss the events leading up to this moment, and we will address the consequences for all 3 members of Team 7 at the end. At the Hokage's words, everyone turned their attention back to him. If the rest of the mission held any significance, they wanted to ensure they understood every detail. First, we will talk about Inuzuka Kiba. Tsum lifted her head at the mention of her son's name. While he wasn't directly involved in any assaults, he did act suspiciously towards Uzumaki Naruto. He is the least of the issues among the three. He ignored Naruto when the boy had been injured, choosing instead to hold back the civilian family they were supposed to protect when they tried to assist him. He was involved in several petty arguments and reportedly made unwelcome advances towards Momochi Haku, which were, of course, rejected. Aside from that, his only notable action during the mission was to help defuse a situation when the Uchiha lost control by knocking him out. I am placing charges against him for general misconduct, endangering an ally's life, and causing unrest during the mission. Tsum hung her head in shame, trying to calm her anger. When she spoke, her tone was low and steady. Hokage-sama, I request permission to administer the punishment for my son, Inuzuka Kiba, as his clan leader. I assure you he will not receive any leniency. Is this acceptable? Receiving no response, he accepted her request. Very well, Tsum. Your son's punishment will be partly in your hands. When the kunoichi opened her mouth to question his wording, he waved her off. Next is Haruno Sakura. Hokage-sama, why wasn't Isako allowed to stay if this concerns her daughter? Koharu asked, clearly puzzled. Because, while it involves her daughter, she would have no influence over the girl's punishment. I thought it best to spare my ninjas from her for now. Despite their attempts to create distress to get their way, the two advisors could only agree that the break would be beneficial. Now, regarding Haruno Sakura. She was involved in the same suspicious actions against Uzumaki Naruto and failed to provide proper care when he was injured. She also engaged in petty arguments, but her serious issues arose later in the mission. When Haku was first brought back to Tazuna's house, she was part of a plan to seriously harm, if not eliminate, the girl. Although Haku had been an enemy during the mission, their sensei, Hatake Kakashi, had already made it clear that she would remain unharmed as long as she cooperated. Therefore, Sakura's actions fall under insubordination. Additionally, she attempted to attack a cooperative captive without justification. It should also be noted that she had made a previous attempt to confront the girl during their time together. The bridge stood silent after their second encounter with Zabuza. The charges against Haruno Sakura included general misconduct, endangering an ally, creating unrest, and attempted assault on a cooperating captive. Are the terms acceptable? The leader allowed anyone to voice their opinions. From what I hear around town, it's unfortunate we can't add a noise complaint to that list, Shikaku remarked. As much as we'd like to, these charges pertain to a ninja mission. That issue would involve both civilians and ninjas, and I'm not ready to welcome them back in here right now. Sarutobi grimaced at the thought of Isako defending her daughter's loudness but managed to keep the serious atmosphere intact. Noticing no one was about to contest his accusations, he continued. Very well, we will move on to Uchiha Sasuke, but first, I must remind you both that you are only here as witnesses and have no say in this matter. He pointed at his two former teammates, ensuring his message was clear before proceeding. I must say, I have rarely encountered such a troubling account of a ninja on duty as I have with the Uchiha. Not only did he partake in everything the others did, but he also possesses a superiority complex that far exceeds what is typical, especially for a ninja. This village has indulged him, and it has gone straight to his head. As his guardians, you two should share some responsibility for his actions. As it stands, I will be assigning Inoichi-san to regularly assess Sasuke's mental stability. The advisors began to argue but were silenced by Hiruzen's stern glare. During the wave mission, he not only endangered himself but also put his teammates' lives at risk and even attempted to harm an innocent person, not once but twice. He and Sakura tried to attack an unconscious Haku, but Kakashi, Naruto, and Kiba intervened. Later in the mission, after those same three dealt with the remaining thugs, he once again attempted to harm Haku. This time, Naruto used a substitution technique to take Haku's place, absorbing the blow intended for her. This act ignited Sasuke's fury. The mere thought of the Uchiha stooping so low enraged him, and in his exhausted state from the battles, he tapped into the largest reservoir of chakra he had left. Thankfully, Haku was there to calm him down with a few kind words. Despite his frustration, the Hokage managed to smile at the memory of Haku's heartfelt confessions and her understanding of the blonde's feelings for Hinata. Additionally, he committed an unforgivable act during the battle on the bridge. When he found himself in danger, he resorted to using the closest person to him for a substitution. He knew this next piece of information would not sit well with at least one member of the council. He used Inuzuka Kiba to save himself, forcing the boy to take the hit meant for him. Just as he anticipated, Tsum leapt from her seat, her anger palpable. He did what? I demand he be tried for attempted murder, Hokasama. This is unacceptable for any ninja, regardless of their lineage. How dare he use my son to save himself? The woman appeared less like a clan leader and more like a wild animal as she spat out her words. Tsum, sit. It took her a moment to regain her composure, but eventually she managed to take a seat, though her anger was still palpable. Hokage-sama. Surely this is a fabrication. I find it hard to believe that one of our ninjas would stoop so low. Akimichi-san, I wish that were the case, but as it stands, the mission report was authored by Hatake Kakashi, their sensei, and confirmed in discussions with him, Momochi Haku, and Uzumaki Naruto, all of whom I believe would not falsify a report. Therefore, I am charging Uchiha Sasuke with attempted murder of both a fellow Konoha shinobi and a cooperating captive. Additionally, there are charges of insubordination, endangerment of the mission, and treason. The advisors looked at him in shock, while even the ninja present appeared uncertain, with the exception of Tsum. The charges were serious, and the potential consequences could be severe if pursued. Hokage-sama, if I may? Aburame Shibi's head remained still, but his deep voice resonated clearly, even with his mouth concealed by the collar of his coat. While the Uchiha's actions are reprehensible, I believe we should not waste the Sharingan if we can avoid it. Instead, I propose sessions with Yamanaka-san along with other forms of punishment, as long as they allow him to remain viable for future contributions. Perhaps at that time, we can decide his fate if we deem it necessary, once we have another Sharingan in the village.